is the problem we have right now. Free speech is under assault. The free press is under assault. Due process is under assault. The right to be in your home and not be invaded by federal agents, the Fourth Amendment, is under assault. So that, for me, is a problem.
Okay. Well, I'd like to start to say I really don't find the Constitution that important. I find it to be like a 300-year-old document. And it was created to defy the country that subjugated your ancestors.
Okay, so let's take a couple of things right here. We're gonna go through this nice step by step here.
Constitution that important. I find it to be
So he doesn't find the Constitution that important. Why not?
like a 300-year-old document.
So Constitution is not important because it is old, and old things are not relevant. Says the Christian. Says the man who is a devout, self-identified Christian. So again, the Bible is about 2,000 years old. So the question is, what do we do with that information? What do we do?
And it was created to defy the country that subjugated your ancestors.
So, yeah, it was, let's look at the logic. So, it was created to defy the country that subjugated your ancestor. Now, again, this is one of those weird fallacies, this kind of strange bioessentialism, kind of blood and soil. You should only care about things if you have some kind of strange genetic historical connection to it, which is odd because people develop connections from a cultural and historical standpoint, certainly, and passed down, but also people can inherit them by engaging with them, just because, again, like my ancestors were British. A lot of them were British. That doesn't mean that I like tea or I have anything to do with cricket or that I give two rat shits about the monarchy in any way. I don't hate it. I don't love it. I don't care. I have no reason, no connection to them. So Mehdi Hasan, who was born in London, which, again, even though, this document was done to defy the country that's subjugating you. Yeah, but it wasn't define it in all forms, shapes, and ways. It wasn't defined on this philosophical, ontological existence kind of aspect. It was defined it in the sense of it was a nation and a nation building kind of act. It was a rebellion. It was a revolution, however you will. It wasn't necessarily denying all things that are British. It was denying specifically British rule, specifically the monarch rule, and specifically the monarch rule with any form of effective representation within the not necessarily monarchy, but within the House of Representatives. Again, one of the things is that quite a few, especially early on, what America wanted wasn't necessarily a complete and total new nation. What they wanted is seats in the parliament. What they wanted was fair representation in the parliament. They wanted people there who were, again, representative of the American colony interests. You had representatives from many parts of England in the parliament and representatives across the board. We are not just any colony, but we're a fairly large colony. We're a fairly important colony, and we're a colony of, and again, you can see racism to a degree. We're a colony of white men. of rich white men, and you are not giving us representation. They were pissed by that. So it wasn't a rejection of Englishness and Western society. That's the only way you could kind of see that as even relevant. Next is, oh, they subjugated your ancestors. Again, this is one of those also grievance kind of aspects. Remember this weird grievance thing, this, and this goes even further to where, like, I'm sorry, so what? Like, yeah, they that has nothing to do with the American creation or the American values. Whether or not what they did to India has nothing to do with American constitutional law and constitutional worth. Again, according to this person, we might then say, well, why would you ever be friends with the Jews? Because you're a Christian, and Christians, to some degree, especially Christ, were persecuted by the Jews. Are you just not going to be friendly with Jews or Jewish culture? Notice again, like, this is the evil of this kind of ugly, stupid, essentialist thinking, is that it allows, like, zero ability to work in any kind of society. Again, it was created to subjugate your ancestors. Nothing about that has anything to do with U.S. morals and values of the Constitution.
In India, and then your parents probably moved from India to Britain, and then you move here to.
So my parents again moved from here, from India to Britain, England. So, like, again, so what? Again, are you just saying like this? You can't. Why do you? Again, I think this just goes back to, why do you
tell
care?
us that we should listen to a piece of paper that you were never even connected to.
How dare you tell us? Again, this just, it's interesting because it denies basic aspects of Christianity as it functions. Because let's look at this again. You were not born. Let's look at this kid. You weren't born in ancient Judea. You weren't born to Christian ancestors or whatever. Your parents might have been Christian, their parents, but it's quite likely we go back. Your parents probably trace their origins back to paganism. Fucking Anglo-Saxon paganism. You have no Christian necessarily. And in fact, there's probably multiple times where you have multiple people who have no blood or ancestral or cultural connection to Christianity. Again, this is this weird thing, and you also are a Christian. Is that, would you say that, you know, to put it simply, how can someone come to Christ, be saved, if they are already there? This denies some basic aspect of, again, people coming to Christ. The Christians proselytize and tell people, accept Jesus Christ as you are to save yourself. How could you, a Christian, believe that when you don't believe, like, well, I mean, why would they care about Christ? Why would they do any of these things? Why would they care about the Bible, a 2,000-year-old, more importantly, when an immigrant or somebody else, you see somebody else in the world talking about the word of Christ and how good and awesome it is, I bet you feel validated, and I bet you think that's really nice and awesome. But you won't let them into your country because, like, well, no. They're Christian, but they don't come here. They stay where they're supposed to be. It's just kind of weird. Even if I ignore the racist undertones of it, it just is also kind of strange. Why wouldn't you want a Christian in your nation? And it's just, fundamentally, you just are too stupid to actually function, even in your own faith.
To begin with. So I want to say, like, if I don't care about it, why do you care about it so much?
You should care about it. Again, this question is also just the height of arrogance. We've said that before, but this comes in with being generally a loser, and a just a generally a maladaptive individual, but they lack so much self-reflection and self-awareness. Not just lack it, but they also just lack the habit of doing it ever. Like they lack the ability to do it, and they lack any motivation to do it. Because it just seems strange that anytime you have this question of, well, why don't you, if I don't care about this, why don't you? The question that a good person, especially a Christian who is constantly supposed to be reflecting on themselves and upon how they can better serve Christ's word and the Lord's word on earth, the fact that you don't have any self-reflection on, well, why don't I care about these? Should I care about these things? Maybe not as much as obviously the Bible and Christ's word, but should I care about these things? Because quite a few of them do seem to speak the same message and the same heart and the same like moral foundation that I believe in, the equality of people, the necessity to protect their freedom of religion and the freedom of speech. I believe that these are all very valuable things. Um, like why don't you care about these values? And again, oh, I don't care about the document. I care about the values, but not the document. But the document gives a grounding, it gives a firm thing rather than it just being a word of mouth. It is a law put into place. Again, we go back to the same thing we said in the first video dozens of times. They don't know how to do systems. They don't know how to build a society. They don't know how to, they couldn't run a fucking book club. And quite frankly, again, I've known more than a few of these kind of types. No matter how nice they are, how well put together they are, they're actually really terrible at running and managing things. They're good at doing their individual stuff. Like I've met more than a few engineers and whatnot who are really smart, who are kind of good in their small field, but they're actually really, and they rarely ever become managers because, or they're moved out of manager positions because they can't like talk and work with people. They can't design bureaucracy. They can't design standard operating procedures. They have a really hard time doing any of that shit. They have a hard time doing meetings where people can have productive meetings where everybody gathers together, understands, delineates what the problem is, what acceptable solutions are, short term, long term, being able to organize and consider all the facts necessary in a clean manner, not necessarily just a haphazard chaos thing. They don't know how to do any of that shit. They don't know how to do it. And I think part of it, and at least one of the dozens of things we found, is again this lack of self-reflection, lack of self-awareness, um, cripples you as a person because you can never really self-correct. And if you do, it's kind of like this weird automatic, instinctual thing that you can't ever replicate, and you can't really teach, and you can't share, and you can't like actively replicate it. I should say, because it just happened and you just kind of go, well, I just changed. No, I just didn't do it anymore. I guess it just didn't make any sense. Like, I guess, like, you don't know why. You can't examine why.
How do you run a country without any kind of laws or due process? And by the way, you do care about it, because without the First Amendment, you wouldn't be sitting here.
Well, I agree with the First Amendment, and I think.
So do you agree with Donald Trump's crackdown on the First Amendment?
Again, I agree with the things that I like. This is, again, the childlike mentality. And again, you can't run anything, especially not a government or a nation. But you can't run anything if you only ever do and think about the things that you like. It's not even like think about the things that you don't like or that are bad or that you hate. It's about think about all the things that you don't know, don't care, or technically don't care about. Like, I don't care about air traffic control technology. Like, I have no emotional or any kind of insistence or value on that. I don't necessarily care, but I know it's important. Again, that's the childish mentality that they never grow out of.
Amendment. He's imprisoning people for their speech. He's threatening free speech media organizations. He's threatening peaceable assembly. These are all rights under the First Amendment. Why aren't you bothered by that as a conservative who claims to love the First Amendment?
So I don't like the First Amendment. I like free speech.
Okay,
so
the First Amendment is what guarantees free speech. I'm from the UK, by the way.
Speech.
I'm from the UK,
Yeah, and you guys
which is
don't
a
have
democracy.
that.
We don't have the First Amendment.
And it's just weird that, I like free speech. I don't like the First Amendment. Well, why? And ultimately, this also goes back to kind of a general sentiment that they always have, is they have this childish notion of independence and a overdeveloped resistance to being told what to. They're so hyper focused on individualism, again, which is always ironic coming from conservative Christians, but okay. But they are so resistant to there being any kind of authority over them. And again, really odd for a Christian to not understand the value of authority, and more importantly, even the Bible tends to be pretty positively orientated to authority structures of man on earth and the necessity and importance of them, especially if they're to reflect values of the Christian faith. I just, again, this how I like all of the benefits that come with it. I just don't like any rules, which is, again, childish to such an nth degree. And then, like, oh yeah, you don't have it. Yes, I know Britain doesn't have it. You say this as a gotcha thing, like some stupid, like, haha, you're British, you hate free speech. Actually, no, that's literally why he likes it, is because he is British and he's been in a country that doesn't have a codified really strong free speech law. Again, they have lots of free speech and they do it, but it is less protected there.
No, that's one of the things I do like about the Constitution. I wish the UK did have a First Amendment.
So people
I'm a
don't get
journalist.
arrested for praying outside abortion clinics.
Again, this is just this weird thing. But how is that? How is that? One, okay, so people praying outside of abortion clinics. Notice how this doesn't really make any sense, because, like, okay, you like free speech and you believe that their free speech was violated, but what is this violation? What is this kind of thing? It's just a vague philosophical notion that's barely put down. Part of the reason why the First Amendment is such a good idea is by writing it down, you have this reference thing that no matter who or what background, whether they like it or don't like it, there's a rule in place. There is a rule that we have that has been put in place that says X. Cannot do this. Or this is allowed. So again, you have this weird grievance collector of, you heard some story or you read something, or again, I highly doubt that they were arrested for praying. I sincerely doubt that 100%. I'm willing to bet you that they were probably arrested for unlawfully blocking people's access and or harassment, because that's always how it is at abortion clinics. I've seen more than a few of those protests, and they're rarely ever just kind people praying for your soul kind of shit. It's usually pretty awful. This, again, you've collected this grievance, but again, but here's the thing. Were they arrested for that? Are you being honest? Are you being honest that they were arrested for being, again, and also, the only way you can have a grievance to that is if you value freedom of speech. So a law that says freedom of speech is good and allowed, again, just because somebody doesn't follow the law or breaks it doesn't mean that the Constitution doesn't have value. The fact that the Constitution exists gives you a grounding to say this was bad. not just from your own personal, individualistic, spiteful, childish, fucking individuality, but from a group individuality. That means that this man, who's not a Christian, cares when the Christians are arrested for praying, and he may indeed, in fact, support you.
and stuff like that,
So,
right?
so you're opposed to people being arrested for speech crimes, I assume.
Well, it depends what it is. If it's like the
Oh,
people.
so you're like one of the previous speakers. You don't.
No.
As long as there's someone who agrees with you, you don't mind the
No,
crackdown.
no, I support.
Either we consistently support
I
principles
support
or we
free
don't.
speech 100%.
Okay.
I don't think anyone.
So, do you think Donald Trump is defying the Constitution by cracking down on the First Amendment?
So I think he's cracking down on free speech, like the deportation of Mahmoud Khalil, who.
One that's not really free speech. Again, like I think this kid thinks that this deportation was bad. But the big thing is that I just want to make sure people understand that's not free speech. That's a violation of many different rights, but not in free speech necessarily. You could see it as a retaliation for it, so it's included in there. It's just kind of odd that that's what you look at. But all right.
I think he's cracking down on free speech, like the deportation of Mahmoud Khalil, who was
just released from prison by a judge, saying his First Amendment rights were violated.
And I agree with the judge, and I disagree with Trump deporting them. But I think that's more a matter of free speech and not the content.
Notice the flags go up. That again, this kid is already fairly radical and stupid, exactly like them. But the second, and this honestly, self-reflection and awareness should be something that they all should be noticing, is he should be aware that the second he said something positive about a brown Muslim man who, for the most part, was peaceful, who was using his First Amendment right that you think was fine, even if you don't really like the words that he was saying, and you think overall this was morally and ethically wrong, it violated, sure, you don't care about Constitution because you're an idiot and you don't understand what words mean and you're just resistant to it, but you care about the spiritual ideological notion of free speech, and you thought that this was overall wronger than Mahmoud Khalil's speech. The violation of it is worse than whatever he said, and you think that's wrong. The second you defend a immigrant-looking man, I can't remember his actual immigration status. I think he is he's like on a student. So he is kind of immigrated to America for going to college. I can't remember if he is a full citizen or not, but he has protections of free speech. The second you start defending a brown immigrant on the basis of basic human rights, flags go up. Lots of flags go up, and you get kicked out. The fact that you are not just reflecting on yourself, but reflecting on the groups that you are aligned with, that you find yourself amongst, maybe you should think, okay, maybe there's something really wrong with what these people are saying and doing. And here's the next thing is that, okay, I like what this person is saying. I might have liked what this guy was saying here, right? Guy here, or this guy, or any of the other people. I might have really liked and aligned with what they were saying. But is what they're saying good? Actually morally good? Because see, that very same person raised their flag and was very upset when I defended the human rights of somebody on a basic principle. So my question would be is not just, okay, maybe I am wrong about wanting to defend Mahmoud Khalil. Maybe. Or maybe they're really wrong. And if they're wrong about this, defending Mahmoud Khalil's, the violation of his First Amendment rights, his free speech rights, maybe they're also wrong about the other thing that I agreed with, which means that I'm wrong about that. Because if I agree with somebody who's wrong about something, they're right about A, wrong about B. And if you know, like, wow, hold on, they're really wrong about B, and I know B is right, and I think A is right. Well, now here's the question: was A wrong? So it's A is wrong, B is right, because this person said A is right, B is wrong, but I agree with A being right, but I don't agree with B being wrong. So the question is that I should not just doubt their understanding of A, but also my understanding of A, because it's very clear that there's some potential problems. Again, this is just basic, standard intellectual self-reflection. This doesn't demand that you completely doubt everything you ever believed in. It doesn't demand massive sacrifice. What it demands of you is just kind of doing the work, practicing and doing the work.
Constitution.
I think that's pedantry at this moment. I think you've conceded that he
Again,
is cracking down on free speech, which is the
look
First
at
Amendment.
all of
so
the
he is defying
flags.
the Constitution. So it's a pleasure to be
I
in
just don't
agreement with
find
you,
it that
sir.
important.
All right, pause.
Again, the fact that you shouldn't, and again, if you watch this later on and you see how fast they put it up right there, this should be an immediate sign of, look, the only people who are really they gathered together 20 people who are all kind of are the same area of I am, the same political position or near to the same thing, especially a lot of Christians. There are lots and lots of Christians here, lots of them. All of them were absolutely virulently against you continuing to speak on behalf of an immigrant whose rights were violated. Interesting.
Been voted out by the majority. Please return to your
Thank you
seat.
very much.
Good to
how's
meet you,
it going?
sir.
I'm Mehdi.
Mehdi, great to meet you. My name is Kai. Do you, Mehdi, believe that the Constitution is important and good?
Overall, yes.
Do you believe that that Constitution can be eroded through democratic processes?
What do you mean by erode?
The original intention of the Constitution being destroyed through a purely, democratic or legal process.
I'm not sure I agree with that.
Okay.
I think if you're democratically amending the Constitution per the rules of the Constitution, that's fine. If
Okay.
we could find a constitutional way to get rid of the Second Amendment, I'd be pro that.
So
again, this is one of those things where this guy is kind of showing that hand of a massive amount of Jesus Christ. Cannot spell at all. I can't type. It's too early to type. I actually hate typing on this keyboard. But anyway, this kind of weird authoritarianism, this kind of unchanging deification thing. There's something inherent here to where, like, do you think that the Constitution can be eroded through democratic processes and stuff like that? So that's why I don't care about it, because the Democrats and these democracies have eroded the basic values so much, and they've gone away from the original meaning. That's where he's gonna go, 100%.
let's pose a hypothetical wherein the entire population of the United States has drastically changed.
Yes.
And the population now has completely different intentions about what to do with the country. Let's say it wants to give it all back to Mexico, dismantling the United States of America. If that's the case, then what's the use of the Constitution? It hasn't defended the country. In fact, it's allowed for its destruction.
And again, what is the use of the Constitution? The Constitution is not about defending a entity necessarily of the nation. And again, okay, like, it's just kind of weird. Like, what is the point? Let's put this in a different way to show how stupid this is. What is the point of any kind of OSHA safety and regulations in this warehouse business, and any kind of rules or regulations as far as the storage of dangerous materials, if at some point in the future the owners of this business and its workers all universally decide, you know what, the business, we've all earned a good amount of money, we all want to retire, and we don't really want to pass this down, we just kind of want to close up shop. So they close up shop and they sell off the business and whatever's left of the stock. Notice how that's stupid? Like, again, you're this, the reason why it makes sense to you is because you're trying to imagine like some kind of universalist, like this was God's land given to us, and this is something like that, or like this some kind of this essential original existence of being that, is core to our foundation, like atoms and neutrons, and the United States is the will of God, and God's will can never be changed nor deroded or or anything like that. Nothing can it's just it's fucking weird. But again, going back to the business thing, this is exactly the same logic, is that there is no reason to have rules of storage of dangerous materials, any kind of organization of how you store things, alphabetical, Dewey Decimal System, whatever the hell you're working with. There is no reason to have any kind of OSHA safety standards and or protection standards for how you store these materials, for how the employees go about working in this warehouse. There is no reason to establish any kind of protections and get business culture protections to ensure that the business, its people, and the culture that the business wants to inspire within their little community maintains itself. There's no reason to do that because technically they could all just get up and decide one day that they don't want to have a business, and they all just quit and sell off the business and, you know, make it defunct and just kind of non-existent. Notice how stupid that is. Notice again, he thinks it's clever because, again, he's angry that democracy, that we've changed the Constitution, because, again, of course, he's a Christian. Of course, they're all mostly Christian, white nationalist, Christian nationalist dickheads who think that the original way the country was founded was some kind of deified, sanctified existence, and that every single amendment, every single institutional understanding of the amendments, every single amendment to amendments, every single interpretation and change that has happened since its founding has been wrong and evil and terrible, though he can't actually tell you when the country was perfect. He'll probably point to something here, but then like he could point to a date, but then the second you press him on it, like, well, yeah, obviously we wouldn't have those things, but like, okay, so back in the 1800s, was it perfect? Yeah, it was much better, but we still had slavery. Well, yeah, we would obviously get rid of slavery, but slavery, the reason we got rid of it and was able to get rid of it is because we didn't, the Constitution or all of these things as 100% sacrosanct and unchanging. We treated them as incredibly important documents that needed to reflect the values and the notions of the country as a whole, historically, but also in the moment for the new generations for this, and things like slavery were no longer okay. Again, there is no point in time. This is some kind of weird, fantastical, mystical projection onto the past that somehow is better and more pure than anything else.
I don't understand the premise. How did the whole country change?
Demographic replacement, mass migration. I mean,
Demographic replacement, mass migration. Again, Mexico and brown people are going to take over. They're going to turn us non-white, and then they're going to sell us to Mexico. Because that, again, for some reason, he probably thinks that a Mexican born, somebody of Mexican origin, ethnicity, a Chicano, whatever you will, I don't know how he would fucking understand this, who is born in America, somehow has some kind of sleeper agent, biological ticking fucking trigger word that the second they get mass majority, they're going to immediately enslave all the whites, kick them out, and then sell it to El Mexico, and they will make the great El Mexico empire. Imperio. The Imperio de Mexico will be reestablished, and then all of a sudden it'll be like, you know, they'll raise their flags and realize, my God, it was the conquistadors all along. It's not just Mexico, it's actually fucking Spain. They took over, they played the long con. Like, again, because, and I know you think, well, that's not who he's thinking. He's just thinking, like, culturally they're different, but, like, again, I will always go back to this great, it's fictional, but honestly, I've seen this in real life. People make this mistake. The Sopranos, there's an episode where the Sopranos, I think it's like one or two, where Tony Soprano and a bunch of his goons go to Italy to try to make some deal with the Italian mob there, you know, the motherland, and they're so excited to go, and they go there, and they are treated like dog shit because everyone there treats them like fat, stupid Americans, because they are fat, stupid Americans from New Jersey. they constantly are trying to look for good food because they're like, oh, the food's going to be amazing there. And some of it's good, but like the pizza's different. Like, I'm trying to look for a good slice of pizza and it's not, this is terrible. What the fuck? This is awful pizza. What are you doing with the pizza? It's all wrong. And that's because they don't eat Italian style pizza. They eat New Yorker style pizza, which isn't Italian. So they're constantly doing this, and they're constantly in this weather, and they don't like it. It's too hot. It's too whatever, and they just stand out like a sore thumb. They don't speak the language, even though some of them speak a little bit of Italian, if I remember correctly. He's like terrible at it. Thought he was good and whatever, but he's actually terrible because he doesn't actually speak Italian. He speaks some kind of mongrel, from the Italian's perspective, some kind of mongrel, bastardized, passed down Italian weird language that was, again, in the Italian immigrant community that developed as they were learning English and other languages to deal with the other immigrants at the time and American culture. So again, they do this, and then they come back to New Jersey with all its ugly New Jersey aspects of the factories, and they're like, they almost smile and they feel more comfortable because they're back home. And they kind of, maybe, I don't think they know they really say this because it's again a TV show and they're all goons, but I've met people and I've talked with people who, again, they're kind of older individuals who back in their youth, they were more radicalized and like this. Yeah, no, I'm going to return back to my motherland, my fatherland in Africa or like Asia, and really connect with my roots. And they did. And like, they did have some like connection like this. Wow, I didn't really understand all these things. And it's interesting knowing this historical stuff. But then they came back because, like, at least according to them and from what they say, it's like this, I just kind of realized that, like, I love these things and I value that culture certainly a lot. And like some of its impact upon the world that is undersold, but I'm an American. Like, I was born in fucking Colorado, or I was born in fucking New York. Like, that's where I'm from. That's my culture. That's who I am. I went there to learn about kind of my parents' culture for the most part, but that's not mine. So again, demographic replacement. Again, it's just this weird paranoia of being replaced, and it's such a loser mentality. This fear, this paranoia, this absolute terror that you are going to be replaced by somebody.
We're seeing a change in demographics, and there's
what is the? I do want to talk about immigration today.
Hope we talk about it.
Everyone's itching in this group to get to immigration.
Yes, sir.
I've saved it.
And again, I this weird energy, like, I know you're trying to be, but honestly, it's fucking creepy as hell, especially when you start espousing weird, really nasty, hateful kind of ideology. Everybody wants to talk. Yeah, that's because it's literally the only thing they care about is white replacement. They're racists. They are genuinely racists. Some are a bit more aware of their racism than others, but they're just so unbelievably, emphatically racist. And they don't think that they are because, well, I'm not prejudiced against them. It's like, yeah, but you're going to do prejudicious things against them. Just because you don't spit on the little black girl walking down the street, or you don't throw your beer can and try to drive over the Hispanic family walking to the market with your truck, just because you don't do that doesn't mean you're not a racist piece of shit. God damn.
Saved it for you all. But given we're on the sense of the Constitution, and you asked the question, what is the proportion of immigrants in this country? What proportion of the population is foreign born?
It's very difficult to measure because the actual projections of the number have been changing more rapidly.
It's really hard to measure, blah, blah, blah. Here's where they have the thing is that they know, at least the more intelligent ones, one, he probably actually doesn't know what the number is. So he's scared to say the number because he also probably knows deep down that it's probably not nearly as much as he thinks it is. And again, this whole idea of foreign born, again, he won't care because if you come from foreign born parents, you're still foreign born. If you come from foreign born grandparents, you're probably also still foreign born to him.
But what is currently the best
the
estimate of
foreign-born,
official
I think it was about 15%.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just under 15%.
Which is, by the way, more actually than the original estimate was. So
but
we have
15% of the people are going to change the country, change the constitution. How's that going to work? It's actually a nightmare. As someone who wants to amend the constitution and get rid of things like the ridiculous way the Senate is set up, or the Second Amendment on guns, or various other things, it's really hard to change the constitution. They made it almost impossible. You know, the last time we had a constitutional amendment,
you know
like
what?
20, 30 years ago.
I understand, which
and
is
it was
why
all, I think members of Congress pay.
Which is
like,
why
it's impossible.
I get it.
So where are you getting this scenario where 350 odd million people all become foreign-born migrants or the children of migrants, immediate migrants, even though America is a nation of migrants?
Yeah.
And then abandons the constitution and gives the country back to Mexico. Outside of your imagination, where is that?
Yeah, outside of your insane imagination, where is this coming from? What the hell are you saying? And I'm not sure if they'll get to this, but I want to talk about some of the earlier forms of immigration that this guy probably doesn't even really understand.
Happening.
Let's bring it back to the actual discussion. What you did is you entertained my hypothetical, but then instead of sticking to the point of the Constitution, you said, "Well, how would you bring about your hypothetical?" And then when I gave
you missed out the.
Well, one, it's stupid to entertain a hypothetical that is completely and utterly nonsensical. But even if we do entertain the hypothetical, okay, so this is like saying, okay, so all of Mexico decides that Mexico doesn't want to be a country. They want to be a state and of the United States. They want to join us. And we are accepting, and we like, yeah, we like this idea. The United States government and all the people in the U.S., or the majority of the people, are like, yes, we want Mexico as a state to join us, and the states of Mexico will become the states of America. So we'll add, I can't remember how many states there are, or districts, or whatever you would call them in Mexico. I think there's like 5 or 6. I can't fucking remember, or maybe 8. The number's gone from my brain, but we add those. So now we go from like 50 states in America to like now 58 or 60. Okay. So, but again, they weren't they were not given this mandate by God to maintain Mexico as a separate entity from all other nations. If all of the people decide to do this, yes, like I can disagree. Like if they all decide, like all of America decides that slavery is good, are you going to say that slavery is good? I'm going to say from a nation standpoint, that nation decided it wanted to be a slave nation, which I guess they have the right to do that. And I have the right to leave and dislike that. But this kind of this weird understanding, especially coming from such authoritarian, restrictive kind of people, not understanding that you're talking about will of the people is the will of the people, or at least some of the people, or the majority of the people. I don't know. Like I still will protest and dislike it, but I still will respect the ability at the base level, the ability for people to determine themselves.
Well, the Constitution's quite hard to change.
Hold on. I understand that. I gave you.
I also wanted to get a sense of where you are, and you're a great replacement guy. So that's fine.
Okay. Yeah, and you're a real good journalist because you don't talk to people who I.
And notice this, and you're a great replacement guy. I'm sorry, like he wasn't necessarily saying that as a 100% insult, because one, it's not an insult if it's accurate, dude. And instead of responding when responding with some kind of consideration or some kind of like, well, now hold on, it's not really necessarily about great replacement. And I know you're trying to like throw some shade at me. Again, it's an immediate dismissal and an immediate disrespect. That's where he immediately goes, how dare you call me out on my great replacement thing? It's like, well, I'm sorry, you were literally saying this. And honestly, the lack of grace, again, you might say that Mehdi Hasan is not very graceful. Perhaps you could say that. Perhaps he's too aggressive. But the fact that any Christian who comes up here, anybody who's a decent human being, can't see, like, this guy's already talked to one person who told him he doesn't belong here, he should go home, and that immigrants are basically a poison on this earth kind of shit, who's saying damn near close to some seriously radical shit. He's talked to one person who has said much the same, but then also said that there are happy fascists who would see fucking rights and some kind of monarchy god king set up on this country. and most likely deport massive amounts of people who do not fit into this regime happily. Like, he's talked with half a dozen people, and another guy who wanted to do some race war tribalistic shit. Like, he's talked to at least 3 or 4 pretty fucking aggressively nasty sumbitches. Like, he throws a little attitude at you, and maybe you don't deserve it. The fact that you don't kind of go, look, okay, I'm not necessarily saying that. I understand you've talked to a couple of people who are pretty radical. They're a bit more than I am on certain things. The problem is that no matter what, this guy may laugh, or this guy may look at the other people as being, oh, they're terrible. I'm not like that, but he is.
You are, and you're a great replacement guy. So that's fine.
Okay. Yeah, and you're a real good journalist because you don't talk to people who identify as like a political ideology. I mean,
and again, what is this? You don't talk to people who don't identify as a political ideology. He does talk to all of them. Like the last guy he talked to for quite a bit, until the guy, said he's a far-right fascist, happy to think of himself as even a Nazi fucking autocrat. Like, what the fuck utility would be talking to that person?
That's
No,
a very liberal idea.
I don't debate fascists.
And-
I'll talk to them, but I won't debate them.
Frankly, that's upsetting. I think there's a big problem when,
Why would it be upsetting? You don't value things. You don't value the Constitution, and you don't value the values laden in the Constitution. It's upsetting that you won't talk to them, that you won't debate them. What fantasy are you in here? Why would he?
I don't debate fascists. I'll talk to them,
And
but I won't debate them.
frankly, that's upsetting. I think there's a big problem when, we value freedom of speech so much, but any, real journalist is not going to talk to somebody because they...
Again, you have the freedom of speech. You don't have a freedom of a platform or infinite access to all peoples. An atheist doesn't have the unrestricted right to just walk into a Sunday sermon, walk up to the pulpit, and just start preaching his own atheist kind of God is stupid and all that stuff. He doesn't have the unlimited fucking right to do that. Nor should you be expected. He just walks up and says, hey, I want you guys to debate me on Christianity. You'd probably tell him to fuck off. No. Are you restricting? Are you violating the basic rights and the ideology and the philosophy of freedom of speech by denying this man a chance to talk with you? Fuck off.
Identify with the politically incorrect ideology.
Just talk to the guy in front of you. What are you talking about?
You literally stopped talking to him, and then everybody had to vote him
debating
out.
versus talking is very different.
Okay.
It's pointless, right?
Okay,
he doesn't
yeah. So
believe.
you're
He doesn't
ceding
believe
that.
in free speech.
Okay.
He doesn't believe in
He was
democracy.
freely speaking with you. You're the one.
Yeah, but he doesn't believe in it for everyone else. You fucking idiot. Honestly, I wish every, like, a small side little notion. Apparently, one of these guys, the fascist that he's just talking about, has been identified and has been fired from his job, which is fucking hilarious. He's already started a GoFundMe page, and it's probably going to make $500,000 because there's a decent chunk of people who are just genuinely evil and stupid. So he's probably going to make tons of money from his little GoFundMe thing. But I guess whatever, it sucks. But yeah, he's been fired because he's an evil piece of shit. And again, no business wants to deal with an evil piece of shit. Like, it just, I'm sorry, I hate to tell you this, but when people find out what you actually are like, a good chunk of them genuinely don't want to do anything with you. They just don't want to deal with you. They want no part with you.
No, he
Shut
doesn't.
up.
No, he said very clearly.
Okay,
He said, I
okay.
support
We'll
free
tone it down.
speech
We'll tone it
so
down.
that I
We'll
can
tone
get
it
one
down.
election.
I'll tone it
After
down.
one
We'll
election,
tone
my
it
guy
down. We'll
comes
tone it
in.
down. We'll
And
tone
after
it
my
down.
guy comes in,
Oh,
nobody
tone it down. No. You're running away because, like, okay, I'm looking a little bit maybe extreme, and I would tone it down because what? You don't. You want to pretend like, oh, this was just a spat. This isn't actually meaningful conversation here. This is just shit flinging. But like the point Mehdi is making quite effectively is like, what is the point in talking to somebody about values and morals, even on like free speech stuff, when this person only believes in them insofar as what it'll allow them to attain, and the second they attain that, they will automatically restrict and get rid of all of those values. They don't have that as a value. They just know that this is a way to get to power, and then they will actually put in what they believe in their value system, which is not any of the value systems that I hold. So what is the point? What is the point of any kind of debate at that point, especially a debate that values freedom of speech, freedom of intellectual discourse if the person you're discussing this with doesn't value that at the core. There has to be some foundational connection here.
Gets to speak
that's
or
cool.
vote again.
We all listen to your
Why would I
conversation.
debate that?
We listen to your conversation.
No, don't go back on this. If you want to talk, this is at least still somewhat within the bounds of Constitution. Again, it's abandoned the whole Donald Trump is defying the Constitution thing, but now he's running away like a coward. He's running away like a coward because he loves what the guy gets him. That guy's cruel, ugly, evil shit. He just thinks like everyone else that they're going to be special and that it's not going to affect them. Just like that stupid fascist thought is he literally said, no, this won't happen to me. Like when it's like, okay, well, when this restriction on this, what's going to prevent you from being kicked out of the country or subject to this? Like, well, no, that wouldn't happen to me. It's childish.
Let's
Well,
bring,
I'll
let's
remind
bring
you
it
what
back
it
to
was
this
said
topic.
because you just
Let's bring it back to the
misrepresented it.
Constitution.
Please do. First, Fourth, Fifth, 14th Amendments. Those are
Sounds
the ones
good.
I'm saying Trump is defying. Do you
Sounds
support that or do you deny them?
I believe that the Constitution is valuable because it represents particular interests of the founding stock of Americans who made this country great.
Do you think
Founding stock, again, he is a white replacement. Again, I hope over the next coming weeks, I know the fascist one gets a lot of attention, but I want this guy fired. I want the kid in the hat fired. I want all of them fired. I want every last one of them. And again, every community, if you know this guy, your friends or you know he's in your community, you have to recognize him from Bible camp, something like that. I want you guys to shun this person. And that's not violating free speech. That's not violating his basic rights. That's really not. That's you telling him, look, we are tolerant of many things. The ideas and the founding fathers had this belief in these ideals of free speech and all this kind of stuff. But what you're espousing here is ideas that are completely antithetical to those ideals. You don't believe in free speech. You mock it. You use its corpse and you wear it like a fucking wolf in sheep's clothing so that you can get closer to the sheep. This is literally that. Again, I'm pretty sure that's a Christian story or kind of an analogy is the wolf in sheep's clothing. But that's literally what all of these people are. And it's perfectly acceptable for the sheep, for the shepherd, and for the community to kick the wolf out. Or at the very least demand, honestly, you would kick the wolf out and then also demand that the wolf take off the sheep's clothing. Take it off. You do not get to wear the skin of a sheep, the appearance of a sheep when you are a wolf intending on murdering, killing, and eating and devouring my sheep. As both the shepherd and the sheep, member of this community, you get kicked out because you aren't a sheep. You're a wolf. I know there's a lot of lone wolves out there who like this and are also getting a minor erection at the thought of people calling them a wolf. Yeah, I'm a wolf. I'm badass. I don't give a shit. Sounds good to you. So I want, again, I think it is your moral, ethical, and Christian duty to tell this young man, look, I understand you got a little excited. I understand this, but look, you got to change your ways right fucking quick. Like you gotta smarten up here, boy. Because this is your second chance. You don't get third chances. You don't get a lot more after this. But part of that comes with punishment, and you get fired. You get kicked out. We don't want to associate with wolves. We are lambs. We are lamb-like in God's image. Like we are doing so many things that you just don't agree with. Fundamentally.
due process is important? Some would say that's at the very core of American Constitution.
And
Fifth Amendment.
And what I think makes the Constitution function, what allows it to save this country and to actually make it work, are the people who are...
I'm not sure where you're going with this argument.
Hold on. I'll show
Again, the people, because they believe that this culture is biologically coded. They genuinely believe that like biology rules you and the race rules you. The people are what make it valuable, and people are what it embodies. And if the wrong people are here, they literally cannot embody these values.
Is Trump defying the Constitution?
hold on,
That's
hold on.
my claim. You can have these weird hypotheticals
We're
about...
taking it into a different meta, which is,
I'd rather not.
what's the function of the Constitution?
I'd rather not have your...
You already did. You already did.
Yeah, but
literally
now I
just
don't
5
want
minutes
to.
ago when you took it to immigration.
Now I don't
pal.
want to.
Okay, let's bring it back.
I want to bring it back to the First, the Fourth,
Awesome.
the Fifth, and the 14th Amendments, and the 22nd Amendments.
Then
Either
let
you
me
say...
throw it to your question.
Hold on, you got two very good positions here. One is to say, I don't think he's defying them, and I'll say why you're wrong. Or you say, I don't care that he's defying them, as one of your colleagues said, in which case, I don't know where this conversation goes because you don't believe in democracy.
That's fair. Do you think it's wrong to dismantle the Constitution?
So there's two options ahead of you.
No,
Do you
hold on.
agree?
This is important.
Do you
What
agree?
I'm doing
So
is
is
I'm
Donald Trump... Okay, let me ask a question about it, since you're asking me questions. You're not answering the basic point.
Well,
Do you think Donald Trump is dismantling the Constitution? Can we agree that Donald Trump is dismantling? Because I'll agree with you on that. I think he is dismantling the Constitution.
I think he's
illegally, unconstitutionally,
I think he's interpreting it in ways that are more
which judges
congruent.
do not agree with him on.
Okay, hold
which
on.
the Supreme
Hold
Court
on.
has not agreed with him on.
And the judges don't agree with the people who wrote the Constitution.
How do you...
Which is hilarious. Again, this kind of, they don't agree. One, you don't know what they meant when it came to the Constitution, because you probably haven't even ever read the original wording and or structure of the Constitution. Let's just get that out of the fucking way. Two, you probably even haven't read any of the actual wordings and writings of the people who wrote the Constitution around it. And two, what you have read, you have read it in such a biased and nonsensical manner, again, just projecting onto it what you think it means, not necessarily what they meant it. Again, people do this for a living, and they spend a lot of time interpreting this, and they spend a lot of time reading the knowledge that is in and around and that would have been reference cited or inspirational of those people at that moment in time. They spend a lot of time doing this to try and understand, what did they mean when they meant this? What was the common usage of this word? As a literature person, and again, poor historian, but mostly an English literature person, one of the things that very early on students always fuck up is they'll often read a text or whatever, and they'll make certain proclamations about it and certain interpretations that the experts will say, well, you're kind of wrong on this, but the kids will go, but it says this word right here. And then the person will, the teacher or whatever will have to kind of like put a hand on them and say, okay, look, I'm about to have to burst your world here, but the book that you read isn't the book that they wrote. The book that you read is the translated version of that book, because the book was originally written in fucking French, dude. So it's been translated. And in translation, again, sometimes things are lost, some things are designed, some things are, we have to use the closest word we can find that matches the kind of ideas and thoughts, but it's not perfect. It's not always neat. And sometimes, depending on the translator, some translations are better than others. Some translations are really, really shitty. Also, when you read this word, yes, is used back then and it was used today. However, when they said this word back in the day, it had a different connotation because the society and culture in which they were living in was different. So this word, this reference point, this sign signified something different than it is today. By a lot. Sometimes it's just the severity and degree of severity. Sometimes it literally is sometimes major meaning, structural meaning, that you can't just assume that this word, like, you have to do it to a certain degree, but there's certain things that you need to kind of go back on and look at, and or ask the experts, study the history, go back and go, okay, when was this word used? And what connotations was this word used in other works around the same time that this person would be, again, using their knowledge of language at that time? When they say this word, they know it means X. But over the years, this word has kind of lost a lot of meaning of X, and it's now more Y. If you look at a Y, it kind of looks somewhat shaped like an X. It looks like maybe one of the feet was lost or something like that. So that's kind of like over years, over evolutionary years of cultures mixing and whatever and all this stuff, the idea changed. So I guarantee you, this person isn't reading the Constitution, understanding the original meaning of it. They're projecting their desires and wants onto the original writings. Second problem is that the Constitution, for most of them, was never meant to be this unchanging idea. In fact, a good chunk of all of them, especially the major writers and thinkers behind the Constitution, did not necessarily believe that the Constitution should be this unchanging Word of God document, that the document should be very, very important as a reference point, but it should change as necessary to fit the changing needs of the country and the peoples around it, to reflect their values as best as possible, keeping the original values when we were first formed, sure, certainly, but there are certain things that they didn't want to write in there, which is why they didn't write in one must arrive in horse and carriage and all other forms of transportation are wrong, because they knew, like, well, I don't know if horse and carriage is going to be the common traveling thing. It could be boat. It could be anything. I've heard there's some whispering words that there's some kind of automobile things happening, or people travel by, fucking air balloon or something like that. We don't want to write something so materialistically based in how we do things today. That's where you get these weird traditions that are kind of somewhat silly, and people like, oh, why do we need to do this? It doesn't have any cultural value other than just the continued tradition of it, but it doesn't have any like spiritual or moral value. They wanted to codify as best as possible without any of the extreme burdens of their cultural moment. They wanted to codify a kind of ideological morality of national and people's rights to a certain degree. Again, this guy fundamentally doesn't understand that.
Let's take your example of the Second Amendment. Let's say that a bunch of
I didn't
judges...
give the Second Amendment.
No,
hold
on.
Fourth. You don't want to talk about the ones I've given.
You're interrupting me. You're interrupting me.
You're ignoring me. First, fourth, fifth.
You are. Again, we want to talk, like, you want to talk about whether or not the Constitution is valid or not, which is kind of frustrating because, like, look, you're basically admitting Donald Trump is defying the Constitution and I don't give a shit. Just say that, then you can have your discussion on the constitutional value. Like, you can get frustrated all you want, but honestly, there is a way in which you can talk about the Constitution you want that not necessarily, it doesn't necessarily defeat Mehdi Hasan, because you're not going to beat him on this point, because you don't actually want to beat him on this point. You could just simply say, rather than getting frustrated, just simply say, okay, for the sake of arguments, I will say Donald Trump is defying the Constitution, and here's why I think that is not wrong to do.
14th, 22nd Amendments. Those are my amendments that I came with today. If you don't want to do it, then just say so.
I'm trying to understand your ideology.
So.
You believe that dismantling the Constitution is okay when it's about parts of the Constitution that you disagree with.
Amendments.
You would be fine getting rid of the Second Amendment, even though that would be a dismantling of the Constitution.
No, because it would be done via Constitution.
Again, defying the Constitution is not just defying the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, or whatever. Part of the reason why this is bad is because Donald Trump is defying how the rules of how the Constitution can be changed. You can change the Constitution, you just have to do it in a constitutionally way, because the Constitution is supposed to be a foundational document that guides us. And part of that is not necessarily just the individual pieces within the Constitution, but the idea of the constitutional process, that you do not simply have, it is not just done by kingly fiat, or that this proclamation of the king and all things must do as they do as the king says. It must be done through the through a procedure that allows for democratic intersections and for complaints and for, again, dialogue, debate and dialogue to happen, you gigantic fucking dumbass. The very thing that you say value, that's the core function of the Constitution, is that no, you can change the Constitution. You just have to do it through these methods. It's kind of like the scientific method is not necessarily proclaiming any one scientific proclamation as true or false. That's not the purpose of it. The scientific method is the ideological process by which things are confirmed and or given more weight depending on their replication and blah, 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 all that shit, right? It's more of a foundation. So he is defying not just the amendments, but also defying, and Mehdi Hasan has kind of hinted at this, but it's difficult because these people just don't really engage with the prompt at all. He is not just defying the individual amendments, he's defying the basic spirit and the idea behind the Constitution as a whole document. The Constitution as being a thing. You would probably be very, very protesting against the Bible being changed. But if the Bible said that any of these rules can be changed, if all of Christians recognize that this no longer is a thing, again, it can be changed. That's the big thing, is that the Constitution can be changed, but the change is regulated. Donald Trump is not just defying and abusing the individual constitutional things, but he's also, by doing those things in the improper manner, he's also defying the basic process by which the Constitution can be amended and changed. You can technically violate an amendment if you go through the process to remove the amendment. If you go through the process to remove the amendment constitutionally and then do the thing that, if that amendment was still there, would violate it, you haven't violated the Constitution because you got rid of the rule. You got to follow the law. You want to not follow the law? Change the law first, then not follow the law. It's a basic procedural thing, and it's important because it's a check on power and, again, complete and total domination by, again, potentially bad actors. That is the core of the Constitution, to protect against monarchy, an absolute rule.
Which means I'm not the one sitting here like your pal.
Okay, you have agreed. You have agreed the Constitution.
I'm not the one saying you just get rid of them willy-nilly.
Right,
I don't agree.
We're ramping up.
I don't agree that Joe Biden should come in and say by executive order, if Joe Biden put out executive order saying Second Amendment no longer applies.
Notice how fast and smiling, whatever, he's not listening. He genuinely isn't listening. So this is why, again, you talk about conversation. This is why, if you align yourself with this person, you're wondering, why don't people want to debate me and talk with me? You know, it's just because they're all liberal, stupid people and poopy heads. The reason why is because you are not conversing with the other person. You aren't even debating. You aren't even responding. You're just waiting for them to stop talking or to hear a keyword or two and then run off your mouth. Again, don't just say, listen to the words that he's saying here.
Come in and say by executive order, if Joe Biden put out executive order saying Second Amendment no longer applies, I can round up everyone's guns. I don't agree with that.
Your result is exactly the same.
I don't agree with them.
No, the result is not the same. I know you guys are stupid. And even if you say the result is the same, but here is the problem. Again, this is the difference between having zero morals and only goals you want to achieve. Only, again, childish goals. I want this to happen. I don't have any values. I don't have principles that supersede goals. That the values are the goals into themselves, and maintaining those values is the goal, not necessarily some kind of weird, arbitrary, materialistic, goal of this. Again, he has the value of okay, I want to get rid of guns, but the value of doing things the right way and doing things in the fair and just way is more important than any material change to the world I want to see. You can agree or disagree with this to a certain extent, but you have to at least acknowledge that it doesn't matter that the goal is the same. Again, I will point this back to this kind of same thinking, fundamentally, is why I have so little respect with it, is that this kind of thing is that, and I would ask this question, is this and this, and we'll do, let's see, two. I can't spell today. Again, is 2 plus 2 the same as this? 2 times 2, because the result is the same. Is the result fundamentally the same and more, and then just added on to that, are all of the parts, the 2's, the same? If you think yes, you don't understand math, you are ignorant and stupid, you need to go back to school. This is the problem.
But I don't agree with the method of doing it. It's unconstitutional.
That's fine.
He would have been defying the Constitution, and I would have said so, but you can't bring yourself to say so. We've been sitting here for several minutes. All of your friends have seen me ask you several times, do you agree that Donald Trump is defying the 1st, 4th, 5th, 14th, and possibly 22nd Amendments? Your colleague at least admitted that he's defying the First Amendment.
I understand that you came in here. What you are attempting to do is simply frame this conversation like you did with the first claim about Donald Trump. But then when anybody asks you any kind of question that presses you to...
It doesn't press. You're asking irrelevant questions. Like, look, I don't necessarily agree. Like, yeah, these are somewhat potentially gotcha things, but you're not pressing anything. I hate to tell you this. Nobody thinks you're pressing jack shit. What you're doing is obfuscating, and what you're doing is trying to substitute in a different thing for here, because you can't or won't bite the bullet or understand the core of this. You can't attack anything here.
Like you did with the first claim about Donald Trump. But then when anybody asks you any kind of question that presses you to the least degree
I answered. I said I would dismantle the Constitution, but I would do it constitutionally, not by executive order.
So what I'm trying to get to is to prove to everybody who's watching that what you care about is not the Constitution in what it represents or creates. You care about the Constitution only insofar as it allows you to achieve your political worldview.
No, not wholly. And even again, this is one of the things where, like, this, you're just like me. You don't have values. You don't have anything. What you want is, you want, just like me, to reach this goal, and you don't care how you get to it. You don't care about process. You don't care anything. So that means might makes right, and all it is just, we got to go as hard as we can. But again, he doesn't believe that, because if that's true, then again, we just end up like, okay, well then I guess I just kill you. I just kill, like, what other thing other than extreme violence do you allow for at this point? Other than straight up, again, we go back to every single person here just keeps advocating, even though they don't actually want this, and they think they'll somehow be spared the consequences of this. They all want civil war.
We agree on that.
No, I care about the Constitution,
you agree with the
because I don't think presidents should be fascist dictators and violate the Constitution. That's what I'm saying.
You care,
and he is different. I don't think the president should have the power to lock you and me up if we write an op-ed that he doesn't like.
That's awesome.
I don't think the president should be able to crack down.
But how can you agree with that?
As if you and I decide to go protest outside his parade. I don't think the president should be able to deprive you and I of due process or come into our homes without a warrant.
And I think,
well, let's end an agreement then.
All right, pause.
Hey, get the fuck out of here.
It's good to meet you. It's good to
meet you, Kai.
Yeah, idiot, moron.
Hey, how are you? I'm Mehdi.
Hi, I'm Jessica.
Nice to meet you.
How are you? So Trump is defying the 1st, 4th,
5th, and 14th, and maybe the 22nd soon.
Okay. So I want to focus on the first
Okay.
and the fifth.
Okay.
So you say that Trump is defying the First Amendment. Can you give me an example?
For example, he banned the Associated Press from attending White House events. A Trump-appointed judge said that was against the First Amendment. He's been cracking down on media organizations he doesn't like over their speech. If they say stuff he doesn't like, for example,
Cracking down how?
So, for example, he banned the Associated Press from attending White House events because they
can't go
said
to the White House
it's
either.
the Gulf of Mexico.
You're not the press. And again, this is one of those things where like they don't understand, like they're special, but also like it's just they can only see the world or understand the world through their very myopically limited perspective. And it's just so weird that they've had zero ability to understand how other people think and engage with the world, even if they don't agree. It's just weird.
That's not how it works. They were already at the White House. He deprived them of access, so he punished them for their speech.
But
which is
are
why
they allowed to go to the press,
Which is why a
though?
judge he appointed, Trevor McFadden, said this was contrary to the First Amendment. A Trump-appointed judge. He's called MSNBC and CNN illegal. Media organizations are not ipso facto
But that's free speech.
illegal.
He can call them whatever they want.
So here's the next thing I would say that a lot of people don't seem to understand, especially these absolute kind of power thing. And it's important to understand that is that you, as a servant of the government people, you do not have the same level of rights as a normal citizen because of the power again, when you take an oath, governmental employee or whatever, as a servant of the government and of the people, and as a member of this, you do not have the same level of rights and free speech as a normal citizen because of the power invested in you by the people makes your statements have greater weight. The reason why you have free speech and the ideas of this is because all speech is equal for the most part. As a general rule, all speech is equal. Means that you do not have more or less right than me, which means that I can speak and you can speak, we can all speak. The thing is that when you are invested with governmental power, which has the backing of the government, of the legal institutions, of the police, and of military force, to some degree, you do not have the right. No matter how low level of an employee of the government you are, you do not have the same right, especially when you are acting in the capacity as a servant of the government. You do not have the same level of rights of free speech. There are generally held limitations on this. So you do not get to say in hyperbole that things are illegal, because it would have to be a hyperbole because it's not true. So in many ways, hyperbole is a degree of lie. It's a degree of misinformation. As a servant of the government, it is generally encouraged that you do not misinform, mislead, or otherwise misrepresent the peoples and the fact of the matter to the peoples you serve, because they rely upon you as a source of authority. You are held to a higher standard. You do not have the same rights. Anybody who's been in the military understands this, is that you can say a lot of shit when you're out of uniform. All kinds of shit. Though if you get caught saying it on live news, you might get in trouble to a certain degree if you're still a member of the armed services. But every single military person out there, a lot of you guys are conservative, you know for very damn good reasons, when you're in the uniform of whatever branch of military you are in, you do not get to spout your mouth off and say some stupid shit. No matter how much you believe it or how emotional or how much you think you value it, you don't get to say that. You have to be very careful. It's not just the reactions of it, but again, because there is an honor, there is an integrity within that system. They know we have too much power to be saying stupid shit, emotional, off-the-cuff shit. And when you are wearing that uniform, you are not just some random U.S. citizen, individual, person on TikTok. You are representative of the entire institution itself and its validity and its power. Shut up. It's as simple as that. Everybody knows this. The only reason you don't know this is because you've never held any significant power in society of any degree, because you've never wanted to, but you've always wanted to abuse your rights of this. And that's fine. You're a citizen. You can get to use your rights as much as you goddamn please, I guess. But yes, you've never been in charge. You've never had to do things or command things or manage things to any degree that is worthwhile. So yes, you don't understand this distinction. That doesn't mean that there isn't a distinction. You just don't get it.
Attacking the media
Yeah, he can
by the
attack.
president as the executive?
Yeah, he can
and-
say whatever he wants. That's literally the First Amendment.
He can say whatever he wants.
Absolutely.
But the media can't say what they want.
They do.
But he's going after them. He's suing them. He's using lawsuits to crack down on the press.
They
Presidents
use
have not done that
lawsuits
before.
to give him 34 felonies that Hillary.
They didn't give lawsuits because that's a lawsuit as a civil matter. But again, the media didn't do this. The government did this. And again, states, governments did this because he broke the fucking law. Like, he was found guilty by a jury of his peers because he broke the law. And I'm sorry, anybody who says otherwise is just absolutely insane. I think somebody else mentioned earlier here, and maybe it was here, maybe it was later, somebody mentioning, like, you know, how, or a common thing is like, oh, they went after him, you know, saying that Mar-a-Lago wasn't worthwhile. But if you look at how much Mar-a-Lago is supposed to be worth, its value, it's like hundreds of millions of dollars, and they're trying to say it was only worth 16. Here's the thing that you didn't get from the actual court cases. Now, I'm working off of memory here because I don't remember all of it, but I do remember one of the big pieces that they constantly talked about is that the reason why Donald Trump was convicted of, to this degree, fraud is because he was the one who was wanting to say on tax records that Mar-a-Lago, because of its designation, was worth considerably less than what he says. Because he doesn't want to pay the taxes on hundreds of millions of dollar property. So he zones it differently and he files it as a different type of property, which is considerably less. I think it was like 16 million or something like that versus what it could be worth if it was just zoned differently and applied the taxes differently. Yeah, it would be worth $100+ million. But he was the one who said that because he didn't want to pay the taxes. But then he starts evaluating it and tries to sell it and or get loans and profit off of it based upon he's telling people it's worth $100 million. But it's not. The way he has zoned it has changed the value of that. And this is just the basics of tax code basics. He tried to pull a fast one and he got caught. This wasn't the media. Again, I know you don't understand this because you just have this weird fucking conspiracy brain that everyone is against Trump and going after him. But the media didn't go after him. They just simply reported that this is what was happening.
He's using lawsuits to crack down on the press.
They
Presidents
use
have not done that
lawsuits
before.
to give him 34 felonies that Hillary Clinton did.
No media gave.
Hillary Clinton, what do you mean Hillary Clinton? But the crimes that Hillary Clinton committed, the same crimes? One, no, I don't think so. And two, if you want to do that, file charges.
Gave him a lawsuit.
No, but people
we're
on
talking
the
about the media.
Democratic side.
We don't talk about the Democrats.
Okay.
People on the Democratic side. Again, this weird tribalistic Manichaean good versus evil thinking is so childish and so myopically stupid that they can't see how different peoples may combine forces or not in different avenues and how people can reach the same answer through different conclusions. And it's weird that they can't differentiate anything. They want to be treated as perfect individuals and not share the blame of anything that happens on their side, but then they will damn the other side, whatever side that they're imagining that there is.
So he can call them whatever he wants because that's the freedom of speech.
He actually can't, because again, his words have greater power and significance than others because he is a servant of the government. And he is the chief executive of this. He does not have the right to do this. Again, I understand that you have zero understanding of this because you've never held a position of power of any significance, but this is different.
He's
can even
threatened to
discourage-
imprison reporters.
He absolutely.
He wants to imprison. He said reporters should go to prison for reporting. He threatened some of them with prison rape. Right? That is against the First Amendment.
Okay. How is that against the?
It actually kind of is. Again, you're not allowed to threaten people. Again, you can have the right to speech, but again, there are limitations. You can't say you can't say I'm going to kill you, or I'm going to beat you up, or I'm going to do other terrible things. You can't say that. That's harassment and a threat. You can't. It's not covered by free speech.
First Amendment.
You don't think sending reporters to prison for reporting that he doesn't like?
Did he do that?
He wanted to. He said so.
Okay,
I would like them to go.
I would really like to.
So
fly.
other people stopped him doesn't mean he's not defying the Constitution.
So
he also said if you turn up,
excuse me, he can want to do something.
Yes.
Yeah, you can want internally to do things, but you cannot express those opinions, especially if they are technically illegal. You can't threaten people with harm.
That doesn't mean he will or he can.
Okay.
And again, this weird. Just because he wants to doesn't mean he will or can. Again, the reason why he can't, we'll ignore the will for a second, but the can't part is because there are checks and balances in people who will stop him, which is what you want to remove. And half of these people want to remove, such as the checks and balances as the Constitution.
I think he's very.
Well, I've already
aware
given an
of
example of something he did do to the Associated Press, but okay.
Yeah, okay, so the Associated Press isn't allowed in the Oval Office, which is his office, that's his executive space.
Okay.
And they are allowed.
His space, his little personal, it's not his space. This is another thing that they don't understand because, again, they're childish, and whenever they get into something, they think it's theirs, and they have this weird ownership kind of thing, is that you do not own the space you are occupying, either as a government official or as a business person. Like, oh, this is my office. Technically, yes. Technically, no. If you're the CEO, you are in the CEO's office. You might say, that's my office. You could say it's some vague technicality. Because you are the CEO, this is your office. But it's only your office because you're the CEO. You don't have unlimited rights in that office. Why? From like a foundational thing. We're ignoring like business law or anything like that. Why? Because you are not the originator. You are not some kind of material object of unchanging thing from now, once and future king thing. You are simply the person who is holding that position for today. Tomorrow, a new CEO may come in, and now that office is their office, only insofar as you hold that. And again, you do not have this. This is why, again, like, oh, he gets to do whatever he wants to a certain degree, but at the same time, he is just a representative of the office. He is just the newest person in there.
Allowed in the press room, just like CNN, just like The Guardian.
It was a restriction on essential information that was deemed unconstitutional because, again, Trump could absolutely say certain information and restrict information in his office that doesn't reach the press areas. Part of the reason is that, you cannot unfairly restrict their access for really these banal fucking reasons, these stupid, nonsensical reasons.
He thinks are illegal media organizations.
He can think whatever he wants.
calls the media the enemies of the people.
You called him a fascist.
Yeah.
you can.
But he literally said he was a fascist and he was okay with that. You idiot. It's okay to call things what they are if they actually are that. Again, the media organizations are not illegal by definition.
Say whatever you want.
Yes. But the president is. I'm not the president of the United States with the executive power to crack down on the media.
The First Amendment only applies to the citizens, but not the president.
I never
of the
said that.
United States.
In fact, Donald Trump runs his mouth more than anyone.
Absolutely.
Again, it's not that it doesn't apply. It's just, again, fundamentally, I do believe this is relatively true. It's not that it doesn't apply. It's just that there are degrees and greater restrictions on this, especially when you are executing the office and speaking as that office. And again, when you are appointed this as a position, everything you say in that position is in many ways representing that office, because you can't take that uniform off. When you're the president, you can't take that uniform off. Kind of like, again, when you're enlisted, everything that you say, as long as you are a enlisted member of the military, can be representative of the military, which is why you do not have unlimited freedom of speech in certain circumstances. And if you get caught on something bad, they will not be happy with you. They will be pissed with you for very legitimate reasons. The second you're out of office, you could say whatever the hell you goddamn want, sure. But as long as you are in office, no. There are restrictions on you. And again, you don't understand that because you've never held any power in your life.
Absolutely, he
Yeah,
does.
and he doesn't just
he
say
is.
stuff. As I said, he actually does stuff. He actually does crack down. For example, you Fifth Amendment.
Yes.
Due process.
Yes.
Judges have actually said you have violated due process.
Yes,
of
except
people on trial.
for people kind of forget the Clinton, the 1996 Immigration Reform Act.
Yeah.
Again, you didn't know this. You heard some pundit say something like this, and you're imagining that it is relevant.
Where you can get limited due process when you have expedited.
American citizens?
No.
What about American citizens?
Who's getting deported? That's American.
2 American children have been deported, multiple this year.
Oh, crashed. Hold on. We'll bring it back up.
No.
Yeah.
Their parents have been deported, and their parents say,
No,
"I'm
the
going
father
to
was
take
American.
my baby."
No.
Was mom legal?
We don't know.
Was mom again, this is one of those really fucking vile things. How dare they're anchor babies. They're not true. It's like this. Look, you don't like it, but you don't get to deport American citizens. Just don't. Not that easily, not without due process of some kind. Sorry, you don't. Again, because if you can do that with the anchor baby, he can do that with anybody. Literally anybody, because the value that keeps you a naturalized citizen, or a citizen, not naturalized, but a natural born citizen, is the very same value that keeps that child as a natural born citizen.
No, because they didn't go to court, and the judge.
They
by
don't
the way,
have to go to
by the-
court.
yes,
That's
okay.
not a part of the due process.
Yes, they do.
Are you a lawyer?
I'm very aware of it.
Are you a lawyer?
Do I have to be? Oh, we're making an argument.
Yes, you do. Yes, you have to be a lawyer. I'm sorry, you're too fucking stupid. But all the lawyers, many of the lawyers, and many of the fucking judges are all saying this is illegal. But you, fucking Glass's mom, works at a fucking Denny's or some shit. And again, I don't want to smack on Denny's workers. Denny's is a fine restaurant. Like, I'm not much more important. I'm no more a lawyer than she is or Mehdi Hasan is. Which is why I tend to follow the general opinion of the legal counsel and the fucking lawyers and the judges who know this fairly well. And the majority of them say, yeah, no, this is what was not legal.
Are you a lawyer?
We're making
It's a simple question.
No.
Are you a lawyer?
Okay, we're making an argument.
I'll take that as a no. A Trump-appointed judge in the case, not some Marxist lefty judges you people like to call them, a Trump-appointed.
I know you don't care because you don't care about the law, and you don't care about anything because you don't have to, because you are just a stay-at-home mom doing fucking laundry or some shit. But I'm sorry, the systems that govern whether or not you have clean water running to your house, they have to care. Like, again, this same kind of mentality, this is why these people, when they get in power, they become so dangerous, because they have so little understanding how anything fucking works, that this is how you get disastrous fucking things. And it's funny because I can even tell them about, again, Soviet Russia and some of the issues where people were being put into positions because they were party favorites and because they kissed the ass of local politicians and or members of the party. So they're put in positions of extremely technical knowledge, and then that resulted in terrible things. Lysenko was given, like, I can't remember what his position was, but he was a major figure in agriculture and designing and designing the process and those systems by which they would plant and grow, and based on his wacky new theory. And the reason why he got there wasn't because he was the top of his scientific field and because all the other scientists were said he was really good. It wasn't because he was amazing in any degree. In fact, he was a fucking outsider dumbass where almost all the major scientists at the time said, no, this guy's a fucking idiot. In Soviet Russia, they're like, this guy's an idiot. His theories are nonsensical, will be disastrous for us. He got there because he was a party favorite, because he played party favorites, and he got elected there, and he used his power to shut down, silence, and imprison anybody who disagreed with him, anybody who didn't agree with his theory. And his program led to mass starvation and horrific fucking suffering. we can see what happens when people who don't understand, who don't care about actual how shit works, get in power. And again, they just don't get it.
Judge said you cannot, it is illegal and unconstitutional to expel or deport an American citizen without meaningful process. He said that in April. So that was an act that Trump did. It wasn't
the
speech.
child-
He got rid of an American citizen from the country without process.
So
That's the Fifth Amendment violation.
Since I'm not up to date on that specific
I can give you
case,
more.
I'm sure you can. So
Well, again, I love this attitude, anti-intellectualism. God, just to the core anti-intellectualism. You're big smarty pants, but I got wisdom, and like, oh, I'm sure you could throw all these things like facts and figures being thrown at me, and it's all just distractive things. Like, that could be a way in which people do stuff, is they gish gallop and throw facts and figures. But the fact that you can't understand and actually address any of them to any degree, I'm sorry that you are feeling flustered and frustrated by your own ignorance, but that's on you.
Well, you weren't aware that American citizens are being deported. It's a pretty big story.
yeah, the
Maybe if
child
you
that
read the
probably
fake
went
news,
with
you might know.
Trump. What?
If you read the fake news, you might know what's going on. A lot of
Oh,
American
how
citizens
would I know what's going
have
on
been
if I
deported.
read fake news? I don't watch CNN or Rachel Maddow.
That's,
Sorry,
That's why you
That's-
don't know that your fellow citizens have been deported this year.
my fellow citizens.
Are they
no.
not? American citizens haven't been deported?
Okay, when a child goes with their
All right,
adult-
guys, that's time. Please
Get the
return
fuck
to your
outta here.
seat.
Nice to meet you.
I'm still just going to say I disagree with shaking their hands. At a certain point, these people are so un-American, you don't shake their hand.
Hey, before we go any further, we want
No. You will not. I will not have you
Damn it.
advertise to me. Hold on. It crashed again. It really doesn't like this pop out sometimes. This is a long one. There we go.
Are good for America.
Claim 1. Immigrants overall are good for America. All right. Again, a very vague, again, I'm not necessarily saying I am in love with all of these statements. They're fairly vague, and it's kind of definitionally we'd have to go, what do you mean by good economically? There's a lot of ways. So there's a lot of ways, because it's so vague, there's a lot of ways to win this argument here. So again, I'm not sure if I would call that a point against Mehdi, but for the most part, this is one of the issues here. This is a very general kind of statement.
Hi, how are you?
Hello, nice to meet you,
Mehdi.
Daniela. So, in regards to your claim, I just want to start by asking this: do you care more about helping Americans or immigrants in this claim?
Okay. I want to write that up because it's important to understand why they're not very, why they are indoctrinated to hear certain keywords and not think. Here's the important part, is that being an immigrant does not disqualify you from being an American. Because immigrant simply says that you have immigrated from one location to another location, one geographical area. So again, somebody who is born in Tokyo, lives there for 3 years, parents move here, they become naturalized to the process, and they take their civics tests when they're an adult or something like that, and at 18 years old they get past their test, they get their citizenship. They are an immigrant and an American. So this idea that an immigrant is automatically not a citizen is nonsensical. Again, they are constantly, because they constantly hear illegal with the word immigrant, that they are now synonymous. I've misspelled that one to hell and back again. I wasn't far off. Synonymous with each other, which they are not. Synonymous. They are two different things. This is a modifier to this. This is working as an adjective to this noun. Immigrant is a noun, a statement, a person, place, or thing, a condition. This is a modifier. Again, they are so brainwashed and so kind of ignorant of these matters that they are getting to the point where they can't actually understand, or nearing the point where they can't understand basic grammatical structure and words and language. Immigrant is not illegal and is not non-citizen or citizen. It has nothing to do with citizenship necessarily. All it is saying is that this individual was not born in this particular geographical locale and immigrated to this now geographical locale. Their citizenship is a different classification. This is simply saying they just didn't come from here. They weren't born here. It has nothing to do with citizenship.
Immigrants are Americans. I'm an immigrant and an American.
Well, immigrants are not Americans. Americans are the people that were born here.
That's not.
Again, you're just kind of this weird, stupid. Because again, racists are constantly saying, you're British, even though you're an American citizen or whatever, you're British. There's this weird essentialism, and they just don't understand how anything works, like literally anything, like reality. Excuse me. I'm allergic to bullshit. And again, they think in such simplistic terms. And again, if you were to, because I've seen this, she is the child of immigrant parents, I do believe. So the question is are your parents American? Well, if they have their citizenship, yes, that's all that being American means. American does not mean some kind of born right, some birthright, anything like that. Being American is just your citizenship. Just like being British is, in many ways, again, sometimes British, and English, again, we can see these kind of ethnicities to a certain degree, but honestly, for the most part, that's kind of an old world kind of thing, because America, because it was a nation of immigrants with many different ethnic backgrounds for the most part, and it was developed under many ethnic backgrounds, we've never really had an American ethnicity. It's never really been that true because it's been too much. There's been too much diversity, even within the Anglo-Saxon Protestant kind of bullshit. Like there's still too much really ethnic background for it to work. Because we got French, we got English, we got Scottish, we got fucking Irish to a certain degree. Eventually, it became, again, in the modern day, there is no really American ethnicity. And ethnicity has to do with kind of the geographical makeup of a certain peoples that have been in a location long enough that they have become somewhat distinct to a certain degree from other peoples. America, because it is filled with so many different immigrant locations or whatever, has a certain degree of maybe ethnicity if you want to make, but that ethnicity is not located within some kind of visual or anything. It is mostly cultural ethnic culture, if you will. Again, but we're stretching the words and terms here a bit too hard, which is what the issue is you think that this lady thinks that, again, American is an ethnicity, which it's not.
Not true. Where'd you get? What's the basis of your claim for that?
Are you talking about people that get naturalized in the process of becoming American?
14th Amendment. Have you read it?
Okay, yes, I have.
They're immigrants.
It says any person's born or
they are immigrant. Again, they either born or naturalized are American citizens. So born here, they're just born here. Again, if Mehdi Hasan was born here by Indian parents who immigrated there, he would be a citizen just as much as he is now. It's just from a technicality standpoint, he wouldn't have been an immigrant or a naturalized citizen. He would have been a born citizen. But there is no real distinction because the Constitution and the general idea is that they're both the same. Just from a weird technicality as far as were you technically born here or did you immigrate? Well, I was born here. Okay. Doesn't really matter where you're born. It's not like somehow because I was born in Iowa, I am somehow an Iowa person. I was not raised in Iowa. I have no connection really to fucking Iowa. I was raised in the Southwest. I'm more of a Southwest desert rat boy. I am not an Iowa kid. I just don't really have that. You might say I might have been imparted some Iowa-ness, Iowa ethnicity, or Iowa capacity, or like concepts, or like essence, because my parents were from Iowa. But again, they moved here pretty young, and they themselves have changed. Like, again, it's just this weird blood and soil fucking argument. It really is weird. They just don't understand how fucking logically inconsistent and weird this is, because they don't think about it.
Naturalized in the United States are citizens of the United States.
I'm aware of that.
There's about 40 to 50 million.
Are you sure you're aware of it? Because you said immigrants versus Americans. What the fuck are you talking about? Are you talking about illegal immigrants? Are illegal immigrants Americans? Well, no. Nobody's saying that they are American citizens. They're saying that they do, however, have basic rights which we give to them under certain constitutional aspects and human rights aspects, but they are technically not citizens, yes. And that means that they don't get certain access to certain things. They don't have the right to vote and various other ways and some other stuff, but for the most part, yeah, they're not citizens. But what are you talking about?
Million naturalized
I'm
Americans
aware
in
of
this
that.
country.
Yes, but
You didn't seem aware of it because you said Americans versus immigrants.
So, but are you understanding that the process of getting all these immigrants that come in here we've been also the millions
Again, getting all these immigrants here, what are you talking about?
of immigrants. It's up to the millions. It's the last 20 years now, and it has dramatically affected Americans here in the country, which
Positively, I would argue.
people like me and everyone around here, we cannot find homes or even get jobs within our
That has nothing to do with immigration. It just doesn't. That's a supply demand issue. That is a restriction on resources. That's a whole can of fucking worms. If there was no immigrants coming in here, again, that it's not going to stop. Again, the problem isn't that there are too many and they're taking our homes from us. The problem is that they're not building the homes. They're not doing the stuff, because why would they? When there's a ton of demand, you restrict the supply because I can make more money off of less. And they'll squeeze you. And especially for essential goods like a house, like shelter, yeah, they're going to stretch this. This has nothing to do with the immigrant. You might say, well, if the immigrants weren't here, there wouldn't be so much demand and therefore they would have to do this. No. Again, this is just fundamentally misunderstanding the degree of douchebaggery that is within these various corporations that handle these matters. Why would they? Okay, so there's less people here, but they still want to make their same profit margin. They don't give a shit how much demand or supply necessarily there is. They only care about their profit margin. So let's just say we kick out 20 million immigrants. Do you think prices are going to drop? Why? They're making lots of money now. Is Burger King going to get cheaper? No, they don't want it to cheaper. They're going to find every single which way. They're going to fight kicking and screaming to keep it the same. And you have zero ability to force them to make it cheaper. Other than, oh, well, I won't buy it. You can't not buy housing.
own fields that we go to college for, that we get into debt for. And because we even get
Positively, I would argue.
people like me and everyone around here, we cannot find homes or even get jobs within our own fields that we go to college for, that we get into debt for.
We get into debt for, again, nobody told you had to go to college. Nobody told you had to take on debt. Nobody did any of this. You made these choices knowing all these things, and now you're pissed off because it's not working out too well. And again, this has almost nothing to do with really the immigrants. And if you have problems with H-1B1 visas or stuff like that, to where they're coming over here, again, this isn't because we have too many immigrants coming in or not. It has, the systems are so much more complicated. And again, sometimes they're way more simple. It's just you've decided to blame the scapegoat that all of these systems say, no, 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 the reason why you can't get a job is because of the immigrant. It's not because I am restricting it and fucking you over. It's because the immigrant.
And because more blue-collar work, especially in construction, agriculture, and so forth, and the hospitality industry,
Again, here's the thing that they just don't want to admit. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, you guys don't want to do this because you think you're all privileged. You all think you're special. All of these people, again, that kid with his backward hat who's trying to go to college or whatever, he doesn't want to work construction. I'm sorry, you guys don't want to work construction. I'm sorry that the entire class don't want to work it. Well, because it's too cheap. The reason it's cheap isn't because the immigrants are coming over and working for cheap. It's because businesses know, and the corporations and these various, again, labor aspects know that they can, because of the precarious status of the immigrant, they can say, here's the pay. They can depreciate the pay, and then the immigrant can either accept this shitty pay or they can fuck off back to their country. They don't want to do that, so they accept the pay. It's not necessarily the immigrant's fault that the pay is depreciated by their labor. The pay is depreciated not even because of the supply nature. It is depreciated because the people who are in control, I'm sorry, not the demand, not supply, demand in nature, it's because people in control of the supply are artificially creating this problem because they want to make more fucking money. They would rather have a crew of illegal immigrants working because they know they can pay them less than that. And again, why aren't you angry at them? Oh, well, it's just, and again, the reason why you don't get angry at them is because you're just as much of a conniving, cheapskate, fucking piece of shit who will absolutely cut corners wherever you can to make the best profit for yourself and fuck everybody else, fuck society around you, because you're a narcissistic child. This is why they can't blame the contractor for deliberately utilizing labor that they know they can exploit more rather than American labor. They rather would blame the immigrant labor over the businesses because they're just as conniving and shitty.
we cannot get jobs in those fields, so it requires
Are you looking for a
us-
job in
I
construction
am
or
not.
agriculture?
No, I went
Just
to
joking.
college.
Okay.
Many people here are in college or went to college, but we can't even find jobs in our fields. Also because the
One, that's not a new problem, and that's not necessarily a problem of immigration. That's a problem of, again, various institutions, and even the some degree of college and university being run more like a capitalist business, and that profit is the king, and that they will absolutely, and the way to increase profit for them was to increase demand artificially. So again, this has very little. Your problems have very little to do with immigration.
H-1B visa program as well, but in regards to just your claim about immigrants specifically, we cannot even get jobs to pay for housing.
Unemployment is at a record low right now, even under Donald Trump. And I'm not a Donald Trump fan, but I would say unemployment under both Biden and Trump has been at record low levels.
Yeah, and again, I'm not sure I really like that measurement because there's a difference between good jobs and bad jobs. But again, unemployment is lower.
Okay, is this in regards for American citizens?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. That's one of the ways in which we measure them. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm unaware of that statistic, but from what I see, from what I can
I'm an
see
immigrant
here,
and an American, and
I will say she seems probably the least hateful. She just seems like most of them, like the far right anti-immigrant kind of thing. Like she seems like she's reached this point by just kind of listening and just kind of, she has her personal grievances, but she does seem to be less hateful and energetically hateful, and it's more just a general ignorance, just a complete and total ignorance of how anything is happening. They just know what's happening to their life, and they don't know the reason and causes for why these negative things are happening. So then somebody provided a nice, simple, easy answer, and they're just running with it.
I employ
Sure.
many
And
American
my-
citizens,
and-
both naturalized and the ones born here.
And
I employ
my
Americans.
parents, no, my parents came
Americans as defined by you.
my parents came as immigrants to become naturalized, so I'm not necessarily
Are they not American citizens? Well, they're immigrants.
Opposed to immigrants.
So you're the child of immigrants.
Correct. I'm a child of immigrants. I was born
But you don't
here.
accept that immigrants are Americans.
Not at this moment.
So your
because-
parents are not Americans.
Not at this moment.
So hold
no,
on, your parents are
they're
not Americans.
citizens. They became naturalized.
But what is American? Like again, you somehow, what is the American but a citizen? What is the ethnicity? What is the capacity, the nature of the thing? In this case, the nature of the American, this object. What is this if it's not citizenship? What is it? Is it ethnicity? Is it culture? What is it that makes your parents not Americans? And honestly, if I was their parents, I'd be kind of pissed off a little bit. Like, I mean, I'm sure they probably think of themselves not quite necessarily as Americans to a certain degree, but it's like, look, when did they come here and become naturalized? Like, this is this weird essentialist thinking again that just comes off as odd.
You just said you can't be citizens by being naturalized.
No, I was born here, and I'm not
Yeah,
opposed
you're born
to
here, right?
naturalization. I
But
never
are your
said that I'm
parents-
against naturalization.
Are you against naturalization?
No, I never said I was against
You did.
naturalization.
You began. You're very. Everyone was here. They can play it back on YouTube. You said Americans or immigrants. Are your parents Americans or immigrants?
No, my parents are United States citizens.
But they're immigrants. You said.
No, they came here as immigrants. However, but
So they
I
are
want to make the
immigrants.
claim that we cannot
I came here as an immigrant. I'm
but
an immigrant.
at this point, when they came, the
I think
United
that
States
people aren't happy
economy,
with the way this is going for you.
the United States economy was not at.
It's better now. The American economy is better than it's been
Not
for
from
many
the-
years.
not from the
And I can say
statistics
that
I
as
see.
someone who
We
doesn't
have-
like Donald Trump.
We're
Which
giving
statistics are you
millions
seeing?
and billions of dollars
Which
to
statistics
people
are you
of
seeing?
minorities as well as.
Again, this random factoid thing, because again, she doesn't actually, and again, the right-leaning propaganda machine doesn't want to create coherent, like, actual narratives. What they do is they create coherent feelings that are kind of propped up by these various little scare tactics and scare statistics and things that are meant to be forgotten. You're meant to forget the actual story and sentiment. Because she's talking about how immigrants are getting billions of dollars in loans. Like, what are you talking about? This is probably some kind of right-leaning weird thing to where, like, immigrants and people who immigrated here received billions of dollars of loans for their businesses, but white, Americans were not. It's like this. Well, one, they probably were. If you look at the statistic, it probably will say something like, this particular program encouraged immigrants who had naturalized who want to start small businesses. We also probably have half a dozen other fucking programs that are equally funded that give all people, including white Americans who want to start a small business, loans and billions of dollars in loans and shit like that. But again, because there was one specific program that was approved that may have given a couple $1 billion or set aside a couple $1 billion to help make sure that all small businesses, but especially small businesses that are coming from immigrant families, set up. Again, you don't even understand. You don't know the statistic. You don't know what you're citing. You haven't read it. You just heard it mentioned on a radio or a TV show somewhere, and you don't understand.
The reason the economy is doing badly now is because Donald Trump's tariff policy. Nothing to do with migrants. In fact, the
They can't
congressional.
even start businesses.
I'm an immigrant. I started a business. In
No,
fact,
I understand because the SBA
immigrants
is giving people
immigrants-
billions
I
of
didn't take any
loans.
loans
They're giving
from
them
SBA.
billions-
I didn't take any loans.
I'm not
from
saying you
SBA.
did, but I'm
Okay,
saying
well,
that
saying I did.
statistically speaking, they're giving billions of
So
loans
should we
to
do
these people.
statistics? According to statistics,
Who, where, when, how? Do you actually understand what any of this is? Did you actually look into it to understand where these businesses, why they're getting loans, how they're getting loans? Do you understand any of this? Again, what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
statistics, immigrants are 80% more likely to be entrepreneurs than native-born Americans.
Sure,
They're more likely
absolutely.
to start
No,
businesses
I'm aware of
and
that.
hire Americans.
No, I'm aware of
right?
that,
Immigrants
but
are
we
more likely
also-
to pay in taxes than
Yeah.
take out in benefits.
And
They're more likely to add to innovation and jobs and wages. This is what the statistics show. The Congressional
yeah, I
Budget Office.
understand- I
Let me just finish my
understand
point and then let you come back
Okay,
in.
go
The
ahead.
Congressional Budget Office, which is bipartisan, Republicans.
Again, they don't want them to actually mention statistics or whatever, because again, this is kind of true. Again, from a labor standpoint, yeah, immigration can be somewhat difficult for lower paying jobs. But honestly, even when we have lesser immigration, again, I'm sorry that a lot of blue collar kids like this in the background are refusing to work construction. Maybe because they're too privileged or they're too used to working easy life. I don't know, but they aren't taking the fucking jobs. nobody's taking jobs from somebody. I'm not taking a job from somebody. If I was an immigrant, I'm not taking somebody's job. If nobody else wants to work it, if the native population doesn't want to work it, I'm sorry that they don't want to do it. Again, I'm not a super pro immigration kind of individual. Even I'm not amazingly pro it. I can see how there can be major problems and exploitative issues in capitalist systems when it comes to immigration. But that fundamentally, it's different.
The Democrats both use it. They have said that the immigration surge that you mentioned will lead to an extra $9 trillion of GDP over the next 10 years. That amounts to $65,000 per American household. That's $65,000 for each and every.
I don't know why it keeps crashing. I think it's because I paused too much.
One of you holding up a red flag.
Okay, I
All
understand
right,
that, but
pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your
Nice
seat.
to meet you.
nice to meet you. Thank you.
Oh God, this fucking crackhead. This fucking crackhead. Jesus.
Hey, how's it going? I'm Mehdi.
What's going on, man? Nice to meet you. All right, so first, before I start, I need to know what you mean by good. I can talk about the economy, I can talk about culture, I can.
All right, so one, you need to take some Adderall. You need to take something, dude, because I understand you are very, very animated. You are very, very angry, and as you all will find out, he is also incredibly racist, incredibly bigoted. He's incredibly resentful because even though he hasn't felt a single effect of this, of immigrants of any kind, he's been constantly told that he's not going to get a job because the immigrants are tailing it. So he's scared, he's stupid, he's panicky, he's angry, he's pissed off at something that hasn't happened, that isn't happening to him, but he's terrified of it, and he's now become an absolute piece of shit racist. And it makes sense that he's from Texas. Because, boy, Texas racists are breed onto themselves.
Great.
About all those things, I need
All
to
of
know
them.
what you mean.
All of them.
All of them.
I'm saying immigrants are good for the economy. They're good for
think lower
culture.
wages are
they're
good for the
for
economy?
society. Where's the lower wages?
What do you mean, where's the lower wages?
Where are the lower wages?
Yeah, so you can
What's
look
the
at the-
basis for saying there are lower wages?
Sure, so you can look at like the STEM industry. It's been in like a complete and total recession.
Again, STEM industry, complete and total recession. Again, a recession. Again, the recession is not, recessions aren't caused necessarily by an influx of labor. Again, he might be just using like pay recession, but this is also because this is more to do with, again, bubbles bursting than anything. And again, part of the other thing is like, okay, is it immigrants or is it AI? Like that in the past couple of years have absolutely decimated certain STEM industries because certain companies are going all in on AI, even though it doesn't necessarily work the way it wanted to, because they know it's cheaper than paying you and your dumbass. Like, there are so many factors that come into here that have zero things to do with what he's talking about. It's just nonsense. But let's go on. He talks really fast, so we're going to have an issue here.
There's been tons of studies like from the Economic Policy Institute that shows that like companies like Tesla, companies from like Silicon Valley, they engaged in mass firing of workers, around 35,000, but then they...
Yes, mass firing of workers. So Tesla did this because they wanted to fire workers. Why?
They hired around 12,000 H-1B visas.
So they want to hire the H-1B1 visas. Now, is this immigrants or bad? No. What it is that the way we treat and the way we're allowed to do that. So here's the thing. If H-1B1 visas weren't exploited by these companies, them coming in here, they get paid the same as everybody else. The pay is not going to decrease. You might see job availability potentially decrease, but we'll ignore. Let's give that. Maybe that's one way. But the pay will decrease because we're getting H-1B ones. But that is only going to happen because we are allowed, because it's fucking a sketchy system. The companies and corporations are allowed to pay them less or to fuck around with their pay. And more often than not, H-1B1s are not in a position to fight back against this. So why is it the fault of the slave that is being... This goes back, this is straight up the same arguments you would see back in fucking antebellum South, where you had certain whites who didn't even really hate slavery. They just hated the hating slavery was a secondary thing to hating the slave. They only might have disliked slavery, not so much because they disliked the institution, and they didn't even want it ended. They just wanted caps on how many slaves would be in a certain area so that there would be more jobs for white sharecroppers and shit like that. So again, it's like, I'm sorry, I could kind of understand it, but it just feels like you're really missing the cause here. You keep blaming the immigrant, the slave, for the depreciation of wages when it's not really their fault. Other than like, look, yeah, they want a job and they want to hope for citizenship. So would you, and if you wanted to get better pay, but like, yeah, they're, or they want to research, like H-1B1s, I think usually tend to be kind of researcher kind of aspects. Like the, your issue isn't with immigration necessarily. Your issue is with how the capitalist system exploits immigration. So you would want to end the exploitation of it, or you should want to end the exploitation of it, because one, if you end the exploitation of it, the H-1B1s and the immigrants that are coming over, one, won't have nearly as an impact on the overall health of the industry, and two, because you will prevent that, the difference between hiring an H-1B1 and a naturalized citizen or a citizen is going to be decreased, which means that they won't necessarily be incentivized through capitalist profit orientation. The companies won't be incentivized to exploit this labor because you got rid of exploitation. You don't need to necessarily get rid of the labor or access to labor. You just need to get rid of the exploitation, which is not necessarily that hard.
And it's kind of just standard economic thinking. If you
It's not standard economic thinking. The vast majority of economists and economic studies suggest that there is a negligible, if no impact on wages over time
That's not-
from
that's just-
immigrants.
that's
In
just-
fact, your colleague mentioned earlier, construction, there is actually evidence in construction, yes. But in some industries, in some areas, there is an impact. But overall, no. In fact, a study from the National Bureau of Economic Research found that migrants since 1965 have raised wages and raised innovation.
Who's that by?
National Bureau for Economic Research.
No, hold on. That's where you publish studies. I'm asking
Yes,
for
I
the
didn't
author.
memorize the names of the authors.
Yeah, I know you didn't, right?
Can you give me the authors you've got?
Yeah, hold on. The study you're talking about is from Giovanni Perry, and what he did is he didn't account for aggregation issues, nor did
The
he...
vast majority of
Hold on,
studies.
let me speak.
Please.
Yeah, thank you.
Again, the guy, he's got his little scripting. He's so nervous to get his script out. And again, I approach this as somewhat of a more economic leftist individual. So where I'm not super keen on immigration. There are positives and negatives to it for the local labor market, and more often than not, I don't like the aspects of immigration because it simply gives an excuse for companies and corporations to exploit more people in greater ways. But again, overall, there is quite a lot of positives that come about from immigrants as a whole, especially from an large-scale economic kind of aspect here. And again, it's just one of these things where you find one or two small little things and you run with it.
Right? So listen, he didn't account for aggregation issues, right? And when you look at like the spatial approach, which is what all these economists use, you're not accounting for the fact that when immigrants come into an area, natives leave. If you look at an occupation...
Again, the natives leave because of racial discrimination. Like, again, you instead of dealing with and encourage people to not be pieces of shit because you want to be a piece of shit, instead you want to create this weird fucking system that somehow makes you being a piece of shit not have any impact.
Approach where you look at the specific firms that immigration is going into, like Kim ETAL 2013 did. You find a net negative impact when there's a 10% increase of immigration. You find around a 0.5% decline in wages when it comes to the specific occupations they're going to.
That's incredibly negligible. I would have to look at that specific study, but just looking at what he's citing right there, a 0.5% decrease, that's incredibly negligible. For a 10% increase, that's a massive increase in immigrant labor. That's nothing.
So
all your studies are flawed.
So 0.5%. Weigh that up against what I just mentioned from the Congressional Budget Office, which is a massive boost in GDP per head, which you're not counting for. Massive increase in tax revenue. Immigrants are actually funding the deficits and debts by paying way more.
Look how angry he is. He's so angry at the idea of injustice being done to him. Not injustice, because again, he's a privileged little fucking middle-class white kid who's never really suffered anything. Who's never had to do anything difficult. He comes from fucking parents who probably actually for their education level are paid way more than they should be. Think again, some kind of like farmer fucking or a real estate agent to somebody who doesn't actually have very high actual educational background, but just happens to be in a field and they got lucky, had to be in the right time. That just made a lot of money. Despite that fact that they're for their overall education, they are way higher income bracket, which is usually a bad sign because they are generally unintelligent, stupid people. They don't know why they made money. They think it's something intrinsically good or special about themselves. And because of that, he's lived in this perfect little isolation of privilege. But he's constantly being told this fear-mongering story that he's not going to have a job because the immigrants are going to take it. He's not going to have this and that. And he's riled himself up. Look how fucking angry he is. Look how angry, all this nervous, hateful energy bursting out of him.
Tax revenue. Immigrants are actually funding the deficits and debts by paying way more in taxes proportionately.
They are. Proportionally to
the undocumented immigrants. And what's interesting about wages is I'm in a room full of, I don't know what to call you anymore, conservatives, Republicans, fascists, I don't know. One of you has proudly said that.
Call us correct.
One of us proudly, correct. I'm in a room full of correct people, but do any of you actually care about wages? Because for example,
I actually do,
For example, do you support raising the minimum wage?
Absolutely, and you can't do that when you're bringing all these people coming into.
Yes, you can. You can't raise it when all these people, because supply and demand, again, supply and demand does not define right or wrong. I'm just sure he's going to go supply and demand here. But what supply and demand is simply like a psychological analysis of how businesses operate to a certain degree. And then there's some kind of, again, some more deeper economic theory of this. But again, this idea that you can't raise wages when you have all these people coming in. One, he doesn't know how many people are coming in. He doesn't understand any of this stuff. But it's just like, no, what will happen is it'll cut into their profit margin. You're right. But what people seem to have forgotten is that within the last 30, 40 years, especially in the last 20 years, all of these corporations, all of these large mega things, overall, America has lost money. But any recovery or any kind of thing like this, like from this massive loss, were eaten up by larger corporations. So let's just say we lose overall between who have 10 large companies and 100 small businesses. We lose, say, $1 billion across the board, and say of that billion, 900 million of it is focused in the 100 small businesses, and about 100 million of it is focused in the 10 larger businesses. So we lost all that. So we net negative. We then recover. So we lost $1 billion. We recover, like, say, 700 million. So we're still a little bit less. We're still feeling a pinch. It still feels like we haven't recovered, but 500 million of it was recovered by the 10 businesses, the 10 large businesses, and then 200 million of it were covered in small business. So the majority of those small businesses were closed, didn't recover, shut down, only about whatever could be supported by 200 million. The vast majority of the wealth has transferred upward as far as a corporate kind of stance. Their profits are through the roof. Most large scale businesses, their profits are through the fucking roof. They're making so much more money than they were 10, 15, 20 years ago. And they were making a killing back then too. Their profit margins are gargantuan now. across the board gargantuan. And now they're trying to tell you that they can't pay more, or it's difficult to pay more because of the labor thing. It has nothing really to do with the labor thing, because you would think, oh, well, if there's more people buying, wouldn't the price go down? Because, or if the supply is high as it is, and there's no supply issue and more people are buying, wouldn't the price maybe depreciate a little bit because they want to sell as much as they can to the products? You might expect some of this. No, none of that's happening. Things are staying expensive or getting more expensive, despite the fact that they're hiring less. They're doing less with, they're doing more with less labor. What's going on here? Again, people's profit margins, I can't remember what it was. I remember some product that people are talking about with a relatively small, but it's still a fairly large business. Their profit margin on the products that they were selling, this whatever product, can't remember, what it was, some engineering thing, went from like a 45% profit margin on each individual item to like 75-80%. But pay hadn't increased. Nothing increased. They could have increased their pay, because let's just say the majority of their pay, because this is true for most businesses, the majority of your cost of doing business is labor and paying your labor force. Let's just say it's 100% of it. So if they have an 80% margin, they could have increased everyone's pay by 50%. So 50%, and they would still be making more money than they were before. Their profit margin still would have increased by an incredibly healthy amount. Again, profit margin, 60% of the cost of this item is, fucking labor. Again, it's just, they could have increased their the pay of every employee by 50% easily within this time frame, and still be making more from a percentage-wise, profit-wise, than they were 10 years ago. But they aren't doing that. That's the problem, you dumbass, you moronic child. That's what's happening.
Not the reason the Republican Party blocks the minimum wage. You think Republican politicians don't vote for an increase in minimum wage because they're worried about immigration?
Did I say I voted Republican? Did I say I voted Republican?
Well, I'm in a show that was called 25 Far-Right Republicans.
That doesn't mean I'm going to support every single Republican candidate.
So you and I, let's agree. We both support raising the minimum wage. Yes,
100%.
$7.25 since 2009. It's lost 30% of its value. If you care about wages, we should be raising the minimum wage in this country, not scapegoating migrants who aren't the cause of low wages in the country. You know who's causing low wages? Billionaires, millionaires, and people who won't pay fair wages to their wages, regardless of whether you are an immigrant or a native.
I get the monologue, right? Now let me respond.
You had one. You had one with your one study that had a 0.5% impact. Go.
Yeah, and your study sucked that you didn't even know who wrote it, right? So let's get back to the point,
because,
right?
Because I don't need
and
to
there
know
it
one
goes
study.
again.
The majority of studies say that wages are not impacted by migration.
The majority of your studies are flawed. That's what I'm telling you.
They're flawed because you don't actually know. You don't know. You have some weird nugget of wisdom that somebody told you they're flawed. You don't know. You don't know. Again, it's always spoken from ignorance.
Right. Neither of us are economists. It's the economist studies.
Don't assume who I am.
Are you an economist?
I could be.
Notice how sensitive he is. Don't assume who I am. What do you mean? Why? You notice how violent he reacted to that? How quick he is to react to that? Don't assume that I'm not an economist. Why? Because he is so sensitive to somebody realizing, one, he's not that educated, he's not that special, he's not that smart. Because he wants to appeal to all of these things. He wants people to take him seriously. But if somebody starts pointing out, well, you're not really an economist, you're not really well read on this matter, you're spouting off stuff that is patently not necessarily true, not true across the board, or is negligibly true. And again, you're not agreeing with the consensus of this. But again, the loser mentality hates being pointed out where they are deficient.
But are you?
I could be.
Are you?
I'm not going to tell you.
Are you?
I'm going to major in economics, right?
Are you an economist?
I'm going to major in economics. Yeah. He's a business economics major, but he's barely started out. He's some community college kid. He's the kid who has relatively middle upper class parents, low education, high pay parents who are sending their kid off to college. The problem is that he can't get into a university, or he's having trouble getting into there. He's the kid, and maybe I'm projecting a little bit on this one because I've taught more than a few of these kids, these type of kids who come from relatively well affluent backgrounds, but because of their shitty academics in high school, they can't get into a state university, even a state university that has like an 80% acceptance rate. So they can't get in there, so they have to go to a local community college, get credits there, and then transfer over, which is fine. I went to the community college and transferred over to university. I did that because I was poor as shit and I couldn't afford university, and my parents couldn't afford university prices, even back then, which were not cheap, but you know, they were slightly cheaper than they are now. But again, that's the thing. I have taught and been around and taught numerous individuals like this, because I live in kind of a red state, purple state, whatever you will, in the Southwest. And I'm telling you right now, I know this fucking model. I've seen this model, this make and model before. They're not that particularly special. They're very, very, very self-conscious and desperately terrified of acknowledging their shortcomings, which is why they react this way so harsh.
No, not right now.
Okay, so when I said neither is economist, I was correct.
Just don't assume.
To use your favorite word.
See here, dude, this is nothing of.
Don't assume things. Like, again, why are you talking to them? Because you need validation. You need the group to validate you, to tell you that you're right, that this guy's being mean, and that he's making assumptions about you. His assumption was correct. And more importantly, it wasn't even that much of an assumption. He just asked you a question. And then when you refused to answer it, he basically said, yeah, you're not, neither of us are economists. And then he asked you a question. You dodged it. His assumption is correct.
Substance. You look at the red flags. They're coming up. Let me get to the
great,
point.
but
So
you're
when
not
you
an
talk about
economist.
when you talk about the CBO, one thing you're not accounting for here is that they're assuming an equilibrium, right? Do you know what that means? You shouldn't make these type of assumptions. You said earlier that unemployment
Do I
was
know
like
what it means? I thought we're not doing assumptions.
Okay, hold on. You mentioned we were like at like 4.2% unemployment. Yeah, that's counting people who have part-time jobs. That's counting
That's how
poverty
it's always
wages.
been counted.
Yeah, and
I'm against poverty wages.
you
Can we
won't let
agree
me
again?
Yes, if you go to like the Logood Institute, they calculated a way where it's like functional unemployment. Okay, if you account for things like just people who make around 25.
Again, none of this, again, the immigrants are suffering from this as much as Americans. And again, you want to be against this. Again, you might want to be against massive immigration, but you really aren't arguing whether or not immigrants overall are good for America. You might say too many immigrants, or there's too much too much low level immigration here, and there isn't enough checks and balances, and that the corporations are exploiting immigration. That's a way in which you could take this to where I could see some argumentation here. Your argument isn't necessarily that. Your argument is using the statistics that many leftists and kind of socialists might say, who are somewhat more critical of immigration, not because they hate immigrants, but because they can see immigration and the emphasis on it as being a bad faith project put forth by large corporations, because they know they can exploit immigrant labor at a greater effect than native labor. But that's not what this kid is doing.
$1,000 a year, people who have fallen out of the labor market, people who only work part-time. If you count all of those people together and then add on the unemployment, that's around 25% of the population. So when you go, we don't have jobs, we don't have people to do this, and that, and the other. No, yes, we do. Okay, we don't have a labor shortage. We have a good job shortage. And when you
Again, the good job shortage. Is the construction job a good job? Now, here's the problem, is that all of these jobs could be good jobs, but they were turned into bad jobs, not necessarily by the immigrant. They were turned into bad jobs by the exploitative businesses practices that said, hey, I noticed that this immigrant, their status in America is a little bit iffy. They have a work visa and all these things, but I could probably pay them less. And they'll take this pay for less because they have to have a job to be living in America, because they need the work visa. The work visa means you have to be working. So I can do this. I can exploit them more and more and more. The good jobs, again, there's a lack of good jobs. All of these jobs, and again, I've said this, and again, it's funny, my brother said this, most people I've said, I see no reason why somebody who flips a burger for 35, 40 hours a week, why they shouldn't have what could be considered a decent enough job. Maybe not an amazing paying job, but they should be able to flip burgers for 35, 40 hours a week, whatever, maybe even part-time, 25 hours a week, 30 hours a week, be able to flip burgers and have an apartment, have health insurance, be able to make some general car payment maybe, or if we want to get rid of that, maybe they just have the ability to buy good bus passes, and we have some public transport that isn't dog shit, because American public transport sucks dog shit for the most part. And be able to have a basic standard of living. There's no reason why a burger flipper job should be depreciated so much. And the only reason it is, and it's not because the immigrant, it's because McDonald's is going to exploit immigrant and native as much as it can to skim as much profit off of the labor. Even though their profit margins are gargantuan, they want them even bigger because they are endlessly fucking greedy. And instead of trying to deal or curb with that, instead of trying to put in place protections that enforce and make sure that they have to pay their employees a good wage, making that job a good job, instead of doing that, we're just kind of like hoping that if we get rid of the all of the immigrants, we could somehow trick these corporations into, there isn't enough supply anymore, and there's more demand for labor than there is supply. That means you're going to pay me more. No. What they're going to do is they're going to say, okay, we have enough people to work here, but these people don't want to work for these wages. Okay. We'll just produce a little less for a year or two. We'll take a little bit hit, but here's the big thing. We have stockpiles of money. We can outlast you. Do you really think, little backwards hat kid, that you are going to be able to strong arm and outlast fucking McDonald's? You got payments you need. You got to pay for your house. You got to pay for your apartment. You got to pay rent. You got to pay for food. You got to do this eventually. This is why unions exist and why you pay union dues to create a union fund, is so that when the union says, all right, we need to strike, those unions can use that fund to pay people partial wages so that they can keep living without having to work while the union negotiates the contract. That's why the union existed, is that you pay a little bit into basically this kind of not quite retirement fund, but this rainy day fund, so that if the corporation starts exploiting your labor too much and turns your good job into a shitty job, you can protest and you can, again, strike and say, no, you are going to turn my good job you turned into a shitty job. You're going to turn it back into a good job by paying better wages and doing these things. And if you don't, I'm not working. This dumbass can't solve that.
Keep bringing these people in, and they're taking those jobs.
The good job shortage is the fault of big firms, employers. I'm an employer. I can say that.
Who hires the immigrants?
Who hires the immigrants?
Yeah.
Employers.
Exactly. So when you bring up these big firms,
okay, so
that's the way they keep wages down. You understand that, right?
So let me ask you a question. If you got rid of all immigrants coming in tomorrow, moratorium, you think that Republicans and employers of big firms would suddenly raise all the wages?
You notice
that's
how you didn't answer what I said. You
that's what you believe.
It was a complete your ankles.
That's what you believe.
You pivoted the hell away from the conversation.
Is that what you? I'm on the subject.
Okay?
He actually didn't pivot. He's actually kind of putting that statement into an analogy example here, is that if is true that it's being depreciated by purely by the labor of the immigrant, then if we get rid of all the immigrants, are these jobs going to pay better?
You believe that wages, I'm just wondering how naive you are. You believe that the 1% will raise wages in the federal wage if we stop immigration.
They will be forced to. When you increase labor's relationship to capital, okay, and you give labor more bargaining power because you're tightening the...
Again, bargaining. That implies that you have to be able to bargain. You don't have the capital to bargain with them. You increase their relationship, that's great. The problem is that because you have had no previously strong relationship, you do not have the capital to fucking push this. in basic kind of terms, like almost like again the in like gambling terms, you don't have the fucking nut, you don't have the fucking capital to bluff this, to push this bluff. They can just buy you the fuck out. They can just they can crush you on the pot. What the fuck are you talking about? You don't have the ability to force them to fold and to win the pot. You can't do that. You don't have the capital. You're some fucking pissant with $1,000 in your bank account trying to go up against a corporation that has fucking hundreds of billions of dollars of capital that they can use and resources, and trying to say, hey, I'm going to strong arm you. You don't have it. You don't have the capital. And again, all of them don't. And more importantly, you might say, well, yeah, collectively we do. Now you're all in favor of unions and collective bargaining power. That'd be great. The problem is that they're not collective. They're all individuals like you who are individually making these choices. And again, you might say, oh, if we're all unified, but like some people might be in a little bit worse position than you. Some people might not be able to withstand it like you. Somebody may not have mommy and daddy's money to fall back on like you. Which means that they're going to take the shitty pay job, and then the businesses are just going to they're just going to wait. They will wait you out, because in the short and long term, they will make more money by fucking you. And if it gets bad, do you know what they'll do? They'll go to the Republican government, the conservative style government, and they'll say, hey, we're an essential industry. These people, these strikers, these people, we need labor. So you need to give us labor. So that the government has government programs to where they find labor, and they again, like these what the fuck are they called? These job like these job market kind of things, to where I can't, there's a fucking term for them, where you go to these like job industry things to where they can place you into work. Like if you don't know where to apply to, you just say, hey, here's my resume, here's my thing, can you find me a job in some specific industry? And then they'll say, oh yeah, here you are. God, what the fuck is, there's a term for it and it's gone from my fucking brain. It's so annoying. But they'll just go to them, or the corporation will just ignore the government and go straight to those and say, hey, we'll give you an extra little bump in fucking contract prices if you if you take all the labor you have access to right now and you send it our way as much as you can. And then they'll weather it because they can, and you, or the single mom or the single dad or the 18-year-old, 19-year-old kid who's living on his own, who can't fucking pay these wages, the 22 or the 35-year-old with fucking a wife and 2 kids, and they're both trying to find work, can't hold out. That's the whole fucking problem. You keep thinking in this Econ 101 supply and demand understanding of supply and demand without actually understanding, because you haven't hit Econ 102 or 201 or 202, where they actually start giving more in depth and start explaining, okay, here's all the nuances that have to be explained, because it's not just simply supply and demand. That there's so many more tools that exist that have been invented, thought about, and theorized and been put into practice. You don't understand how anything works.
Very
Supply of
simplistic
labor?
understanding of economics, because you're
Okay,
not,
explain I'm wrong.
I'm telling you how you're wrong.
I'm here.
Because you're ignoring the fact that when immigrants come into an area, they spend money. They create jobs through their
About
presence.
1/5 of their monthly income leaves the country.
That's a good thing also, because you don't like US aid foreign.
And again, 1/5 of their income, it doesn't matter, because the rest of it, especially with these, they spend their income a lot. They spend tons of it. One of the biggest things that you think about is flow of money in economics. That's a more important thing, is it's not necessarily just about how much money there is. It's about how much money is actively going around, flowing up and down. One of the biggest problems we have is that we have kind of a stagnant flow of money, or a unidirectional flow of money, is that money flows upwards, but it doesn't come back down. Not easily, not effectively. And this creates an economy that's incredibly imbalanced and really unhealthy, because we don't have an active flow of money and resources across all strata of economy.
aid. So this is the point. They create
Don't
jobs. I
assume
came
that.
into this country. So far, every one of my assumptions about you has been correct. But listen to me. I am an immigrant. I'm speaking from personal experience.
Get the hell out.
I don't even like...
And that's the essence of this. And here's the thing right now. Maybe I'm just too much of an angry, violent person, but I think this person needs to get the shit kicked out of him, including Nazi Barbie in the background. Because here's the problem is that because most of these people do come from relatively privileged backgrounds, or they're relatively safe from the harms of stuff, that they just haven't gotten their shit kicked. You know, they haven't gotten their teeth busted for talk running their fucking mouth and spouting off dumbass, stupid ideas. And I genuinely think, like, again, it would be very beneficial to this person, him, this lady in the background, all these other people, if they just kind of spouted off their bullshit to somebody who doesn't take it and decides, you know what, an ass handing is in play. There's a great old video. This is an older one. It's like probably 10, 15 years old at this point. I think like 10 years old. But there was this guy wearing Nazi regalia, doing some white supremacist skinhead shit, talking tons of crap, saying all kinds of racial epithets and all kinds of horrible slurs and being an absolute piece of shit. And there's this guy that he's partly talking to, and he's kind of shouting at the crowd, and it's like a sort of pseudo protest. And it's a black man, black individual. Maybe he's not even a good man. Maybe he might even be a rageaholic. He might even be kind of a bad man himself. But he was, this Nazi was shouting all of this bullshit to this dude. And all this horrible, awful stuff. And this black man steps up to him in a way that's very obvious. We're going to fight. There's this straight up, posturing up. And this little pudgy, small, fat, slightly out of shape, fat little white guy, younger dude, holds up his hand well, hold on a second. We're talking here. We don't want to start a fight. That would be improper. Like, he holds up his hand, and the black guy, there's like this moment of pause where this dude's holding up his hand, and then the black man just hauls off and just right hook, destroy. I think it's a right hook. I can't remember if it's like a right hook or a left hook, but it's one punch, just rocks this guy's world, knocks the Nazi out flat cold. Nazi falls down, hits his head on the concrete, probably concussed, probably sucked for him. And then the video ends, and I think at that point, the guy just kind of like maybe shouts some mean stuff at the unconscious Nazi, might spits on him, and then just kind of leaves. It's all illegal. That's bad. You shouldn't assault somebody. But here's the thing, is that what I always think about is the Nazi holding up his hand, like a hold on a second, let's not get too violent. He is saying the most violent, hateful rhetoric. He is encouraging and desiring that the government visit violence through deportation, through incarceration, through all manner of violence, brutalization of many peoples. But then when all of a sudden somebody like takes him at his word and like says, okay, well, like you are literally wanting to destroy me, my people, and people like me, let's fucking fight. You want a race war? Let's fucking fight. And he holds up his hand and expects some kind of civility, some basic civility. No. We don't do that here. And this is all I think about with people like this lady, this kid right here, is that they've just never actually had to face real world consequences. They're so entitled and so privileged and sheltered from the material response of them being pieces of shit that they've never had their teeth knocked out. I haven't gotten in a lot of fights in my youth, but I did get in more than a few fights. And again, most of them are stupid. Most of them are petty, dumb things. But every time I did, I always understood and knew fairly early on my responsibility and my involvement in creating this scenario to start this fight. And I accepted that. So I also, again, somebody says that to me, you should expect, I'm not saying that this is going to guarantee happen, but the fact that you don't immediately expect my hand to come striking across your face is the height of privilege. Again, Mehdi Hasan, he's way too British for this. He's way too nice. He's way too upper class bullshit. Honestly, the problem is that a lot of these people need to be saying this to kind of the more blue collar, lower class intellectuals who are willing to throw down. Because I would absolutely say, okay, you want to say that? All right, here's the thing. You can fuck off right now. Like literally leave the circle, never come back here. Don't ever fucking try to speak to me again. Or if you want to be treated as equals, here's what we're going to do. You and I are going to sign a contract right here. In front of all these people, in front of millions of people, you will be known as a coward and a fucking pussy if you don't follow this. We're going to go to a gym, probably a nearby gym. We're going to look up and Google where's the nearest gym that has a boxing ring. We're going to step into that boxing ring. We're going to put on gloves, MMA gloves. We could do the fight however you fucking want. You want MMA rules, kickboxing rules, fucking boxing rules. I don't give a shit. We'll put on the necessary attire, the necessary equipment. And then we're going to step in there and I'm going to beat the shit out of you. And we're going to beat the shit out of each other. Not because this proves who's right or stronger, but because from an individual fundamental level, me and you have to resolve this in a physical confrontation. It doesn't matter about the morality of our positions or the importance of them. No. This is just me and you.
I should get the hell out.
Yes.
Why?
I don't want you here.
Why?
Because you come here and say all this bullshit
Why?
about how Americans are lazy.
Why?
You push your left wing.
Notice again, he says that Americans are lazy. Projection. The insecurity. Mehdi Hasan never said anything like that. It wasn't even implied at all at any point in time. But this is the narrative. This is this fucking insane, pathetic narrative.
I never said Americans are
I don't
lazy.
know why you say this.
I never said Americans
yes,
are lazy.
you are.
The only person
You're saying
attacking
immigrants
people
have to
is
come
you.
into this country so they can do jobs that we don't want to do.
I
That's
never
exactly
said
what
those
you
words.
said.
When did I say it?
Really? You
When did I
didn't
say
that?
it? It's
So
on
why do we-
YouTube. Guys watching on YouTube, rewind to the time where I said immigrants are doing jobs we don't want to do. When did I say those words? Words
You
never
said-
came out of my mouth.
Okay, so why do we have to
And again, he knows this, but again, he's projected so much, and he's so nervous, and he's so fucking pathetic.
Why do we have to bring in
assumptions, my
immigrants?
friend.
Why do we have to bring in immigrants to the country if we have people who are going to do the jobs?
Pause. You've been voted out.
It's nice talking to you.
Nice talking to you.
You're going to have to go, bro.
Nice talking to you. You're going to have to go, bro, is what he said as I left, to an American citizen. Good to know where you stand on immigration. It's not about immigration, is it? That's what it's not about.
Yeah, it's not about immigration. The fact that nobody here, and I'm going to go and spoil this, nobody here ever apologizes or otherwise says, look, the way that guy, he was out of pocket. That guy was bullshit. I don't agree with him. He's an asshole. But I want to talk about these issues.
Hey, how you doing?
Nice to meet you.
Good to see you. How are you?
Not bad. So
this guy is a cultural relativist or cultural essentialist. His primary arguments are going to be that immigrants don't assimilate. They bring corrupted, terrible, evil culture. And he's primarily arguing this as he's an Iranian immigrant who got his citizenship here. And he's going to talk about how Muslim and Palestinians are fucking brainwashed. Yes, somehow this immigrants are good for America is going to go into an anti-Palestinian argument.
what type of immigrants are we talking about?
Because there's certain types. There's the good type and the bad type.
What do you mean?
Like any immigrants or are
immigrants? That's what I said. Immigrants
are illegal
overall.
immigrants? part of it too?
Undocumented immigrants also contribute
Illegal.
greatly to the U.S. I say undocumented. I don't think people are illegal.
So let's put it this way. I mean, I'm an immigrant too,
Are
from
you?
Iran.
Okay.
There isn't even
How
a
do you
U.S.
feel about the fact that people here want you out? Are you okay with that?
I'm here to debate you, not
Again, what I love about that is this is what I honestly I don't know who I hate, who I find more disgusting, this type or the immigrant type that supports visualizes you, dude. You do realize that you are supporting policies and people and the overall ideology that would see you invalidated. Like this guy right here, this guy is nothing but fucking racial hatred. He looks at you like a disgusting fucking thing. He looks at you like the same way that they all look at the Constitution or all these rules, is that you're a useful tool. And the second they get what they want, they're gonna kill you. They're gonna kick you out. They don't care where they kick you out. They don't care what happens to you. They just want you gone.
Debate them.
I mean, you're all on the same side. You're part of one group.
No.
You've been clapping each other.
No, I mean, there are conservatives here, there are far-right people here, there are Republicans
But how do
here.
you feel about that guy wanting me and you to...
And this guy's smiling and laughing. Absolutely deplorable. I think this guy, again, I want to know this guy's background because we found the Connor guy, the fascist. He got fired. I wonder if the internet is going to find the rest of these.
But
I don't necessarily encourage that, but I'm not going to fucking shed a tear if all of a sudden the internet does find these people and they lose their jobs and get harassed. I'm not going to shed a tear. I'm sorry. Your entire ideology is around harassment and hate. I don't, like, it's fair play. Even by your standards, by everyone's standards, might makes right. If you don't have the might to protect yourself from this, I guess you weren't right. I don't believe that, but I'm going to operate under my beliefs, and I'm going to treat people according to the beliefs they want to have. You want to have this a belief structure? Okay, dude. It's going to suck for you.
you know, let's.
I'm just wondering. Wait, this is the topic of immigration.
It's not
How
about
do you feel
my.
about the
It's
guy?
not about my feelings towards them.
Okay.
It's about staying on this topic.
Okay.
And
Immigrants
talk
are good for America, yeah. You and me, we're good for America. And the
So-
guy over there wants us to leave. So I'm just wondering how you feel about that.
So I believe that there has to be strict immigration laws.
Okay.
You have tons of strict immigration laws.
We have to make sure that the people are coming here have the good intent of the United States.
We do have the ability to do so. We just constantly defund the ability to do so because it creates an issue that is perennial to Republican fucking politics.
In mind.
That's not my claim, but okay.
So
My claim is about immigrants are net positive.
if we just open our borders to every single
Nobody opens borders. We've never opened borders. And in fact, the great irony is that we actually did have, for the most part, for a very long time, open borders. For the majority of the foundation of our country, we had relatively open fucking borders and extremely lenient fucking immigration standards that allowed tons of Irish immigrants, Catholic immigrants, and all matter that helped shape and form this country. We had way more open fucking immigration policies for many years. For the first like 100+ years of our existence as a nation, we had hugely open immigration things. It's only somewhat recently that we cracked more down on it.
person
No one
that wants
calls
to
for
be
open
here,
borders.
you know, that claims that they have economical hardship in their country.
Who's calling for open borders?
No, I'm just saying, you know.
Or it's a straw man, so you're just saying a straw man.
No, I'm saying
You're
that if
wasting
you-
time with a straw man. No one's
No.
calling for open borders. I
Well,
didn't call for open
well,
borders.
you wasted
I said
time.
immigrants who...
You
sorry?
wasted time trying to cause division between me and my
Divi-
friend.
I think it's important. Yeah, it might be wasting time, but it's actually more relevant here than anything else. No one's calling for open borders, so that's nonsensical. That's not even about that's like open immigration versus closed, like limited immigration. This is about immigrants themselves.
He wants you to leave the country. That's a pretty big deal.
All right.
I mean, you can ignore it.
Again, all right. I don't want to ignore this. I don't want to acknowledge this. I don't like this because I myself am kind of a racist, but I think I'll be the special one. There's always the special one. That's what unites all of them, is they're all special.
Like I
But
said,
that's your side, my friend.
like I said,
You
you were
made
the
your
one
bet.
that tried to derail this argument.
Derail?
By bringing that. Undocumented immigration going on.
Yeah.
You can't vet that. You can't make sure about that. Let me real quick, talk about, my background. There is no the American embassy in Iran. So in order to come here, you have to stay in line for 4 years, and you have to go through some serious vetting
Yep. Yeah. So
procedure to get here. But I made it, and that process has to be in place.
and the undocumented immigrants will have to go through that as well in many ways. You weren't waiting in line also. You probably were in the country. You just didn't have citizenship for a while.
Because you don't want terrorists
But
to fill this
I
country.
made it too. I'm an American citizen. I went through lots of vetting. I took my test.
And that's how
the guy
it
over
should
there
be.
wants-
Let's skip forward ahead. Again, this
Bad
argument
word
is
in
not
places like
particularly good.
this. I think immigrants have been a net positive. I think if you look at your everyday lives, we all benefit from immigration.
And what kind of conservatives disagree with that?
Okay, so this guy's a bit hilarious. I want you to watch this one because watch how quickly he gets voted out the second he says something wrong.
The guy, some of the guys who told me to leave this place and go back to, I'm not a citizen.
Do you think all conservatives?
No.
Oh.
No, in fact, Ronald Reagan, who's a president I wasn't a big fan of until Donald Trump came along. Now people like Reagan look good in comparison. Reagan said in 1986, our country is a nation of immigrants. Our immigrant heritage is our strength. He gave an amnesty to 3 million undocumented migrants. He understood the value of immigration. So I'm with Reagan. Yeah, although this guy's putting his thumb down there. So Reagan's not popular in right-wing crowds these days.
Yeah. Well, he's popular with me.
Good to hear.
I'm a deferred action of childhood arrivals. I'm actually...
Yeah, he's DACA. He's a DACA kid. And you're far right, but here's the problem. They all want you out. You shouldn't be far... Like, I'm sorry, you kind of have to restructure your entire thinking and your entire ideology because, I'm sorry, you're in line with the people who will eliminate you.
I was an illegal immigrant myself. I came here when I was 10. I'm what you would call a legal alien now. I didn't have any say on my parents' choices.
Yes.
Do I think that they were well-meaning by wanting to bring me over for a better future? Absolutely. I believe that.
Yeah.
Did they break the law?
And again, partly they want him gone because he's not necessarily arguing against him. Because, quite frankly, again, he wants to argue against this, but, like, honestly, I think he just wanted to talk about this issue, which is fine. But here's the issue is that, at least for him, like, you have to understand, okay, everything that people have been saying here is completely antithetical to your experiences and your knowledge.
Yes. Do I agree with people breaking the law? Not necessarily. Do I think that there's ever a situation where you can... It's an interesting in the sense like...
10 years?
Here's the interesting thing. I can think of, and I have to wonder, if he's coming to some realization as not just as he's forced to kind of think about this actively on the foot, but in hearing not just Mehdi talk, but everyone else talk about it. If maybe he's wondering, you know what, I keep getting fear-mongered about all these immigrants coming, taking jobs and depreciating wages, doing all this terrible stuff, and like how they're going to come over and be terrorists and shit like this. I keep hearing this, but I'll be honest. Now that I actually hear it coming out of the voice of other people, and the people who believe this, what this idea actually spawns, I'm not sure I agree with it anymore. Like, I don't know. This looks pretty bad.
I'm a proud American citizen. I'm a dual national. I'm British. I'm American. And I am an immigrant who's contributing to this of it. And despite the of immigrants.
Sorry.
A fan. I see you a lot on Piers. How's it going?
Hey, how's it going?
Actually, a fan. I see you a lot on Piers Morgan.
Okay, thank you for watching.
Yeah. So,
I hate to stereotype based on visuals, but I do actually know, because I did watch the whole of this, and we're just doing kind of a review of this because I watched it once just for viewing, and now this is more like the analysis kind of view. Normally, I watch them for the first time live on stream, but this time for safety purposes, I decided I wanted to watch this earlier when it was first released and then decide whether I actually wanted to cover it or whether it was too bad. It's pretty bad, and I still hesitant to cover it, but we're going to do it. I hate to stereotype, but the stereotype is right. If you're looking at this and you have a stereotype of who this person is, if you're thinking, this guy looks like some various kind of semi-loser, incel-adjacent, stereotypical white nationalist, I'm superior race to all the people, kind of looks like he might be a school fucking shooter. He looks like the squirrely dipshit of a white nationalist skinhead group. If you have any of those stereotypes, just based on the visuals, that he just kind of looks like that type. Like, again, this visual can, depending on different scenarios, can lead you to different stereotypes. But if somebody is relatively anti-immigration and right-leaning, and they look like this, what are they like? If that's your stereotype and that's your instinctual gut instinct, you might be correct. Let's watch.
my argument is that Americans are what is a nation? A nation is a geographical location full of people who have some things in common. So I think some of the things typically in history are going to be like race, religion, ethnicity, language. These are some of the things that we have to have.
But none of those things we don't have to have for a nation to exist. Those are things that make up a concept of that nation, but they are not like, again, here's an interesting thing. Britain, the concept of Britain as a nation to a certain extent, or peoples in a place, existed for many years. And when it became England, what would you say is an identity of that existence in England? And like William the Conqueror in 1066 conquers England, makes it English, right? Okay. What would you say? Like, oh, well, you'd say, well, okay, it was probably white, Anglo-Saxon, people coming from the European continent of some degree, along with some of the local indigenous tribes. They're going to be English speakers. They're going to have English things. They'll probably be kind of Christian to a certain degree. It's like this, okay. So a lot of that is mostly incorrect. Some of it is sort of correct, but one of the bigger ones is like, oh, well, like a culture. Okay, so like a language, right? Yeah, like a language. William the Conqueror and his court and the governmental structure of that entity, of this entity we call England, they didn't speak English. They spoke French. Remember, they were part of the Norman invasion of England. The Norman conquest, they call it. Norman, as in Normandy, the place in France, the coastal location on France. They're French. The official court language of the English court, the official language in which the rules and laws were written, in which they spoke in court almost exclusively, was French. It wasn't English. English didn't exist at that time. Not really. And it wasn't the English we would know. Old English was a weird, bastardized thing. Old English, real Old English, was, again, a fucking paganistic, fucking Beowulf kind of thing. It was more of a Nordic thing. It was not. Well, not really Nordic, but kind of northernly area. It was not French. It wasn't English. English. Again, English didn't become the official language written in court until post Chaucer. So Chaucer's, I believe it's turn of the 12th to 13th or 13th to 14th. Why am I getting my dates mixed up here? Yeah, it would be 13th to 15th century, so 1300s to 1400s. I don't believe English official language of England. When was that? It would be probably around, yeah, it's around Chaucer's time. I believe slightly like early Chaucer, so that'd be around like 1300s. And looking up here real quickly, most records were still kept in Latin. The standardization of Chancery English, late 15th century. So basically we could see mid 14th, 15th century is around the time when officially English became. Now, English existed before then, but it would also be a very, very different language than what we know now, and has changed greatly over the years. So language changed, demographics change, the makeup of those demographics, the economics changed, the leaders of the change, the governments changed, many things changed. So this is what makes up a nation, and if it changes too much, we're no longer that nation. Again, it's kind of like this weird, again, very essentialist thing that, again, if we were to do this, you're picking an arbitrary state and time to where you are valid, despite the fact that there's a good chance that based upon your ethnic background, you would not be considered an American at certain points in times in which America existed. If you got Irish background at all and your parents, your ancestors were Irish immigrants, back in the 1800s, the nativist would not have considered you American. One, because you're Irish and you're the wrong fucking ethnicity. You're the wrong language. You're the wrong culture. And two, you're Catholic. People forget that. Lots of discrimination against Catholics, but you forget that because it's convenient to forget.
In common in order to actually have a functioning civilization.
No, and in fact, you don't have what you need to have them in common for a functional civilization in the moment in time. And for the most part, as long as you have a couple of those things, the other ones will eventually kind of mix out. You can absolutely have a nation that has many, many different languages. One will become somewhat dominant and accepted, but that doesn't mean it's permanently dominant or because it was somehow better or worse or something like that. It might have just been easier. Again, French was a dominant language in a lot of corporate regions because, again, based upon the demographics, William the Conqueror and a lot of his ancestors and a lot of his people who came after him, his progeny, whatever, is just tradition to keep the court somewhat French language until it wasn't. And then they made the shift. And then they made the shift more. So on and so forth. Again, you're just trying to appeal to a fantasy that never existed as you understood it. It's only your imagination based upon certain details and characteristics that you have heard from history that you have isolated from their context and any understanding, and you've put them together. You've created a fan fiction of America, and now you're trying to project that as being the true America.
These are some of the things that we have to have in common in order to actually have a functioning civilization, especially in self-government. I'm not necessarily a giant fan of self-government. I'm a Catholic nationalist. I'm not a fascist.
I'm a Catholic nationalist and self-government. Again, like, you're just an idiot. You're just an idiot then. You think the church should run the state or something like that? I don't know. You're an idiot.
You have to have at least some things in common in order to
Agreed.
actually...
There's some things, yes. There are tons of things that they have in common. Tons of them. And part of the things that they have in common, or things that we can help to guide people to have in common, is Constitution. The Constitution and the ideals of that. Dipshit.
Actually have a civilization, and the immigrants, especially illegal immigrants that come into this country now, disrespect us. They
don't disrespect you. And again, this is a respect thing. When they violate it, again, they take things so personally, and so this violation of this law is a violation against me as an individual. They are, and again, the illegal immigrants, again, the vast, vast majority of them are not entering the country illegally. What they are doing is they're entering the country legally, but then their legal status becomes illegal due to time or placement or many, many things happen. Usually, again, it's an administrative issue, not necessarily they committed a crime. It's an administrative issue. You could even see that. But again, is that insulting? Do you take it personally an insult to your American nature when somebody doesn't pay a parking ticket? Technically, they're violating the law. They violated the law with the illegal parking, and then they violated it again by refusing to respect the authority of that law by not paying the parking ticket. Take that as personal offense? No? Then shut the fuck up about immigration. Again, this is just, you're a weaselly little tiny loser, born fucking loser, incel fucking dipshit, who instead of accepting responsibility for your own loserness, you have projected it on somebody else.
hate everything that we believe. They don't even speak our language. I watched disrespect us. They hate everything that we believe. They don't even speak our language.
they hate us. They don't even speak our language. Many of them do speak our language or will find us because, and again, I'm going to go ahead and say this, but there's kind of an important thing to remember about United States is that for the most part, up until Donald Trump decided to put it in place, this douchebaggery through an executive order, prior to Donald Trump and his racism and his fucking small-minded bigotry that you guys love, America didn't really have an official language. It was kind of governmentally English, but because we have so many different nationalities who have been here for years, we have German ancestry, we have Dutch ancestry, we have so many different ancestries. It seemed rather silly and kind of nonsensical to have an official language. Even if you wanted to, many of them do learn the language, and probably better than you. And part of the reason why they often, if they don't learn the language, is because we don't give them any resources to learn the language. Do you have to learn the language before you go to a country? Is that a requirement?
I watched, after Trump got elected, I watched an interview of an illegal alien woman crying and about getting deported, and the entire interview was in Spanish. That is...
So, she spoke Spanish. It just, again, why are you so insulted by this?
A spit in the face. It's disrespect. They don't care about us. They abuse our system.
So you've gone from a teleological argument into just a bunch of series of wild, unsubstantiated
claims. Well, I'm asking you, what is
I don't accept any of those claims, that they hate everything we stand for, and I don't accept... Well, I'm not going to deal with the teleology. I'm going to deal with the false claims that you made.
Go ahead.
There's no... What's your basis for saying that all immigrants or all undocumented immigrants hate everything we stand for? It's funny that you said you're a Catholic nationalist. How did most Catholics get to America? Irish Catholics, Italian Catholics... Immigration. Much of the people coming across the southern border are Catholics.
Yeah, I know. I don't.
So it's really funny that you say you're a Catholic nationalist, but Catholics came to America via immigration.
Yeah. So there's.
So immigration is good for America. You and I can agree. Otherwise, people of your faith wouldn't be here.
No. Well, we were here on this side of the world, in this continent, from conquest.
I think he's trying to talk about Catholics as far as like the Spanish conquistadors and kind of the Spanish and Portuguese being here and owning some of these things. But again, those would have been closer to Spanish and Mexican ethnicities and cultures than American ones, European ones. And yes, we buy the land from them, and we've done stuff like that. It's so and again, the general native population was not Spanish in a lot of these locations. It's so fucking stupid. It's so painfully stupid. Again, you would not be accepted as a Catholic by those Catholics. And you wouldn't accept them as Catholic. You wouldn't accept them as American.
We came over here,
but the big surges of numbers, as you well know, because you're a smart guy.
In America, not just in fucking Mexico or from fucking Spanish conquistador fucking invasions or from Portugal fucking colonialism, you idiot.
Yeah.
Italian, Irish immigration waves, Catholic immigration waves.
Okay, yeah, and I'm not even claiming...
Are you against those?
I'm not even
Were
claiming...
you against those if you were alive
I'm
then?
not even claiming that
Because
immigration
a lot of people
is
were against
bad.
those.
I'm not claiming immigration is bad in all cases at all times.
What is your claim?
My claim is that immigration, especially now, and especially for foreign people that have nothing in common with us...
It's funny that you say...
How do you say that? What is your metric? You don't know anything about this. And more importantly, here's the funny thing, is that your ideology of what America is actually probably quite a bit different from the normie idea of this. Or even if it is, remember, it looks like it's so extreme and so myopic that they would kind of deny it. Like, well, dude, no, like I can kind of get like America is somewhat Christian or whatever, but like this idea, like it's antithetical to, because Christianity isn't essential to the American identity. It's useful and it's very prevalent, but the American identity is a-religious. It is non-specific religion. That's just the history of America. You're some weird fucking artifact of it. Odd.
Is a negative thing.
I forgot
Yeah.
your name. My apologies.
Brian.
Brian.
Yeah, how many
in
peop-
every era there has been a Brian who says, "I'm not against immigration, just immigration now."
Okay.
This is what people said about Italians. It's what people said
That's
about Irish
unfortunate,
folks.
sorry.
Said about Russians, Poles, and now
It's unfortunate, but how can you not see that? Okay, unless you have anything else backing this up, your ideology and your stance is the exact same unfortunate stupidity and bigotry of the previous generations.
saying about
why
people
should I
coming across
care
the
about
southern
that?
border. Because you're not being, you're
Why
being a
are-
little disingenuous saying,
Okay.
I'm only against immigrants now. This is a trope.
that
This
disingenuous?
is because it's a trope that's been used by nativists throughout American history.
No.
And every wave of immigrants has come in and faced the same hate and animus and bigotry and lazy trope. And every wave of immigration is ultimately
Well, I think-
assimilated, integrated,
Here,
benefited the
let me
country. In
make
fact,
a-
assimilation right now, according to Jacob Victor from the University of Washington,
Okay.
assimilation rates based on language and citizenship and naturalization are higher now than 100 years ago.
Okay, let me make a statement.
Yeah, they're way higher now. Especially like again 100 years ago. Again, there's reasons why you still have, even to this day, certain communities in the Midwest that one of the dominant languages will be like Dutch or something like that. Like they speak English well enough, but there's certain they're kind of dying out or whatever, just through general assimilation. But there were major locations throughout the Midwest or whatever that these towns, they spoke German because massive immigration come over, and they all kind of came over and like big wagon fucking parties started up a town of like 20, 30, 40 families, and they're all from Germany or some location around Germany, and they speak German. They slowly learn English to it. They have certain English speakers who help translate or whatever, members of their people that spoke it. But again, the common language was like German or Spanish or fucking Dutch.
First, I think that you in
You
your own
ignored my statement, but okay.
you in your own person are a complete perfect example of why immigration is negative and why we shouldn't allow people
Wow.
who
Why?
don't have anything in
Why?
common with us. You're pro-abortion, you're pro-euthanasia, you're pro.
Pro-euthanasia, pro-abortion. Again, I'm sorry to tell you this, but the majority of Americans are relatively, again, not necessarily pro-abortion, but they're far more pro-abortion than you are. And pro-euthanasia, that's a weird one.
Pro-euthanasia? I thought
Yeah, you went. I've seen your stuff. You've defended euthanasia.
pro-euthanasia?
Yeah, on Piers Morgan.
Defending euthanasia and being pro-euthanasia are not necessarily the same thing, but okay.
No, I've never discussed euthanasia
Okay,
with
well,
Piers Morgan in my life.
Okay, so my point is that you don't agree
Actually,
with
I'm
the
the guy
founders
here.
of this country.
If anyone watching at home, I'm the only guy here who actually supports American values, democracy, free speech, the Constitution. I've
Yeah.
got folks here telling me
Why-
they don't believe in democracy.
And again, none of those things are American values. They might be Christian values, anti-abortion and stuff like that, but they're not American values. I hate to tell you this, but keep trying to do this swap out. Little Mountain Baby, this little switcheroo.
They're nationalists.
Wait, why should we care about that? By the way,
Isn't that what America stands for? What does America
No,
stand
no,
for?
why-
So
why-
you hate what America stands for, not
No,
me.
I'm not even
And in
saying-
fact, all the studies show that immigrants actually are more patriotic
So the only reason,
than
the only,
native-born
re- the,
Americans.
the only reason why, yeah, that's the Mexicans in LA right now burning it down, waving Mexican.
Again, burning it down. Nothing got burned down in LA. It was a fucking couple of cars and some fucking minor property damage ultimately. Like, you get as much, if not more, property damage when some team wins a Super Bowl. Ridiculous.
Flags.
LA's being burned
please,
down?
Please don't send us back to the country that we're waving the flag of.
I've been in LA for a few
Ooh.
days. I didn't see anything burned.
Just fucking naked, stupid, small, pathetic fucking, again, another person who's been allowed to say dumb shit for his entire life and has never gotten hit for it.
Down?
Yeah, I know the
Where?
raiets have ended. That's because Trump sent.
But if
in
it's
the
burned down,
military.
where's it all burned down? I haven't seen
They
it. I've
firebombed
traveled around all of
cars.
LA.
They
You said
firebombed
LA was
Waymo's.
burned down. LA
Yeah,
is
it's a
500
figure
square
of
miles.
speech.
It's
Yeah,
not a figure
I'm
of speech,
sa-
actually.
yeah,
It's
I'm
another
saying that
false
they're
claim of yours.
burning. No, they're burning
I support
buildings.
euthanasia. LA's burned to the ground.
Bro, just
Immigrants
listen,
hate what we stand
relax.
for.
Okay, so
I'm super
so
relaxed.
you're pro-abortion.
But you're just saying one
Where's
false thing after
no,
another.
so you're pro-abortion,
And I'm
right?
standing by my position. Immigrants are good
You're
for it.
pro-abortion. You're an immigrant.
I'm
Where's
pro
the-
Roe v. Wade.
Yeah,
Personally,
where-
I'm not pro-abortion. If you knew anything about me, you know that.
Roe v. Wade is.
All right, pause.
You made it.
Great to
Nice
see
to meet
you.
you, Mehdi.
My name is Cyrus.
Nice to meet you,
I
Cyrus.
am also son of 2 immigrants.
They don't want you here, Cyrus, you fucking idiot.
Came in legally. I'm also
You think you'll be special, but you won't.
So Persian descent.
Fantastic.
Born in L.A.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Tehrangeles.
Yes, yes. Well, I am mainly upset not at the immigrants, legal or not. I'm mainly upset at Wall Street. I'm mainly upset at the elites,
Same.
the special interests.
I'm with you.
They are the main reason why we've been having this issue since 1965. And most want to do well. There are a few bad apples, we can agree.
Okay.
But we want to go after the elites. They are the main cause of the problem.
Love it.
And just like
I'm with you.
healthcare, trade,
I'm with you.
everything.
Did you
it's
know, Cyrus, that the top 1% dodge $163 billion in taxes every year, while undocumented people pay $100 billion in tax? So
Well,
I know where my anger is against.
There are issues with our tax system on the rich, but in a state like California, some taxes are too high. I used to live here,
It's a
now I
different
live
debate.
in Las Vegas.
Different debate.
No, the taxes aren't too high. You literally are just so used to having so low and non-functional taxes. And again, your pay is not commensurate with what you do. So yes, the taxes are too high because you get paid too little.
Okay,
I'm saying immigration is good for
it
America.
depends on the
People like
tactics.
you and me overall are good for America is what I'm
Okay,
saying.
but depends on how it's done.
Yes.
It depends on how it's
And
done.
how it's been done
so
for the US.
I'm not blaming the housing crisis on immigrants.
How it's done, again, you don't know how it's done. You don't know how it was done before. You don't know how it was done with yourself. You don't know fucking jack shit. Again, as nice as you're trying to be and whatever, you're being misled just like all of them with this fantastical version of reality that you've never bothered to actually fact check of whether this actually is how it works or not. You don't know how to do things.
Not on wages, but in a state like California that doesn't build enough homes and they're bringing immigrants in, you have to increase supply of housing.
agree.
Okay,
I agree.
but this is where our anger is at the political class.
I agree.
The Democrat Party used to have a different stance on immigration 15 years ago. Bernie Sanders, Hillary Clinton.
I'm not a fan of that. I'm not here to defend different Democrats. What I will say is
that's our anger.
What I will say is that everyone here actually does think immigration is good for America. Everyone here uses an iPhone designed by an immigrant, is on Gmail
Fair point.
designed by an immigrant, is
But
Dumb. You're dumb and you're stupid.
what is on a YouTube show.
But
you
this
guys
is-
all came to a YouTube show.
Yeah, YouTube. It was founded by immigrants, I do believe.
Founded by an immigrant. You wouldn't
Fair
be
point,
here
but that's
if it
a
wasn't for
tiny
an immigrant.
minority,
So
though.
you all love immigrants, whether you like it or not.
Okay, but it is a taboo subject. Should we be concerned about the demographics? So
No.
Anglo-Saxon, European American, 0% of America, it doesn't matter.
Are they 0% of America?
Well, let's say if it becomes 0%, it should not worry.
They're not going to. Why are you bringing weird hypotheticals?
But there has to. But I mean, they're still part of our country. There's culture. There's.
Yeah.
I mean, even Britain. Like,
I mean,
it
America's gone through
concerns me.
many
But
demographic
it
waves,
concerns me when Britain is changing,
Britain
and
is-
it's like.
Changing what? Into what? From what into what? You don't fucking know anything about British or British culture. And I'm scared. Why does it concern you? Why does it need to be the same Britain, the same demographic as it was 100 years ago or 200 years ago? One, it's not. And again, 100 years ago, the demographics weren't the same of what it was 200 years ago or 300 years ago or 400 or 500 years ago. This just kind of weird, childish, I'm scared of change. I don't even know if it's good or bad. I'm just terrified that I won't understand things.
Like they're
Britain's been
losing their
changing for
culture,
years.
but it's
Who said
losing
they're
their
losing their
culture.
culture? Who
Are
says
they?
so?
Are they going to try to?
I'm
what
from
are
the
they
UK.
gonna-
I'm telling you, no one's losing their culture. in the UK.
London is going to be very little British in
Who
one
says
day.
so?
What's the plan? That's what we want to know. What's the
You
plan?
just made that up. Have you been
But
to London?
how do we know?
Cyrus, have you been to London?
No.
So then maybe you shouldn't comment on places you don't know anything about.
But what's the plan?
I grew up in London.
What's
London's
the
a very
general
British
plan?
city. I was in London a few weeks ago.
Okay.
It's a very British
I
city.
hope not. I understand that there are people in this audience.
Again, I'm sorry, but I won't give credence to your paranoia, schizophrenic, fantastical fucking delusions. Who should? Why should I? Good Lord.
That don't like me or you in this
Yeah,
country.
they want
And
us
I
to leave.
respect that. There's some that don't even want me to date a blonde woman. They want to keep to their own, or ginger or whatever.
Yeah, most of them are in this fucking room, you dipshit. And they're using the same fucking fear-mongering that you were. I'm afraid of their changing. They're afraid that if you date a blonde woman, that will be another domino of changing the demographics. And you could, like, how can you say, well, that's fair for them to say? Like, that's fucking nuts. That's nuts. Should India, should China, should all of these places kill, murder, and expel every single Western culture thing? How could you then argue, like, because I have no doubt that you would probably say that, you know, Iran and these locations that treat women horribly, they should be more Western. Like, how can you say that if ultimately you're saying, no, people should be exactly the way they are historically? You're, in many ways, you're like an ethnic relativist. You're a cultural relativist and an ethnic relativist. It's just this weird, it's such a weird ideology when you try to break it into like a philosophical concept. It's fucking nuts.
I respect that, but there has to be a deal made. There's Idaho, there's Montana. They can go live in a homogeneous society. I don't believe in force, okay? And I believe that there has to be a deal made. And I think there's upsides and downsides to diversity.
There's a deal made. People have elections, they vote for elections, and right now, there's Donald Trump in the White House, not someone I support, but people voted for him.
Well, why did he get in, mainly? Because we had
That's a big subject. Not sure we have time to get into that.
2016,
There's a lot
Bernie
of reasons he got in.
Sanders. Okay.
Part of the reason he got in is that people in this room want people like me and you to leave, and they voted for him to try and make that happen.
I'm not surprised. One of the Charlottesville marchers doesn't like me, and I've met those people, and I respect their views.
But you can't, like, here's the thing. There's a difference between understanding and respect. You can't actually respect that view. That is the whole concept of the paradox of tolerance and the necessity of actually understanding what it means. Is, again, quite rightly pointed out. It's Popper, I believe, the paradox of tolerance, points out that, again, a totally tolerant, respectful society will just basically allow itself to be destroyed if it tolerates people who do not tolerate that who do not value tolerance, or who only value it in the sense that it is useful for them. So eventually the extremists, the intolerant, will take control and destroy the tolerant, because the tolerant will tolerate the intolerant people. But then that means that you can't create a tolerant society because you must be intolerant of something. So it becomes this seemingly paradox. The way you solve this, or the way you figure out this paradox, is that you have to figure out or understand the difference between a tolerable annoyance or problem and an intolerable one. Basically, what strains this particular metal and what breaks it, this metal bar. How much weight and how much strain and how much tolerance does the bar have, and what breaks it? And then you basically outlaw and or prevent and are intolerant and discriminatory towards the elements or those weights, those pressures that would break the tolerance. And usually, I'm sorry, most of these views and most of the actions that these people want to support and that they actively participate in to a certain degree are intolerable. You cannot tolerate at a table where the core function of it is we should value free speech and talking and engaging, whatever. You can't let somebody come onto there who says, my view and the way I want to conduct myself will be to kill everybody at this table. It is, again, if you value the table and the value that the table in this concept of people being able to freely join this table in conversation, if you value the products of that, you cannot value or respect something that is antithetical to the table's existence and the democracy that exists with it. You can't respect this perspective because this perspective, one, does not respect the sanctity of you or the ideologies you have at the core or that allow them to exist. They're in many ways self-destructive.
You really shouldn't.
Well, they're wants.
Don't respect racists and fascists, is my advice to you.
Well, they have their preferences. You know, that's just.
So does a pedophile. So does a murderer. They all have a preference for a thing. That doesn't mean you fucking respect it. That's stupid as hell. You're just a fucking spineless fucking wanker.
We can't change that.
Actually, we can. That's why I tried to come in today, but anyways.
All right, that's time. Please return to your seat.
Thank you. Nice to meet you,
Great
Cyrus.
pleasure.
Good. My final claim is that Donald Trump's plan for Gaza is ethnic cleansing.
This one is pretty nonsensical, mostly because none of these people actually give a shit about Gaza or anything like this. So again, kind of like the previous one, they're not really going to argue against anything that's happening, or like the one where Donald Trump is defying the Constitution. This is kind of a non-arguable point, primarily because the people here are in support of it. They don't care. It's a fucking not. It's kind of just a nonsensical thing. So we might skip through this a fair bit.
Hey, how are you?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
You too.
Oh, hey,
So
look,
why-
it's
why
Nazi
do you-
Barbie. Again, she works as a fucking social media like journalist slash influencer for a right-wing rag. Most of these people, or a lot of them do to a certain extent, they're all just industry plant pieces of shit, honestly, or a lot of them are.
Say this is Donald Trump's plan. Why do you think that?
I mean, he says it's his plan. Have you seen his?
Also, the primary argument that they're going to have, it's not Donald Trump's plan. It's the Jews. It's the Jews. Again, their only reason they disagree with this is because they're actually so racist and anti-Semitic and bigoted that that's their fucking response. You'll see.
When
Have you
did
heard
he
his plan?
say it?
He said it standing next to Benjamin Netanyahu in January, February. He said it on Fox News in an interview on Fox. He said it on Air Force One when he was
He
chatting
said
to reporters.
word for word. What's an example of what he said?
Word for word, he said, for example, we're going to clean out the Gaza Strip. He said they're going to leave. We're going to take control of it. He says, we'll own it. I would own it. He says, I'm not sure under international law how he can own a foreign piece of land. And when he was asked on Fox News, the people, the Palestinians who are being forced to leave, would they be able to come back? He said, no, they wouldn't. That is the literal definition of ethnic cleansing, according to a UN definition of ethnic cleansing.
Why do you think that Trump is saying this? Do you think that he has some personal interest in cleansing Gaza, or do you think there might be some special interest group or perhaps religious or ethnic group that's, that maybe he received money from them and that's the whole reason why he wants to cleanse?
Who's pulling the strings behind the scenes? Now, again, I'm not a fan of AIPAC. I'm not a fan of that kind of thing. But again, the reason why she hates... Excuse me. I'm allergic to bullshit. The reason why I dislike AIPAC is that I'm not particularly fond of a foreign nation having such control and influence in a weird kind of way over our politics to a certain degree. But again, it's not excessively terrible, and I don't hate it too much. It's just I'm not particularly fond of some of the weird actions that they've been allowed to take over the many years they've existed. But again, it's not super egregious. It's just it's certainly something I can have a criticism of. Her criticism is because it's Jews. So there is a big difference here. I just want to make that very clear.
Gaza, or why do you think that is?
I don't do Donald Trump's motivations. I really don't care. My claim is that what he's doing is ethnic cleansing.
Well,
do you agree with that?
I would actually, probably agree, but I'm just...
You agree that it's ethnic cleansing? You agree with doing ethnic cleansing?
No, I don't agree with it, but I agree
Okay,
that's
good to hear.
probably his plan. But I'm trying to figure out, why do you think that is? Because Donald Trump's a white man. He identifies as Christian. I'm not...
Donald Trump doesn't care about Christianity. He's a narcissistic piece of shit, and he doesn't care about anybody. So honestly, he could do ethnic cleansing or not and support it, and it has nothing to do with anybody. Nobody needs to influence him to do this, because being a narcissistic piece of shit that he is, he doesn't care enough.
not sure if he really is. Well, what interest does he have in preserving a Jewish ethno-state? Why would he have that?
It's a good question. You'd have to ask Donald Trump that question. I've got multiple views. I'm sure you have many views. I'm not sure I like where you're going with your views, but I think Donald Trump is definitely someone who's got financial interests in ethnic cleansing. He's got political interests. He loves the evangelical voters he get. A lot of Christian evangelicals like to support Israel because they think Jesus will come back if all the Jews are gathered in one place with no Palestinians. I think he's going to make money, he thinks, from beachfront property with Jared Kushner. He said something similar in the past.
You think that's the real reason?
I think there's
Yeah, actually I do. I think that's the reason why. Now, was he sold this idea? Probably from, again, fucking some of the more extremist and Zionistic ethnic cleansing elements within Israel and AIPAC, and he's being bribed with this, sure, to a certain extent, but again, that doesn't free him up. He's not being manipulated by this. Again, you take a bribe, like there's two bad actions. One is the bribing of somebody, and then there's somebody accepting the bribe. So, like, again, Donald Trump is not being manipulated in this sense. He's just, he's being his standard, unethical, slimy piece of shit self.
There's multiple reasons, yeah. I think financial, geopolitical, ideological, evangelical. I don't even care. My claim is that what he's doing is ethnic cleansing. Ethnic cleansing is a war crime according to the Fourth Geneva Convention.
Again, she doesn't want to argue against this. She just wants to have a moment spotlight to say some nasty shit about Jewish people in America, because they're also foreign, and we gotta hate all foreign influences, all foreigners that try to take over your country. Shit.
I agree.
It's against international law under the Rome Statute, so we shouldn't be part of that. The United States should not be supporting Donald Trump's plan for ethnic cleansing.
I agree.
Good.
What do you think? What do you think should be done instead with the Israel-Gaza situation? I'm not sure what your stance is on this.
I would like to see a ceasefire in Gaza.
Two-state
I would
solution
like to see. I don't really get into debates about what solutions. I would like to see an end to the killing. I would like to see Gazans have freedom. I would like to see the Palestinians in Gaza somehow get their land back. 80% of Gaza right now is under Israeli military control or displacement. I would like to see freedom for the Palestinian people. I'm an American. To go back to the core of this show, I support American values. One person, one vote. Free speech.
It really is a religious and ethnic battle.
It is not a religious battle.
Well, yes.
No, it's not.
Again, we can go back and forth of how much this is. At the core of it, I don't think it's a religious thing. I think religion has been a useful tool for this for this particular conflict to a certain degree, but I don't really think at the core of it, it is a religious conflict. We're going to skip past Nazi Barbie here. Far-right nationalist fascist Barbie. Really, they should not. They should just continue this. Oh boy, yeah, this guy's back. Yeah, we're definitely gonna spend some time with this piece of shit.
My family lineage is set.
God damn it! How did it all go all the way back? Oh wait, skipped it. Sorry, I was skipping forward on the wrong button here. And come on, fascist Barbie, get out of here.
Whoa! Welcome back, Richie. You really want to be here?
First of all, I really thought that obviously where we started, where it ended up, there's a lot of aggression.
You started this off, dude. Like again, what's this weird? Again, this is how much of a pussy they actually are. Is they can't even back up their evil. They're constantly looking for support because again, they aren't very powerful. They are evil as shit. It's just they are constantly trying to get you, the moderate, the left person, the liberal, the nice, decent person, to give them power for free by respecting them or by going back to the status quo. So they always will try to do this, try to gaslight you into thinking that they weren't actually as awful as they were before.
I can see in your eyes there's a level of exhaustion from being here. This is
because you're a piece of shit. You are like again, you fundamentally don't. Zero accountability, zero responsibility. We have that somewhere up here.
This is where my empathy comes in. Where it doesn't is, when you have a room full of people that do agree with you, we have this opportunity to come together, and you're kind of mocking people when they do. So you mock
again. We're
Sarah a little bit.
Yes, we're gonna mock Sarah because she's saying stupid shit. Just because we agree slightly doesn't mean that we actually agree. You reached your conclusions via illogical, hateful, bigoted conclusions, whereas I reached the conclusion via things. Just because we reach the same conclusion does not make us the same and does not make the same conclusion. Again, I will refer back to this. These people will fundamentally not understand this problem. That 2 + 2 = 4 is not the same as 2 × 2 = 4. These 2's are not the same. This 4 is not the same as this 4 or these 2's. They are not the same. They are not equivalent. You just want an easy ride. You just want an easy pass because you copied off of fucking a smarter kid's work and you put down the answer, but you don't show your work. And your work, what you do show, is nonsensical. But you want the teacher and you want the rest of society to give you a pat on the fucking head and a pass. No.
When you guys clearly had a common interest and goal to reach. So
they don't have a common interest and goal. At best, what they have is some common observation, is an equal observation. To some degree, they don't have common goals.
I can tell you're agitated. I want to bring that all down, please.
You're the one who was talking about how you get super agitated as some kind of weird. Again, this was in the first section way earlier, but he was like trying to like do some weird threatening, like this. Hey man, just telling you right now, people know me. I get angry when I get amped. I get really angry. I get amped up. It's kind of like some pseudo threat.
I'm guessing you're not going to, but let's see.
No, I'm going to. I do want to point out some contradictions. First and foremost, I don't believe you're pro-American in the value system that you claim.
Fucking Christ, would you talk about the argument at hand? I know you can't because it's not a particularly great statement, but in many ways, you could argue against it if you weren't a piece of shit.
Claim to uphold, especially with free speech, if you're not willing to debate people that don't share your values.
Again, this fucking whining. Why won't you play ball with us? 'Cause you keep fucking stealing and trying to kill me. You refuse to play the rules of the game. You refuse to follow any rules. You know that kid who's constantly, when they're playing, you're playing ball or playing some game, is constantly trying to make up rules so that he always wins and you always lose? You stop playing with that kid, because ultimately at a fundamental level, he's not playing by any rules of the game. He's not respecting you. He's not respecting the game. He's not respecting anything. All he wants is to fucking win. Despite the fact that, honestly, most people would say that victory is fucking empty, but that kid doesn't give a shit. You stop playing with them. This is what happens. You are judged by your behavior, and you aren't always forgiven.
That's very
Do you believe
un-American.
Donald Trump's plan for Gaza is ethnic cleansing?
I don't believe it's ethnic cleansing, because it's not his plan.
It is his plan. He said it's my plan.
No,
Benjamin Netanyahu called it his plan.
He is obeying someone else's plan.
Okay. Who is he obeying?
He is obeying Israel's plan for the Greater Israel Project, of which this is one of those things that we can agree on.
Why is he doing that?
Why is he doing that?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe they have something on him. Maybe they have something on all
Conspiracy.
But you think it's a bad thing what he's doing?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
no,
Glad
that's
to
why,
agree with you.
But see, I don't want to shut down
I'm
the
not mocking you,
conversation.
I'm agreeing with you.
Okay, perfect. You know, but I want to take this opportunity, because I don't know if I'm going to get the opportunity again, to say, you're not American. First and foremost, but you're not.
Remember when I said the agitation from you is not going to be lower?
What I'm saying,
you came to lower the temperature and then make racist remarks. You know that's a racist remark.
It's
right?
not racist.
You tell an American citizen.
But okay, perfect. You just proved your own point. You just said that was a racist position.
Yes.
Earlier, you argued this contention that America has no race. It's a bunch of immigrants that culminate together into what
America has no race.
You inferred it. You absolutely did.
So I think he's trying to make some kind of thing that I'm saying that you're not American in some kind of essential like thing. It's not like an American isn't a race. It's some kind of ideological position. And by not doing this, you are not American. But again, like you're not American in spirit is like his weird contention, but he has no realistic, he hasn't laid out any claims as like how he is not American. And again, he has laid out many claims like, okay, these are all American values and American ideology as codified into the Constitution and throughout its history. I believe in these things and I do them actively all the time. So I am an American in spirit and also an American in citizenship. If you want to make this distinction of you're not American in spirit, then again, like it's a weird argument. I can almost see it, but it's stupid and he's too dumb and bigoted. And again, ultimately the primary reason he doesn't think it is because of Mehdi Hasan's ethnic and racial background. That's what leads him to be suspicious of anything he says.
So now you're saying it's racist for me to take an American nationalist approach. You're kind
of an American national approach? Is that a white approach?
I think it's a white nativist approach of.
How could it be if Americanism is a spiritual thing, then it can't be white because it has nothing to do with whiteness. It has to do with spirituality and an ideological position. Nonsensical. He is a racist.
Of course,
only Americans are white people.
Why did your parents immigrate
from India?
India?
Only white people.
Why did your parents immigrate from India to the UK?
Because the UK colonized and conquered India.
Okay, why did you immigrate to America?
Because many reasons.
Okay, all opportunity. There's opportunity.
That's not true. You don't know.
The accent. Your accent is an afflict of white Anglo-Saxon.
But you know there are 50 million Americans in this country who are
I
immigrants.
understand, but
none of them are
missing-
Americans in your view.
What I'm trying to get you to do to reach a common ground here.
There is no common ground here. What you're literally saying, what I want you to do is reach a common ground to where you are subhuman and I am superior. Why can't we just agree on this? It's nonsensically fucking stupid.
I'm not going to reach a common ground because you said I'm not American.
Please try.
I don't think you're American.
I'm saying you're
I
not.
don't think you're American.
I'm saying you're not
I think you're
American due to
American.
values.
I don't think you're not American on values either. I think you're a little fascisty, a little racisty.
See, you're using these words. Okay, first of all, I want to say this.
I'm not just throwing them at you. You didn't come sit down and I said it.
Every conservative that has ever been shut down by leftists like you, for every conservative, for
You're
every
not a conservative. You've already said
for
you're not-
every
you-
right
you've
wing,
already said you're not
for
a
every
conservative.
Stefan Molyneux,
Oh,
Thomas
more white,
Sowell,
okay.
Nick Fuentes, all of those people.
Is
that
Thomas
people
Sowell
like-
American?
He's Australian. But that's not the point. I'm saying people that are on our side of the aisle that get shut down by people like you because you're leveraging this.
Just the absolute pathetic appeal. Nobody's shutting you down. And honestly, half of them, Nick Fuentes getting shut. Nick Fuentes is a troll. He's not an intellectual powerhouse. He doesn't understand things. He doesn't want to understand things. He's literally just an entertainer. And I'm sorry that people don't want to be entertained by him. You know, this whole if you don't like the comedy show, you don't like the comedy, leave. You don't have to enjoy this. Same thing. On the opposite direction, they're wanting to find entertainers and speakers or whatever. They have a culture, they have a desire. They don't want Nick Fuentes. You whiny piece of shit.
Position of emotion.
You're joking, right?
No, I'm not. You're leveraging
Do you know
a
nobody on
position of
quote unquote
emotion.
my side of the aisle is trying to deport you? The only shutting
Actually,
down
yes,
is being
they're
done by
trying to.
you.
They're actually
The
trying
only
to
shutting down is being
genocide my
done by
entire
you.
race. So what are you talking
Wow.
about? Oh, what are you
They're trying to genocide my entire race. Again, and then he doesn't say it's a racial thing, it's a spirit thing, but it's not. Again, he can't even be consistent because he's just evil and stupid. And look at the claps. Let's see who claps here.
talking about?
Okay, so he claps, he claps, he claps. I think the racist Barbie was clapping.
Genocide my entire race. So what are you talking about? Oh, what are you talking?
Yep, racist Barbie claps, he claps, he claps, he claps.
Talking about?
There's a couple of whoops over in the north area.
Trying to genocide my entire race. So what are you talking about? Oh, what are you talking about?
Yep, the again, the so-called reasonable blue shirt guy on the northern hemisphere, he was clapping. I honestly, again, identify all these people. Nobody, if you are this proud to be this way and you want to be a public figure, because most of these people want to be public figures, that's why they're here. All right. The public will know you.
White genocide guy?
Are you kidding me?
Wow.
You know the fact you're.
I'm amazed that Jubilee find some of you guys. How did they find you?
Do you see?
Did
what
they
you're
email
doing?
you? Do you have Gmail?
Why are you trying to oust me? This
Do you
is
shop
such a
at
cheap
Costco?
tactic.
Do you go to Nordstrom?
No,
All
I'm
immigrants.
trying
Have you
to-
ever been?
Yeah, now he's mocking, but like, I'm sorry. At this point, why do you are so disrespectful? You are so nasty, and you cheer and you laugh whenever people saying that this guy's invalid, all this stuff. But then he shows a little attitude back to you, and you crumple and whine. Because I want reasonable conversation, because I want the power that comes from reasonable conversation. I just don't want to have to follow any of the rules. Again, entitled fucking loser children.
On eBay,
No,
immigrants.
but I'm
You love
agreeing-
immigrants.
No, I'm agreeing.
You love immigrants when they're helping you.
I'm
You just
not-
don't like the color of
it's
my
not
skin.
we're having a different
All right,
conversation.
pause.
Genocide.
We're having a different
Pause.
conversation.
All right, you've been voted.
So it's very hard to.
Jesus.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going? Nice to meet you.
Hello. So I'll switch over to the Gaza thing in a.
And again, the fact that none of them, I would be more, if I was on a lefty panel kind of thing, and I was hearing some of this same kind of crazy shit, just like because there's the leftist version of some of this insane, crazy, hate-mongering shit. If I sat in that chair, I would feel compelled by basic decency to say, hey, look, apologies. There's been a lot of shit said from these people. I'm going to say it's a lot, way too extreme. Either way, like, even if I sometimes might agree with some of the aspects that they're saying, the nature and the logic they're using to support those conclusions are dog shit. So I apologize. I would just feel compelled, based on basic humanity, to do that. But again, these people don't have that. They don't have that because they've never needed to be nice to other people. They've never needed to be kind. They've never needed other people. Well, technically they need them all the time. They've never been required to do this. They've just had so much entitled, easy access to all of the support of the community around them. They're just takers. They've never been givers.
Second, but first off, I just wanted to touch on that. You said that you support free speech, of course, right? So what I'm
Notice how, again, we're just not talking about anything relating to the topic.
confused about is you've refused to debate people that I've...
And again, refuse to debate. They're just so fucking triggered. They're so triggered. This is what triggering is that it doesn't always look like a major emotional outburst. It is obsessive focus on this one thing. That's how somebody is triggered, is when they obsessively focus without any stop and any response. There's nothing being brought up here that really relates to this. Just like, oh, you're in favor of free speech. Again, that doesn't mean that it's absolutist. Again, you're just trying to pretend like, again, it's just so weird. It's such a sad, pathetic appeal.
disagreed with you because you said that they're racist or they're fascist, right?
No. If we're going to do facts, they said they were racist and fascist. Get your facts right before you start arguing.
So isn't the whole entire point of a debate to debate people that you don't agree with?
No. Again, you are oversimplifying it. Again, discourse, the importance of discourse, free speech, and the philosophical notions of these concepts. If you look into anybody, whether it's conservative or more progressive investigations into this topic, writers and philosophers on the topic, they would all come to the conclusion that all of this is necessary to talk about these things and to be able to entertain terrible ideas. But the big thing is that at the core, everybody, no matter how terrible, awful their idea is, they have to be both tolerant and also respectful of the basic concept of free speech and the necessary conditions that are required for free speech to happen, which means that you can't be in favor of free speech, but then also be in favor of a two-caste system to where the lower caste do not have the right or the ability to talk to the upper class about most and all topics. You can't have a slave class. Fundamentally, this is why, again, liberal ideologies and even libertarian freedom, whatever you will, when they talk about or think about these ideas of liberty and of free speech and the cores of this, they realize how these things relate to free speech. It's like, okay, we actually can't have slavery because the position power differential, the position between master and slave, makes it so that the slave actually does not have the ability and is impressed in such a way to where either they can't or they won't, for fear of retaliation, be able to speak their mind. So you can't have these restrictions. You can't hold the ideological positions of superiority or any of these other things. So when they start talking like this and they start wanting to discuss these things and be taken seriously, again, there's kind of no point in realistically dealing with those ideas, especially if we're not just doing this out of like just in a laboratory environment, but in an actual, let's see if we can get people to believe this. Like outside of the laboratory, there's no real reason to engage in those conversations because they are thought terminating. That ideology actually can't function. So why would I play? Like, this is literally, it's like circular reasoning. It's like, why won't you entertain my circular reasoning? Because circular reasoning is irrational, stupid, and can't fucking function. If you want to do this in some kind of weird laboratory sense to where we basically are we're playing with stuff that we know will fail. We're just looking at how it fails in a unique, interesting thing. But it's confusing for the common audience who don't know, who are going to expect, well, these are the ideas that are functional. I'm not going to see any non-functional, stupid things. I'm not going to be sold in the marketplace of ideas that are circular, non-functioning. I'm going to be sold ones. They may disagree, but they all have to be functional on a basic mechanics standpoint, basic logic standpoint. Most of these ideas are non-functional for various reasons, or are self-defeating and self-destructive to other aims. You can't say I value free speech, but then say that some people are better than others, and or create this kind of weird supremacist kind of thing, because or be anti-diversity to this extent, because if you value them, like, why would you want to create a white ethno-nationalist state if you value free speech? You won't be able to hear all free speech in a white ethno-nationalist state, because you won't be able to hear the speech of the black individual, of the Indian individual, of the Native American individual, because you've eliminated all possibilities of that. So you've created, there's only the freedom within the extreme confines of a very artificial created thing, which, again, you might say, well, that's still free speech. It says free speech limited. Why is your limitations on free speech different from my limitations? My limitations, one, are way broader and allow for the greater diversity of things, and only eliminates, and even then, I'm only saying this in the sense of debate, which is probably what Mehdi Hasan believes, but from my perspective, the only reason why I would eliminate these is because I don't want to give people the false notion that these ideas, I sometimes will even be the one arguing these things, but I won't do them outside of very specific environmental, like laboratory settings, because in that setting, I can make it clear to everyone in that specific moment that this idea doesn't work, that this chemical reaction doesn't work and won't produce the result we want. But let's go through it so that we can see why it doesn't work. And then I will try to be like the champion of this, and I'm going to test your knowledge and see how well you can point it out. And then after we're done, I'm then going to give you, okay, here's the stuff that you missed that proves this doesn't work. Because I know how it doesn't work on a much higher level and much higher scale than the student does. But I'm going to give the student the opportunity to use their critical thinking to try to defeat this idea, no matter how evil and awful it is. But I will keep it within that limited area. I'm not going to advertise this as a product that is potentially to buy, that without that context, without that necessary kind of procedure. It's just not safe. It's not smart. It's not good. It's not conducive to good argumentation. It's not conducive to good critical thinking skills even. So again, this idea, and again, my limitations are, one, way broader than their limitations, and two, my limitations are based upon, again, the correct kind of limitation. Is that if I'm dealing with a ideological construct, then the only limitations on that ideological construct should technically be, especially from something that's immaterial and just kind of a moral, ethical thing, probably shouldn't be based on something that's material, because the materiality, again, these are two different things. Now, again, you might be able to find some area where material is the good limiter on the immaterial, but for the most part, I'm going to be looking at, okay, well, what ideas are antithetical to ideas? What are thought terminating ideas and concepts and positions and frameworks of thinking that are anti-critical thinking, that are anti-thinking, that are in many ways self-destructive? Okay, those ideas, and those are the ones that probably we should have some limitation to prevent those, because they are antithetical to the pursuit of free speech. Not whining and pissing and fucking pissing yourself because we terminated the thought project of things that are just non-functional.
I don't debate people who don't see me, A, as equal, no point, or B, support democracy, because that would undermine the whole idea of the debate.
Again, if you don't support that basic concept of equal rights and equal vote and equal participation, then you don't believe in debate, you don't believe in conversation, you don't believe in this, you believe in domination, you believe in just making authoritative statements of a God King. There's no point in doing this.
If you don't support democracy, as our friend here doesn't, and support General Franco, then what is the point of a debate? The First Amendment doesn't mean you have to debate everyone. Somebody comes up to you in the street and starts talking to you. You don't have an obligation to carry on talking to them. I'm sure you go about your business. Somebody comes up to you in the subway and sits next to you and starts ranting in your face. So you're not going to start debating.
So everybody here in this Jubilee,
everyone here has hygiene standards, as do you. There are people you wouldn't debate, I'm sure, as well.
Okay. So can you please describe why you think Trump is supporting ethnic?
Notice how we have to abandon that. You try with some little accusation or whatever. Yeah, you have nothing to say against this.
Cleansing of Gaza just because he wants to take over the land there. How does that
And
equate to killing them?
not just take over the land, kick out all the people. That is the definition of ethnic cleansing.
So, isn't ethnic cleansing killing people? Because it seems like you're...
No, you can ethnic cleanse people without killing them. And by the way, they have been killed more than 50.
Also, yeah, no, you're misunderstanding the difference between ethnic cleansing and some kind of genocidal act. Ethnic cleansing, we both genocided and ethnically cleansed Native Americans from their lands during American Western expansion. If we want to look at it from tribe for tribe, some tribes were genocided and murdered and killed in high rates and driven from their land through the acts of violence and us chasing them. And some were ethnically cleansed in the sense that we used some degree of violence and force to force them to move from lands that were their ancestral homes, or just where their homes were at that particular point in time, and where they hunted and had their cities, and forced them out. So you can ethnically cleanse a place without killing people. They're both evil. They're just usually they're usually accomplished both at the same time. One usually follows the other.
50,000 people in Gaza have been killed by the Israelis, by people like Bezalel Smotrich, who said recently, the finance minister of Israel, we are going to Gaza to conquer, cleanse, and remain. We're going to annihilate the place. We're going to disassemble Gaza, he said. We're going to leave it behind as piles of rubble. That's the guy Trump's funding, supporting. That's the guy praising Trump. So yes, Trump and Smotrich are ethnically cleansing Gaza.
I cannot deny that thousands of people are dying in Gaza, but you need to realize, why are they dying? Is it possibly that they're attacking another country?
No,
just because
the people who are dying...
No, the majority of them actually aren't attacking. I think even Israel is would have to admit this, though they kind of lied over it, is that the majority of people are dying. Even if they are combatants, they technically aren't even actively fighting. Like, again, that doesn't protect them. Like, again, just because you aren't in your warplane trying to bomb Britain doesn't mean that you are somehow a citizen, like the Nazi is somehow a citizen and not a combatant. Though depending on certain war crime aspects, you're surrendering. You're no longer a enemy. You're no longer an active combatant. But ignoring those kind of things, they would still admit that the majority of people who are dying are not active enemy combatants. Though again, the more racist, ethnic cleansing, genocidal aspects would say they're all Hamas. They're all evil. So stupid.
We're not attacking another country.
Just because Israel is killing more Gazans than Gazans are killing Israel, it doesn't mean Gaza is righteous in Israel.
Again, and here's the next thing. Okay, so the question I would ask these kind of people was October 7th a genocidal act, or was that somehow terrible? Because I would need to check the numbers again. Maybe I misread something, but I do believe the majority of people who died were actually not technically civilians. They were military and police official and police and security and armed forces. Even if they weren't armed at the time, they were active duty combatants, or could be seen as active duty combatants. Like, it's still a horrific terroristic crime, absolutely evil. The people who perpetrated it, if we want to think about it from a morality standpoint, I have no problem saying that if there's a hell, they should burn in it. I don't really believe there is one, but there is one. They should burn in it. Evil, horrible terrorist act, sure. But again, like, if we're to hold them, like, even in that attack, I do believe the majority of people who died were active military and security forces in the Israeli defense forces. I do believe the majority of them. Again, I would have to check numbers. I'm freely willing to admit I'm wrong on this, and I will retract this. But again, that might be, if that is true. Again, that's like, so I mean, according to your framework, that is somehow morally better than if it was just mostly civilians. It just seems kind of weird the way you would want to take that.
Is evil.
I never said anything about evil or righteous.
Israel
I said ethnic cleansing. You said don't have to be killed. I said they are being killed, and the criteria for what's happening to them. If Donald Trump says these people have to leave and never come back, is that not ethnic cleansing? What is your definition of ethnic cleansing?
I would think ethnic cleansing is when you're killing off a large part of an ethnic group.
That's genocide. You're confusing your terms. Ethnic cleansing is removing.
Yeah. You've heard the term used both at the same time, because they often often include both. Is that you're committing a genocide, and usually when you kill all the people of a certain region, you just don't leave it empty. You oftentimes reoccupy it. So in many ways, it's both a genocide and an ethnic cleansing. But you can absolutely ethnically cleanse without killing a vast majority of people. You can actually kill a relatively minor amount of people, but if you scare enough and you put enough military force and you beat and abuse people enough that they fear that you will genocide them, they will, quote unquote, voluntarily leave, or you can force them off at gunpoint. That's still ethnic cleansing. Like, you just don't understand your terms.
One ethnic group using a deliberate policy by violence or terror-inspiring means to remove another population, another ethnic group from a certain geographic area. That's the UN definition of ethnic cleansing. That is what he's doing. When he was asked Donald Trump, can they come back? He said, no, they cannot. That is ethnic. I've heard all these, we've had people talk about white genocide today. You guys are nationalists. How would you feel if somebody came, a president of France came and told you to leave your land and not come back? Would you not feel you'd been ethnically cleansed from your home?
From America?
Yeah.
Well, because my ancestors were settlers here, not immigrants. They actually
Palestinians are not immigrants in Gaza.
So, but again, that also lies as, okay, so you're settlers, so you don't have a claim to this land as much as the indigenous population does. Again, you wouldn't agree with that. So you don't try to use my terminology and my ideological kind of constructs, even though, again, that doesn't make you any more or less. It's just different categorizations, different understandings of relations and peoples and histories. Don't try to use my shit against me, because you don't even understand it.
They are indigenous people to the land.
Didn't Israel just give Gaza the land like a few decades ago?
No.
No. Jesus Christ. No, that's not what happened. Again, they were occupying it. Technically, it was still their land, but they were just occupying and being a massive security force, and basically, like that. It was like some straight up like Berlin Cold War, Iron Curtain shit. Where no, you're your unique nation, maybe not, but we're in control of it. Then they removed their forces from it in 2008. But again, it wasn't giving anything back.
I'm pretty sure Israel used to have that land.
I'm pretty sure you're wrong.
The
they withdrew from 2005 from the land, but controlled the air.
Gave it to them in 2005.
No, they don't give it to them.
Yeah, they just withdrew some of their forces. So basically, they invaded, semi-colonized it, set up temporary colonies, mostly for like military personnel and to set up, and then they removed their stuff from it. So like they didn't give, like, it's such a myopic way of thinking about giving land back, but
They control the air, the sea space, the borders, the population registry. Joe Biden and Barack Obama. Yes, they're funded by the United States.
Because that area requires a lot of cleansing.
Okay. He's fine with the ethnic cleansing because that requires a lot of cleansing. I'm not going to give this guy a lot of airspace. It's mostly just genocide apologia and ethnic cleansing apologia, because all these people are ideologically need to be cleansed and destroyed. And he says so without a hint of irony or hyperbole.
His testimony proves that's not the fault of the Israeli snipers.
This is the problem.
And again, this guy won't either disavow or otherwise have a problem with Israeli snipers shooting kids in the head, and he's relatively okay with that because they're ideologically evil. They're ontologically evil because they were taught by it. I'm not going to give him the time of day. Sorry.
Because
this is
like
bad
I said,
for you.
Like
You're
said,
sitting on
they're
live
brainwashing
television
them.
where millions of people are going to see your neighbor.
Yeah, I don't want to deal with that guy. I'm already pretty exhausted at this point.
I'm good seeing you too, man.
Oh, good. Good seeing you too, man. Again, like just stop talking, man.
First thing I'm going to say is I'm not down for Israel. Okay, that's the first thing I'm going to say.
Yeah,
and,
you're a
I
racist.
don't like when you come up here and you use the type of rhetoric that you do. You talk like all these like left-wing positions, and then you go to the last part, which is I don't support ethnic cleansing in Palestine. I think you're doing a huge disservice to pro-Palestinians when you start allying yourself with all these progressives. I don't think it looks good because you have all these conservatives in here who oppose war. They oppose intervention in the same tradition of Pat Buchanan and all the greats that came before him.
Not Donald Trump, though, sadly.
Yeah, it is sad. It is sad. I do agree. I mean, he ran on an anti-war ticket. He said he was going to. I didn't.
Because he lies, right?
You gonna let me talk, or you just want to? Yeah, true.
So again, it looks like it's funny. I'm looking up in the background here. A lot of these people are friends, and they're in their tiny little community of ugly, evil, fucking pieces of shit. So they all kind of hang out with each other. Anyway, we'll play this for a second. We'll keep letting go.
I mean, yeah, you keep going back to Trump. I don't think this is part of his plan. I think this is a plan of lobbyists. And this is not just unique to Trump. It's been a thing since the Democrats. It's been a thing since the Republicans before him. It's been like this since Truman. I don't know if you read like John Mearsheimer's The Israel Lobby or anything like that. Would you agree or disagree with anything like that?
Oh, I agree with Stephen Watt and John Mearsheimer. Yeah, for sure.
Great. So I'm just wondering, when you ally yourself with all these leftists and you come up here and you argue for immigration, you argue up here that Trump's this bad criminal and this and that, and then you
think Trump's bad too?
I think he's good on some questions and bad on other things, but let me get to my point here, is you ally yourselves with guys like, Jewish Voices for Peace and all those guys.
Great people.
Yeah, not really, though.
Why?
Because they're self-interested in it.
They're not, by definition.
Self-interested, like I don't know what you're doing here. It's hard to let these racists speak without feeling like you're doing a disservice to people.
It says it on their homepage.
By definition, they're not self-interested, right? They're going against their own community.
Are you going to let me talk? On their homepage, it literally says that we are here to segregate Judaism from Zionism. It's very clear they're doing this in their own interest. That's why it literally says Jewish Voices for Peace. They're going to be the good Jews who say that we don't support Palestine. And then what happens is you take all of these progressives, you go out there and LARP in the street, and then everyone here who's conservative, they're going to vote for the...
You notice how, like, if you actually think about it, like, none of this connects to anything else. Like, there's this narrative. And I can understand, like, because I can kind of get this way too, because it's talking about big, broad subjects to a certain degree. That's a great face, by the way. Great pause skills. I'm proud of myself. It can be difficult talking about these large scale things, but the frenetic, schizophrenic connecting, we've talked about this before, of the pseudo-intellectual, this crazy conspiratorial thinking to where you see these disparate fucking points that have no connection, that you haven't done any effective, like, logical connection, point A to point B to point C. And because you haven't done that, and you never do that, you never realize, like, these little bits and pieces that you see have almost nothing to do with anything. And, like, it is so irrelevant, strange, and fucking nonsensical that it's hard to actually put it back together, like, to figure out, like, what are you saying? How does this work? What is any of this? Because I'm struggling to figure out what the hell you're doing here, and how any of this connects to the previous point. You're just rambling from point to point to point to point to point to point to point without any real understanding of any of the points that you've made and any establishing connectivity tissues between them. It's just this rambling hate of people who are affecting me and things that are outside my control that I can't figure out, and I'm pissed off.
pro-war candidate because they don't want to be associated with all the liberals.
You're forced to vote for pro-war people. Poor
It's either that or get replaced in my country. What do you want me to do?
Oh, you and your replacement bullshit.
Yeah, okay, buddy.
Yeah, you and your replacement bullshit. It's just bullshit.
Oh, wow. There's 3 people so far. Let's keep counting. We should be nicer to you, otherwise you'll deport us. What a great argument. This is the free speech debate camp. It's not your country, my friend. It's our country, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, it's not your country.
I thought Kai was... He smiled, he laughed, he disagreed.
I would not have picked him.
I felt like it was good faith. Let's see.
No, he was never good faith. He is easily...
Issue, for example, of family separation, because there is no incentive of a family to come over to this country illegally and then have a child.
We'll go back. Sorry, we skipped a little bit on accident. I clicked somewhere.
I thought Kai was... He smiled, he laughed, he disagreed. I felt like it was good faith. Let's see.
I appreciate it, Mehdi.
He seemed to be in good faith. He seems kind of smart. And, he's one of the few people who doesn't want to deport me. Or maybe not. We're going to find out.
Yeah,
My
that's
claim
the
is
problem.
We should get rid of birthright citizenship.
Why do you want to get rid of birthright citizenship, and how, by the way? Because it's in the Constitution. I'm so glad you brought this up.
Yes.
Because it was one of my...
The 14th.
14th. I mentioned it to a bunch of your friends, and nobody wanted to engage in the 14th.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the 14th Amendment,
Exactly.
the Citizenship Clause, which says that if you're born here, you're a citizen of the United States.
Yes. I chose this because it's an extension of the original debate and the immigration debate.
Okay.
I think birthright citizenship, first of all, when it was originally argued, among the people who were actually voting on the clause, right? It was argued that the birthright citizenship was not automatically extended to everybody who was just born here. And we have a long history of that as well, for example, with the Native Americans, who had particular...
Again, the reason why we did it is because we were thinking of the Native Americans even back then as a separate nation. So again, the reason why we restrict it is we only restrict or consider the restriction when it comes to a foreign national who is a representative of that foreign nation who has no intention of revoking and or changing their citizenship and is doing so on especially their land, or land that they have claimed. That means that's the difference. So again, one, we didn't do it for the Native Americans necessarily, again, because we were treating them as, again, a nation unto themselves, or a collection of states, nations, and tribes that formed a kind of national entity, hence why we didn't necessarily include it there. Two, we also didn't include for foreign nationals, such as French diplomats who were coming in during a French embassy. This is generally true across the board for all places, regardless of what kind of immigrational status they have, whether they have birthright citizenship or not. Most people, even before this was considered an issue, because again, back in the 1700s, most people kind of cared where you were born, but kind of didn't. And it was kind of weird. You being born there or not being born there made no difference in you being a citizen or not, because they're pretty racist in general. But in the general idea, you being born, if you were a French person and you need to be born in on French land to be considered a king or some shit like that. Again, that was well, if you're born in the French consulate or the French embassy in England, there is one at this particular time, that land is French. And if you're born of French people in a foreign thing, maybe not, but this was the small distinction that they had. Again, he wants to blow this up into a much bigger thing. And the third reason that he doesn't bring up is why they were afraid of a birthright citizenship, or they were somewhat hesitant of it, even though they generally were highly in favor of it. But one of the hesitations came from, again, white slavers who didn't want to create or otherwise encourage the idea of birthright citizenship, or were very scared of that, because from that perspective, what about the slave who has a child? Is that child a citizen because they've been born here? I don't like that, because I want to keep my slaves slaves. And I want to keep the slaves' children slaves because I can sell them off. So you're kind of forgetting that part of the history of this debate.
Laws that applied solely to them.
Yep.
What I think we're seeing in this country is not everybody is so similarly under the jurisdiction thereof of the United States, right? And by allowing for birthright citizenship and not interpreting the Constitution as we're legally allowed to and restrict, the automatic citizenship of anybody who's born here, we actually remove the issue, for example, of family separation, because there is no incentive of a family to come over to this country illegally and then have a child, which is contributing to the awful situation we have in America of breaking up families. This is not something that I imagine you or I agree with.
No.
The issue is birthright citizenship has incentivized that.
So even if I were to concede that in...
And again, incentivize this. One, the vast fucking vast majority have no intention, nor are they doing this to any degree. It is dumb as shit to say this. We'll play it again.
In some cases, birthright citizenship has incentivized that. I don't like the phrase anchor babies, but I'm not naive enough to pretend that there are not immigrants who come here and time the pregnancy in order to get Of course, you and I can agree on that.
Yeah. But it's such a vast, insignificant number. It is such an incredibly tiny number.
Doesn't mean you then rip up a constitutional principle that goes back centuries, goes back before the 14th Amendment. 14th Amendment came about, I think, in 1868, if memory serves me correctly. But the principle underlying it is actually from my other country, the UK, ancient English common law, right? So this was always the case. The 14th Amendment, as you know, because you seem well read, came along and codified what was already a principle in American and English law.
Yeah. It codified it because, again, the only reason why it had been 100% codified or why we had any kind of ambiguity about this wasn't because they were scared of anchor babies or some kind of loss of the American spirit, especially back then. They didn't actually care so much about that. The reason they put that in there, or they didn't put this in there, I should actually say, is because slavery. Mehdi Hasan, I don't think he brings this up, but again, that's like the core thing why it had to be put in there, part of the 14th Amendment, is it was part of the way of ending slavery in kind of in part and whole across the board.
You're born in the country, you are a citizen. Now, you mentioned the point about jurisdiction. There is that little bit in there where it says subject to the jurisdiction thereof. That in the debate, if you go back and read the debate that the senators had at the time, they were very explicit that that was to do with foreign ministers and foreign ambassadors, diplomats living in embassies. Their kids shouldn't be citizens. Obviously, they're here on their own. You know, the Argentine embassy in DC is Argentine soil. Yeah? So we accept all that.
Absolutamente, amigo.
But when they were asked about Chinese immigrants, Senator Trumbull, who was, I think, the chair of the Judiciary Committee back in the 1860s during this debate, he said at the time, Chinese immigrants' children, they're citizens. In fact, 1898, as you well know, we get Wong Kim Ark, Supreme Court case, Wong Kim Ark versus the United States. And the Supreme Court says, yes, even the child of undocumented Chinese immigrants is an American citizen. So this is a principle going back centuries. So,
yep. Principle going back centuries. Nobody had a problem with it. Even the racist pieces of shit. Even a lot of the racist pieces of shit and how bigoted we were back then. Even they were kind of okay with this to a certain degree. Because they didn't deify citizenship to such a weird degree. I don't know. It's just fucking weird. These guys are just so weird and ugly. Let's play some more.
While I can agree with you that there are cases that abuse the 14th Amendment, that there are issues of family separation, I'm not going to rip up a constitutional principle that goes back centuries and is backed by a 127-year-old Supreme Court precedent because Donald Trump is looking for ways to cut the number of brown and black people in the United States.
If you don't mind me interrupting, this is where I think it's important as well to go back to what we talked about with the Constitution. When we're analyzing, and admittedly, I'm not as interested in the legal argument. There's obviously...
Of course not. Of course you're not interested in the legal argument because the legal argument at least helps establish kind of like showing your work and showing your proof in philosophy or in mathematics, is that it kind of codifies or puts into words and language the basic logic behind the ruling and the interpretation of this particular moment. You don't want to deal with that. You want to deal with your own fantastical interpretation of this that you don't have to be accountable to. Not really. Or you can wishy-washy as much as you want.
Many ways to interpret the Constitution. But I don't think, especially among conservatives, that it is positive to use the Constitution to dismantle it. When we analyze...
What? But you don't think it's positive to use the Constitution to dismantle it. So what do you think what's the way you think is better to dismantle the Constitution? More importantly, wasn't that like Mehdi Hasan's argument many moons ago that you yourself was kind of anti-against and arguing against and disliking when he was talking about his violating and defying the Constitution, and that was the distinction there? So you don't... Okay, so you still... Excuse me. I'm very allergic to bullshit. You don't want to have the Constitution used to dismantle aspects of the Constitution, but you seem to be saying this, maybe I'm interpreting this wrong, but you seem to be saying this because you value the Constitution so much, you don't want this Constitution be used to turn against itself and destroy itself. But that that would mean that you value it even more than Mehdi Hasan. But you were saying before during the defying the Constitution thing, you didn't seem to give two rat's shits about it.
The original context, like you were saying in the late 19th.
In the original context, this is kind of what they meant. And then when we had a amendment to it, or a court case that elaborates on it, again, the people in the 1800s were closer mentally, socially, culturally, and ideologically to the 1776, 1786, 1790s, 1800, early 1800s, when these things were being put down into the Constitution. And again, the ruling, of birthright citizenship, when was it?
Be allowed to and restrict, the automatic jurisdically to the history of that right citizen who were. It was the original debate and the. Yes,
because it was one of my.
The 14th.
14th. I mentioned it to Bud.
Get rid of birthright citizenship. Originally on the
Let's go back to this because I want to get to the note because I'm trying to remember the date here.
Even if I were to kill babies, but I'm not naive enough. Of course, you and I go back centuries. But the principle underlying it, 14th Amendment came about, I think, in 1868, if memory serves me correctly.
Yeah.
But the
68.
principle underlying it is actually from my other country, the UK, ancient English.
Oh, yeah, ancient
English common law.
Common law.
Right. So this was what was already a principle in American.
1868, we codified what was already a principle that was held for many, 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 many years, and everyone kind of understood this. The only reason why we didn't codify it into law and understand it until after 1868, I believe it's 1868. So again, let's just say 14th Amendment was when it was, ratified in 1688. So again, part of the reason why this was not amended and not put into the Constitution initially, because these ideas, I do believe they even talked about this during the very earliest writings of it. The only reason they put it in there, didn't put it in there, is one, because they assumed most people would be fine with this. Yeah, of course, if you're born here, you're American citizens, fine. It's been kind of true elsewhere, all the time. That makes sense. The only thing that they put an idea on was like, well, obviously foreign nationals might not do this. But the big thing is that the reason we didn't have this amendment until 1868, think about the year 1868. What happened in 1860, 3 through 5? Or when, no, 1861 through 65. So, Civil War, 1861 through 65, I do believe. What happened in 61? The Civil War we had, primarily because of this issue. Because again, they did not want, early on, they did not want slaves and the children of slaves to be citizens, because you can't sell citizens. You cannot enslave American citizens. So again, a profitable industry for the slave owner was to have slaves, but also be able to sell the children of those slaves to make extra profit. That's why we didn't have it until after the Civil War, because the Civil War had to resolve this, and then 68 we ratified it.
And English law, that if you're born in the country, you are a citizen. Now,
and again, 68, they are 100 years, less than 100 years away from the literal foundation of our country, 1776. You're telling me that they understood and interpreted, or that they did not understand and did not interpret the meaning, the understanding, the constitutional nature, the spirit and essence of America and American ideology. They understood it somehow less and interpreted it worse than you in 2025. Really? I don't know about that.
You mentioned the point about jurisdiction. There is that little bit in the debate that the ambassadors, diplomacy in D.C. asked about Chinese immigrants. Senator Trumbull, who was, I think, the chair of the Judiciary Committee back in the 1860s during this debate, he said at the time, Chinese immigrants' children, they're citizens. One king.
There we go, 1898. And again, this would be challenged again 30 years later. And again, the court found the same goddamn answer. That you argue for this tradition, this spirit that has been lost, but you lost it. You're the one who lost it, dude.
China can grip up a constitutional principle that goes back centuries. Trump is looking for ways.
I think it's important as well to go back to what we talked about with the Constitution. There's obviously many ways to interpret the Constitution, but I don't think, especially among conservatives, that it is positive to use the Constitution to dismantle it. When we analyze the original context, like
Yeah, they'd rather just dismantle it without using the Constitution.
you were saying, in the late 19th century, our immigration law was absolutely different, including, in respect with the Irish and Chinese immigrants that were coming over. It was absolutely different. Changed.
We had open borders, my friend. Some people.
Also, with how much we have this fear of replacement, as terrible as it is to say, the white nationalist, white nativist of the 1800s had more legitimate reason to fear, because I think even from a proportional standpoint, as far as like the numbers coming over, and if those numbers continued at the same rate, like proportionally, we were getting, God, that's something I do believe this number is correct, but again, I would have to go back to it. Proportionally, we were having a percentage change much more rapidly of non-white entering here. So we basically went from like the example we might use is that the demographic was changing up to 2 to 3% every single year in favor of non-white. So we have this, rather than now, like again, with all of our, there's 30 million, immigrants in here, and like there's 10 million that are illegal immigrants, and 20 million. Let's just say 20 million. That is, again, we have 350, close to 400 million, about 350-ish. That is maybe 10%, a little less than 10% of the population. Again, if you look at proportionally, immigrants were probably made up more than 10% of the population back then. And if they didn't, they were on track to very quickly hit that percentage, if not more. Again, it's not saying that this is a good thing. It's just ironic that you're trying to, all these white replacement people are talking about this, but forgetting that like they're just sensitive babies to shit that isn't actually a problem.
Hate it. We had open borders for half of American history.
Well, I don't think that's very.
Yeah, we had free and open immigration for the vast majority of our history. For close to over about 100 years, we had that. And again, Immigration Act of 1882 levied a tax on new immigrants and blocked entry of lunatics, convicts, and persons likely to become a public charge. But we still had huge open borders for a very long time.
That's very true.
It's 100% true. You don't know your history.
For half of American history.
Well, I don't think that's very.
It doesn't matter that you don't think it's very, very true. It is true.
That's very true.
It's 100% true.
Well, hold on. If you're comparing the open borders, which I don't concede to, but if you're comparing the open borders prior to like 1910 and prior to the Hart-Celler Act, and you look at the amount of immigration and who was...
Again, you're looking at total number necessarily. You're not looking at proportional number. Because you could actually say, again, proportionally, we were receiving way more immigrants prior to all of that than post that. Proportionally, even if our numbers were going up, even if the numbers are super, super high, proportionally, it's quite a bit lower.
Coming over.
Nice deflection. Amount is irrelevant. We did have an open border.
It is absolutely relevant.
Why?
Because the Constitution, like the founding
fathers... hold on, your argument is we had open borders, but there were fewer immigrants.
I was about to answer. Okay. It's important to analyze the context wherein these laws and parts of the Constitution arise. The original founding fathers...
So, again, they were allowed to this because they didn't think they were going to get replaced. Partly, but also they're not stupid enough to, like, again, even if we did open borders, whatever, you have such a high demographic, you're not getting replaced. Nobody's replacing you. That you would have to have such a gargantuan amount. We're talking hundreds. We're talking 100 million plus. We're talking an insane, unfathomably unrealistic amount to change the demographics in such a way that you are replaced. Not even totally replaced, just turned non-dominant. This is, again, fear-mongering based upon people's just inability to understand numbers and statistics.
Said the Constitution was made only for immoral and religious people and is wholly inadequate to the government of any other, which means the people that wrote this document understood.
You don't understand that quote?
that it would not be able to properly...
Super secular people, but let's just be clear on that.
Oh, no, that's not true. They were deists.
A lot of them were super secular.
They are secular. That's what secularism is. You can absolutely be a theistic, deistic, believing in a god or whatever, and be secular. They weren't atheistic. They were secular. There's a difference, moron.
The majority were deists.
But they were secular. Secular doesn't mean atheist. You know what that means.
I understand that, but deist doesn't mean secular or atheist. It means they believe in a god, but not a god that's
I didn't say anything
particularly
about
present.
whether they're deist or theist. I said they're secular.
Okay, but
Secular is the way you organize things. So a secular, if we're going to look up the definition of the word real quick, not specifically religious or sectarian in nature. So it is not specifically, it is, in many ways, it is neutral or an agnostic towards religion. Secular. Generality. It's in many ways the concept of being more general. You are not specific to a religion. Just stupid.
Secular
means you separate church and state.
Okay, well, let's talk. We could even talk about that. That's a perfect example.
You're going to run out of your own time making your argument, which you haven't made so far.
I understand, but the separation of church and state is now completely differently understood than originally proposed.
No, not at all.
Thomas Jefferson, who talks about the wall of separation, which doesn't even exist in the Constitution, understood it in a different way.
Supreme Court precedent, as you well know.
Yeah, sure, but the precedent of the last 100 years, wherein the country has been completely different from its founding, should not overrule.
Again, what does that mean, completely different? More importantly, England in 1855 or 1812 was completely different from the England of 1200, of 1300, of the England of Chaucer's England, of the fucking 1400. So, like, that's just like, so what? Like, I'm waiting for you to try to explain something that makes that statement relevant or purposeful.
Rule the original intent of the people who wrote the document that you and I are both citing, which means.
But I'm not locked into what the people who wrote that. We've had amendments to the Constitution. You know that, right?
I understand that, and this is our fundamental disagreement.
Yes.
Is that I don't believe.
You think you can read the minds of people in the 1770s?
That's not true.
I'm stuck.
I just believe this country ought to be more like the country we originally had, and I don't think.
Originally had when? Again, would be my major moment where I almost would have to shout and scream into their face. When there is no location, it is this weird collection, this insane collection of non-fucking locatable fucking artifacts and perceptions that make no sense. You have no location for this.
Your opinion. You're entitled to it.
I understand that,
but there's a factual basis to it.
Well, let me try to see what you believe.
Okay.
If we are voting on these constitutional amendments, if we are interpreting them, and our interpretation becomes absolutely, let's say, a 180 from what the original intent of the authors of that document is, are you in favor of that?
I guess it depends on the issue.
Okay, I would say no matter what.
So, for example, take the Second Amendment, which we kind of danced around. It's not been come up here and there.
Yeah.
You know the debate about the Second Amendment is the fundamental debate is one side says it's unlimited, and the other side says no. What they meant was the malicious.
Yeah.
They didn't, and they had muskets. They didn't mean AR-15s, right? So we can have that endless debate, which I really don't care for about that. But to come back to your point about the constitutional principles, the 14th Amendment comes along in the 1860s, so it's pretty old. It's not as old as America, but it comes along, and it's been around for 150 years. So if you want to get away with it,
it was around before 150 million Americans.
And I'm saying it was around before the United States was even created. It's part of ancient English common law. If you're born in a place, you're a citizen of that place, unless you're the child of a foreign diplomat or on a Native American reservation.
English common law did not exist simultaneously as millions of people coming across the border in a year.
Again, it doesn't matter millions. Because the number doesn't actually matter. What you don't understand is the number doesn't matter. It's maybe proportionality. And again, they had these same kind of concerns. Like you're saying, oh, well, they just couldn't imagine this. Maybe, but then you also then can't be pro Second Amendment, because if we look at the context, they would have said, no, muskets. That's all you need. Why would you need a fully automatic AR-15? But I'm willing to bet you he's not anti-Second Amendment, or he won't say he is.
Get to principles. Your argument is numbers change.
You have no principles. You just have goals, and you have anger, and you have hate, and you want to reach them.
change everything because we've got so many more people.
Not solely,
change the
not solely, but absolutely.
Okay.
The
Fair.
the
That's
demographics
fair.
of your immigration
That's a fair
absolutely
position.
change it. Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? If you got rid of the 14th Amendment, what would be in its place?
I think a citizenship test would be fantastic.
What age?
I wish.
What age?
I think we could administer it in high school.
To everyone?
Sure.
Or just the immigrants?
No, everybody.
And then if you fail it, you denaturalize white American
Maybe you
native
can't.
born?
Maybe you can't get a government job.
Denaturalize that dude?
I think there's plenty of benefits that the government offers people that you should not be able to receive.
I'll
Yeah,
tell you
absolutely.
this, right? This might sound bad,
and I think
I don't think people care for me anyway. So let me say something you might not like.
Nobody would pass it.
If you have a high school immigration citizenship test for everyone,
I think people will take citizenship more seriously.
I'm guessing the immigrant kids are going to outperform the white kids, and you might actually end up.
They probably will. That's the great thing. Also, I love this test. Okay, so they take the test. The question is, and this just shows again that they don't know how to do systems and they don't know how to do this. What happens if you fail? So you're a white kid born here, and you fail the citizenship test because you don't study and you're a dumbass. It happens. Do you get deported? Do you become a second-class citizen? Do you become a non-citizen class of this? So what rights and privileges do you have as a non-citizen versus a citizen? This is one of those weird like problems that even some of the more like these kind of old school like weird like Roman starship troopers, like only citizens are allowed to give birth, like these kind of weird authoritarian citizenship kind of societies. Even they will address this problem as best as they can, or as not as they can, because they just want to have fun with the idea of citizenship and second class and first class citizens. But again, you're just creating a caste system. Guess what happens when you create a caste system? You end up in the same kind of all the labor problems that everyone else was complaining about. Guess what? You're going to pay non-citizens less than citizens, which means that non-citizens are going to take up a lot of jobs, because unless you require certain jobs to have citizenship and you make this thing, they're going to be in positions where they are paid crap but have all these jobs that technically should pay more. But the companies are going to say, well, no, we're hiring non-citizens for these positions. And unless there's a governmental intersection and forces them to hire, no, you can only hire citizens for managerial positions. You're going to end up just you're going to make the America into the second, third world India caste system, cheap labor fucking nightmare that you guys all hate. Not necessarily that I hate India, but there's a lot of nastiness in fucking India. And the setup of that structure and that system has a lot of corruption, a lot of awfulness. And it's weird that all of these people's answers, their solutions, end up recreating and turning America into the very thing that they would point in history that they hate. Either they turn it into some kind of weird communist fucking nightmare because they're going through some fascist autocratic nation, where then they create these problems where nobody wants to do business with them. Then they have to do these governmental funded style home factory systems, and that end up leading to more problems, more isolation, more issues, the same kind of shit that brought the absolute end to Stalinist style communism in again the Soviet Union and led to the Soviet Union's collapse. They recreate that, or they recreate these kind of fucking dictatorship style third world countries through their autocratic nature. Think like Brazil, or any of these other ones that have these massive problems with dictator like fascist fucking corruption. Or they turn America into a caste system problem of fucking citizens and non-citizens, where you might see something replicated the same as like India. It's just ironic for how racist and hateful they are of all these global locations and all these different cultures, how they recreate the exact same structures because they're so stupid and evil.
Denaturalizing
it's
some of the white kids, and then people here will be really upset.
And
yeah, honestly, most of the white kids, there's a good chance that most of them would fail, especially if they were to like do it right now. The vast majority of people in that place, including this shithead advocating for citizenship, would fail a citizenship test. Here's the thing. I might even fail it because I don't remember a lot of that shit. I would have to go back and study for like a couple of days or a week or two to get back in shape.
Well, hold on. and I like to be consistent about this, that's possible. But what I think it would do is it would give everybody a larger sense of the importance of citizenship.
So you would say
And
no
it would-
one born in this country is a citizen? No one? Or just
Automatically, no.
immigrants?
Automatically,
Oh,
no.
wow.
I think we could extend that. You know, people who have, I say America, but yeah.
And again, you're just spitballing. You don't understand. I just kind of skipped to the end.
I had to do the test. Right?
Okay.
I had to do the naturalization process, which is guaranteed by the 14th Amendment.
Well, here's the interesting thing. If you value that, then you should value Mehdi Hasan's citizenship more so than your fellow American citizens standing around here, because the vast majority of them, in fact, I would say the majority, again, the absolute vast majority of these people only have natural born citizenship. They were not naturalized. They didn't take the citizenship test. So you should respect his citizenship and his value and his words more so, and should naturally believe that he has a greater grasp on American character and American spirit, because he had to take a citizenship test to prove that he understood it and believed in it to some degree. Whereas the rest of these people, all they had to do to get their American citizenship was for their parents to pop out a fucking kid. That's it. They're anchor babies.
But the 14th Amendment also says if you're born here, then you automatically get it. And I'm not saying,
And I think the problem we have,
it's a hill I'm going to die on.
The
right?
problem we have
All
is
I'm saying to you
we
guys,
don't
what do you do
appreciate
instead?
we don't appreciate citizenship. The problem is that when
You don't appreciate it. What have you done? Have you taken the citizenship test? Well, I don't need to. Why don't you? To prove your citizenship. Why don't you just do that and say, hey, I would like to take the citizenship test. I know that I'm already a citizen and I'm not going to lose it even if I fail this test, but I want to take it because I believe it is valuable or whatever. Why don't you live your values? You don't. You just spout bullshit.
talk about immigration like we did before.
Agree on that.
When we talked about everything before, what were we talking about? We were talking about products. We weren't talking about practices or perceptions, which is really what immigration is.
And again, he's just a racist who tried to find some logical argument that backs it up. So he's working on these people who are coming into our country. They don't match our values and they don't understand this. And they're all evil and terrible. And I'm going to somehow say this is because they don't believe in citizenship tests. And that's where I'm going to put citizenship is. Yeah. Yeah.
Can I agree with you? We don't in this country value citizenship enough.
I agree.
I think we should encourage people to have more civics lessons in schools, understand American history and Constitution much more. Here's what's the irony is, I'm sitting in a room today where I've met a bunch of people claiming to be Native Americans who hate everything America stood for centuries.
I think they stand much closer to the America that we originally had. And I think
No, they don't. They literally don't. You know. In fact, you've even just said that they would fail the civics test. Again, so you're saying that they literally would not pass the civics test, and there's a good chance that most of these people wouldn't. So how could they possibly stand close to what Americans stand for if they fail the citizenship test?
That's a big disagreement. Lived there or had any clue what that was like?
But you've agreed to dismantling
things
it.
about that America.
But you've agreed to dismantling that America as long as it's legal.
You have. You're the person who came here and made your argument.
I'm a constitutional originalist.
Taking away an amendment of the Constitution. I didn't. I said keep the Second Amendment.
I'm an originalist. I think we should interpret it the way it was probably originally interpreted.
No, you don't. Because if we took this to the Second Amendment, you're not going to interpret it that way. Guaranteed. What a piece of shit. All right, we're going to go ahead and end it here. This one ran a little long, but that's okay. It took us a while to get through this. But again, this part of the reason why I wanted to go through this is to kind of show you why pseudo-intellectualism and anti-intellectualism is so evil and terrible in our society, because this is what it breeds. This is what it allows to be bred and created. And yeah, it's bad. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for hanging out. And until next time, and as always, I hope you have